mind. Sorry, can you direct me to Ham Ham Pang Pang? Hey.
Hello, Library the Ruina. From the distorted minds at Project Moon comes a game rife with some of the most horrific depictions of human suffering I may have ever seen. But the most impressive part that they somehow managed to pull off is making the suffering extend to the real world as well.
God, what a fun fight.
This game will beat you down over and over and over again until you're more battered and broken than a stale piece of bread served at a Midwestern Sunday school. Now, part of the reason why it was particularly difficult to me is because I have never once in my life touched a deck builder, and I am also very impatient. Luckily, the game doesn't make room for you if you're impatient and will beat you down over and over again until you're shaking and crying and begging it to stop. While the difficulty was difficult, it never really got me to put down the game though, because the world Project Moon created might be just one of the coolest in all of fiction. Something that its prequel Lobotomy Corporation touched on sparsely every now and again. But where Lobotomy Corporation was an isolated facility sealed deep within the Earth's crust, the titular library is an actual place in the city, bringing us more exposure to its inhabitants. Before that though, I need to introduce and reintroduce you all to some characters. In this video, I intend to expose all of you to the wonderful terrors of the city. Provide some semblance of a combat guide, though I'll be honest, even after beating the game, I still don't feel like I know anything. And it's going to be another analysis on the deeper meanings and lore that I completely glossed over in my original playthrough, which you can watch right here if you like seeing people suffer. This is going to be a long one, folks, so strap in and be careful not to step in any human organs. The game begins with this bourbon-based life form, Roland,
Lola.
cursing someone unimportant probably, before a familiar face appears and mangles his leg. Apparently, Roland was out trying to go eat a tasty sandwich when he suddenly got teleported into the library, where Angela, the AI assistant of Lobotomy Corporation, gone rogue, is now reducing him to a shape. Roland works as a fixer. Fixers are mercenaries for hire with many special skills that most ordinary people won't have. Most of these skills are related to things like combat or assassination and are almost always life-threatening. Roland himself sucks as a fixer and can't even afford new limbs. All four of which Angela has now crushed beyond any use. He then faints and is taken inside, where he's offered a horrific, sinister job application. Angela decides to make Roland her assistant, as the library is opening up and she could use an extra pair of hands. And it's through Roland that we get most of our information on the dark inner workings of the city. Roland is at first concerned that he's going to be experimented on, but after being scolded by Angela is told of his true purpose, to welcome and entertain the guests that she will be inviting to the library. Roland is a grade 9 fixer. As a means to show a fixer's merit, fixers are graded based on their ability, starting at grade 9. Grade 9s are the coughing babies of the city, most of which will just be swept, turned into clothes, or vaporized by anomalous horrors beyond human comprehension. And Roland is one of those. When Angela says to receive guests, what she really means to say is to beat them to death so that they can become a book to be added to the library. If Roland is to die, his death will only be temporary, and he'll come back when the victorious guests leave with their books. Then there's the invitation. Invitations are created by Angela and sent to people that usually have no choice but to come to the library, mostly due to circumstances like needing a book that will give them the information they need to make money or become powerful, or because they're currently in a terrifying situation and know that signing their name on the invitation will instantly teleport them to its front door. The mechanics of the invitation aren't very clear, as it somehow knows exactly who needs it and who will respond to it, as well as knowing not to invite people that are far beyond the scope of what the library can best in combat. All this in a bid for Angela to receive the one perfect book. The book that will complete her and the library. What she means by complete her is pretty vague for a while, but as we progress through the story, we learn more about Angela's ultimate goal and this book, and whether such a book actually exists or not. Before dumping us into actual gameplay. Canard is an old French word meaning an unfounded rumor or story. or duck. As this game takes place so shortly after the white nights and dark days of Lobotomy Corporation, the library itself is still enshrouded with fog and smoke that the Lobotomy Corporation left, meaning the only knowledge anyone has of the existence of the library is through rumors. Progression involves the library gaining notoriety. And with more notoriety comes more extreme individuals, with receptions that make me want to cremate my middle finger. Then book a flight over to South Korea, where I will climb onto the tallest building I can find and let the wind carry the ashes, hopefully in the direction of a Project Moon staff member for creating the distorted yawn fight. I do not believe that counts as chemical warfare. Then I will head down to the Project Moon Cafe, named after Roland's favorite restaurant, where the staff will set me on fire. It's from here that we can begin sending out invitations. Depending on the books advertised, there's a lot of different recipients to be had. But as this is the very first reception of the game, all that we have in stock are 15 different morally dubious dark romance novels and 1 copy of Warriors Book 1 Into the Wild. As the invitation is sent, it gives both Roland and Angela a vision of the circumstances the recipients are currently in, and why they're going to the library. This first group is a couple of hoodlums doing an organ harvesting gig on a random civilian. These are the Rats, the absolute bottoms of the totem pole. Low-life gangsters that take from the defenseless and are easily pushed around by any group of people with a modicum of unity. As the scene plays out, the Rats are rushed to flee the scene as a fixer organization known as the Zwei have come to investigate the organ harvesting, leaving them unable to harvest all the organs properly. The leader of the group is this guy, Pete, who plans to one day become a big-time crime lord of the backstreets. His course of action being to first join a crime syndicate known as the Stray Dogs. But in order to do that, he needs the money to be accepted. They made a mistake though, as evidenced by a large orange circle symbol on their victim's neck, and by the fact that the person they're harvesting organs from was no more than a walking corpse. These Rats realize that they've bitten into something they really shouldn't have. They did, however, find an invitation to the library within the victim's bowels. From here, their options are to either be apprehended by the Zwei Association or turn up empty-handed to the Stray Dogs, both of which risk an encounter with whatever it was that left the orange symbol on the victim's neck. Or they could sign their names on the invitation and hopefully make off with some valuable books that can be sold off. In other words, they're fucked in every single possible way. Angela said that anyone who receives an invitation will show up to the library at some point, guaranteed. And in this scenario, it's because somehow teleporting to a completely unknown, uncharted area in the city is somehow safer than any of the alternatives. Once the guests arrive, Miss Library Director greets them and combat begins. This game's tutorial is... This game uses the age-old tutorial method of drowning the player in as many text boxes explaining game mechanics as it possibly can. It brushes on the basics of Library of Ruina well enough, though there are a lot of things that confuse me throughout most of my playthrough, and even after beating it, I'm still not entirely confident on a lot of things. There's emotion coins, light, emotion levels. To strip it down to its barest form and present its naked self, there are 3 damage types. Each character has a different weakness to certain damages. If you use a block dice and roll higher than the opponent, it does stagger damage to them. Both you and your opponent can get staggered, and the character that gets staggered has nothing to do except die. If you roll higher than your opponent on a dodge dice, you heal your stagger's health and make them feel bad for even trying. Positive emotion coins are gained when you win a clash or roll high. Negative emotion coins are gained when you lose a clash or roll low. And if you max out your emotion bar, your character's emotion level goes up and they gain light, which are these little balls over your character's head. These little balls are a resource that you need to manage while spending them to use moves. It's simple. If you have no light, you die. And that about sums up 1% of it. After beating the Rats to the point where they become a book, the first floor of the library is unlocked. Keter. Keter is the crown in reference to the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. It is the highest level and symbolizes the highest will of all the other layers, or Sephiroth. Here, the embodiment of Keter has to be Angela, as her will is the same exact thing as the library's. We're then given the opportunity to burn the books of the Rats. Doing so unlocks the real deck building part of the game. By burning their books, we're able to take off their key pages and their moves, which are already so much better than the stuff Roland can do by default. By doing this, we also get to read a page of the character's life in the credenza. Pete's page talks about what he learned living as a rat in the backstreets, how you have to move in groups, and can't make any trouble by yourself unless you want to paint a giant red target on your back. He laments the fact that his dream of becoming a big shot crime lord is wildly improbable. But despite that, he just wants to dream. Lenny's page has a similar tone of crushed dreams, though surprisingly, she at one point went to a wing examinee town. In case you didn't know, wings are where you want to be in the PM world. They're what many people die trying to be a part of due to their safety and security. There are 26 total wings, with each having a large conglomerate company that governs them. Working with the wing means higher income, and higher income means a chance to live in the nest. Nests are like a rich suburban neighborhoods, where the worst thing that happens is the corny early high school wannabe gangsters sometimes rev their car engines too loud. Shut up, Dad. I'm gonna Swiss cheese my ops today. Lenny went to a wing examinee town, which is like a college campus where the mega corporations filter out gifted people and potential assets out of a group of filthy poor people. Given how Lenny was the one doing the gut harvesting and how she battles with a rusty scalpel, I'd guess she was trying for a medical position, but was ultimately rejected. Then there's Meng Chi, who remarks about the segregation going on in the back streets, mostly on the basis of class, and expounds at length about the horrors witnessed in those alleys, as creatures of the night come to consume his neighbors, parents, and siblings. That's just how it is in the back streets, though. These 3 pages do a brilliant job at explaining how everyone wants to be a part of something bigger in the city. If you're not a feather in the wing, you're a bum in the back streets. If you're a bum in the back streets, you should hope to join a fixer office or a syndicate. Because while those are also dangerous jobs that constantly put your life on the line, that's still far better than being eaten alive by cannibals, sweepers, or anything else. Afterwards, using the Book of the Rats, we can send an invitation to a group of fixers that work at Yoon's office. Most fixers work under offices, as those who work freelance have to go through the trouble of finding their own work. Above offices are associations, the topmost association being one entitled the Hana Association. The Hana is responsible for grading fixers and offices, and they also grade requests and hazard levels of threats, which we'll talk about later. Yoon's office is evidently a next to the bottom tier office, as Finn here is eager to move up the ranks, when suddenly the invitation appears in his pocket, and we take on 2 nameless grade 9 fixers for the first time. I really like how the gray-haired Yoon's office fixer isn't tall enough to fit in her own character portrait. That fight was very easy. The short Queen's book tells of the fixer meritocracy. Grade 9s, like her, are idiot babies that are only trusted to get a cat down from a tree. And even then, I bet that comes with a 99% mortality rate for her. This is the first of many multi-episode fights, though, as we can immediately check back in on Yoon's office, where Finn instructs Yoon that all his friends are dead, and Yoon fires them because of that. Also, something to note is that we get the first mention of a mysterious door that appears after signing the invitation to the library. If I had to guess, that door is like a wormhole that teleports whoever signs their name on the invitation into the library. Yoon here thinks it's just a bunch of rich people messing around, but then an envelope appears in front of him, and he sends a baby boy to his death, stating that if Finn succeeds, they'll get an epic YouTube sponsorship. Speaking of epic YouTube sponsorship, before I get the bag, I gotta say, I posted a grand total of 1 time in this entire year, aside from the current video you're watching. And I'm also kinda tired of the bloated 60-second ads for sponsors, because I skip them when I watch YouTube, and so do you. So instead, I'm just gonna flash on screen my GamerSupps code. Go to gamersupps.gg for a tasty drink. I get a cut if you use my code at checkout, and you get good tasting drinks. Or don't do that, that's cool too. I find the screen funny because he is literally a kid. 2 of his moves are to just struggle. This fight does not feel good to win, which is something that doesn't really happen often. After punching a sad, defenseless child to the point of becoming a book, we get to read a page out of his story, which makes me even sadder. It's one big message to his older sister, where Finn excitably tells her about his recent accomplishment of being accepted by a fixer office. They've been giving Finn only tiny little baby jobs like retrieving lost cats, but Finn has a big dream to one day become a superstar with enough money to hopefully move his sister out of the back streets and into the nest, signing off the message with, "Night, sis. I hope we see each other again." Afterwards, Roland and Angela have a chat. Roland complains about the multi-person receptions where he has to take on multiple people as a one-man team. And Angela has an idea. Inside the books of the library lie dormant creatures, and librarians that can be of use in a reception. These creatures are both employees of the old Lobotomy Corporation now waiting to be reawoken, and the creatures Lobotomy Corporation spent its time exploiting. The abnormalities. The dormant abnormalities are living inside their ideal environments within the books, and as such tend to hold much more power, as their environment is technically them as well. The first one is the bloodbath. Since abnormality fights tend to have you going into their world, there's usually only a very specific way that you can beat them, with every abnormality having a distinct gimmick that you either have to play around or get cremated while still breathing. Bloodbath's goal is to paralyze you with depression so that you may become staggered with pale hands. At that point, Roland is ready to get submerged in the tubby time terror. This one is pretty easy. I didn't really know that this was a gimmick fight until I had already won. I wish that instead of the fight being against this weird red monster, it was against the tub itself. And instead of attacking, it just screams at you a lot. That would be pretty epic. Once defeated, the abnormality agrees to lend you its power in the form of abnormality pages. There are two types of abnormality pages: awakening pages and breakdown pages, with the awakenings having this cyan border indicating you get them from positive emotions, and breakdowns having a pink border indicating negative. When it comes to a reception, whenever the emotion level of the team goes up, you'll get to have your pick of an abnormality page. The page is offered depending on what type of emotion coins the team has received until that point. In other words, if you lose a lot of clashes and roll low, you're going to get breakdowns. Whereas if you win and don't complain about rolling low every second of the 3-hour Let's Play video,
Keep rolling high. Do it. I dare you.
You get awakenings. Awakening pages tend to offer more mellow, positive effects, whereas breakdown pages tend to offer bigger advantages at a cost. Some of them will outright kill you, but will make your chosen character an actual demon while they're still alive. I cannot stress enough just how hype breakdown pages are, as a lot of them are completely game-breaking. They also make it so losing clashes actually isn't such a bad idea too, so thank you, game design. Upon defeating an abnormality, Angela throws in a bonus assistant librarian to the squad, which is actually a former Lobotomy Corporation agent that was just resting in book form. Welcome to the squad, Pansy. You will be a sacrificial lamb to appease our corporate overlords just like you were in your previous life. After this, we send an invitation with Finn's book to Yoon's office confirming his demise. Their response being to mock his confidence. This time Finn's senior, Ari, is there, who was just recently promoted to a grade 8 fixer. According to her, the office is falling on some hard times. A notion confirmed by Yoon. But because Yoon is a glowing-brained genius who sends children into death traps for profit, he decides that he's sending not only himself and his star fixer, but his entire workforce into the library. Angela calls out Yoon's hypocrisy, getting sentimental over Finn's death, to which he responds, "Shut up. We all get exploited and abandoned at some point in our lives," probably striking a chord with Angela, since she had that whole work ceaselessly for 1 million years thing. I can't help but think back to day 49 of Lobotomy Corporation, where she says, "So you do not want me to be at your side, even at the finale of this play. Those who will face the end together with you, it seems I am not among them." It's ironic considering that she takes after her creator in a lot of ways. Right now, there are multiple waves of fixers for Pansy and Roland to weather. This is the first multi-act reception. The first act having 2 fixers, both of which having the survival instincts of a health insurance CEO in a low-class neighborhood, and the other being the big boys of Yoon's office, which is still not saying much because they have a cumulative 44 health. Yoon does have a pretty damn nice move though in commandeering. This move rolls high, it's easy to win clashes with, and it does good damage. And it raises the defense of his entire team next turn. Still, you can't really outrun having awful health and stagger resist, so this was a complete butchering. Reading Yoon's page, we learn that he actually had something of a soft spot for Finn. Yoon admired Finn's passion, but he also knew that if he didn't accept Finn as a fixer, Finn would have met his end out there, somewhere in the back streets, probably getting his guts harvested or put into a stew. Ari's page, on the other hand, is one of the most interesting so far, as it's all about body modification. Life as a fixer requires not only the best equipment, but the best body. Becoming physically fit and strong means literally nothing when you can just buy superior bionic limbs and organs. You can choose from exoskeletons, bionic surgeries, nano tattoos, and prosthetic body parts that'll increase your chances of survival. There's probably an in-universe salivary gland procedure that lets you water beam stun someone with your spit too. The type and quality of body modding depends on the workshop you go visit, as well as how much money you have. She even deems her foes as weak if they look like they have no modifications or inexpensive modifications. That's probably why she deemed Angela as a weakling before the fight. There are also body modification procedures that only wings can provide for their residents, like cloning or fairies. But that's the gist of it. It's more of a necessity than an option to get by in the city. After the reception, we get a brief bit of Roland and Angela talking to each other. And one thing that I really like about these little intermissions is, as time goes on, we get to see both Angela and Roland let their guards down between each other. For most of the game, Roland is treated as the straight man, a sort of vehicle used to deliver information about the city and life as a fixer to Angela and the player. It's super nice to have this perspective, as we're about to awaken our next patron librarian, who's really pissed at Angela for ruining the plan that they've been after for years. Malkuth is here as patron librarian of the Floor of History. The floors that get added to the library all build themselves underneath the Keter floor. Malkuth is the first and is considered the furthest from the divinity of Keter, and is probably the reason why Malkuth is so outwardly angry with Angela in the story. So now we've unlocked another floor that can be drafted to end some lives in another country, probably the Middle East. The next group can be invited using the Book of Yoon's office. This group taking a page out of Aries' book, because they're almost completely mechanical. This is a band of low-life thugs, not too dissimilar from the rats from earlier. Their modifications, though, are incredibly cheap and pretty low quality. But at the same time, the mechanical bodies make it so they don't have to eat or sleep, giving them more valuable time to goon to muscle mommy TikToks. Just don't use the wrong hand on accident. Also, what's the point of making it so you don't have to eat anymore if you still have to inject yourself with fuel and you also have to replace your brain fluid? I feel like you're just replacing busy work obligations with more busy work obligations. Maybe it's cheaper or something. I don't know. This is the Brotherhood of Iron, a newly formed syndicate that is hardly a step above the rats from before. Their plan to climb the ladder involves using cybernetic enhancements to steal and rob, using the money they gain to get better, more expensive cybernetic enhancements that will be used to steal and rob from richer and riskier places. As of now, though, they're either too skittish and scared to rob anything of substance, or too dopey to think about anything besides getting an enhancement that lets them taste again. Roland explains that there's a thug for every fixer in the city. These ones using whole body replacements from a really cheap workshop. This is the first multi-floor reception, where the game lets you change floors if one floor fails. I started with Malkuth this time as she was a new character and I wanted to see how she fought, only to discover that she unsurprisingly had the default loadout because I forgot to put anything on her. What happened next will shock you. Brotherhood of Iron fights mainly with a focus on paralysis. If a character has paralysis, they lose 3 power on a dice, and depending on how many dice they have, this can be completely game-breaking. Let's say you have an enemy that has 3 dice that roll a 1 to 4, and this enemy has 3 stacks of paralysis on them. This character is guaranteed to always roll a 1. In short, paralysis is broken, and if your opponent has it, you will win clashes against them almost every single time. And if you have it, just uninstall the game. On Mo's page, he laments the fact that he replaced his whole body with metal, unable to feel or taste anymore, and how he should have just saved up for a better body with more human characteristics. It's all about money in this world. Consta's page is all about food. He's a total foodie to the point where it gets in the way of his work, an aspect of his personality that he completely resents, as he describes these inclinations as delusional thoughts brought on by a cheap body. Arnold seems dead set on gaining infamy as a syndicate. He spoke about raiding an office, and his page expounds at length on how big a boon it would be for the Brotherhood of Iron if they were to accomplish this. Despite being a dumb little ragtag band of machines, they'd probably have succeeded against something like Yoon's office too. There's no beating Pansy though, and they now know that. Roland talks about how stupid an idea it was to replace our bodies with machines. Other enhancements work fine, but removing your brain from your body is a one-way ticket to hell, and should only be done if you desperately need some money and are willing to pawn off your own organs to get there. Though he admits that having a mechanical body is beneficial when it comes to doing repetitive work for over a long period of time. Like a million years worth of time. Anyways, after gathering the Book of the Brotherhood of Iron, we unlock the first floor of History Abnormality. The Scorched Girl, and this is our first actually cool abnormality battle. The gimmick of this fight is that Scorchy starts the battle with 0 light, and with each passing turn, she gains 1, up until the point where she's able to cover the cost of her most powerful page, the 4th Match Flame. If you're like me and lack reading comprehension skills, this move will undoubtedly do 40 damage and vaporize Malkuth. After taking a second to actually read her gimmick, I discovered that the way to win is by beating up her little matchlings before she builds up to maximum light. This is so much better than the prior bloodbath at setting up abnormality fights, and it does a good job at teaching the player that if you can roll low, you will. After beating the second match, the Scorched Girl instantly dies and the battle is won. And we get to see some dialogue between Roland and Malkuth, now on her newly developed floor. Roland asks about what Angela meant by a new body, inquiring about her robotic Sephiroth form. She then tells Roland about her past selves, first as Elijah, then as Lob Corpse Malkuth. Then they do some breathing exercises because she freaks out about things out of her control. Scorched Girl's abnormality pages are pretty good. I especially like Footfalls, which turns all your characters into living nukes. It can win really undeserved battles. The next group is invited with the books of the Brotherhood of Iron. The Hook Office. This is a group of super augmented fixers that go on killing sprees over the smallest inconvenience. Apparently this group was a former gang of criminals that joined an office because the office let them kill targets in incredibly gruesome ways, which somehow works as publicity. It's here that we learn that even crime syndicates can enlist the help of fixers, which is something I found surprising, as I always thought that fixers would be like the police force of the world and needed to operate under some kind of law. But in reality, most fixer offices only work for whatever can make them money. Roland is upset by the image of the group as he explains to Angela he was once a totally competent fixer, and he's just so happened to fall upon hard times recently. Angela goes to greet the hooligans at the front door and they attack her on sight. The attack being about as effective as a twitlonger or an angry YouTube comment, as nothing could get through Angela's hard mechanical body. The Hook Office have much more visually brutal and vicious attacks, having edgy names like "Fend this off if you can" and "Mutilate," and having annoying extra effects like bleed and health recovery. Bleed is really good because it deals damage equal to the amount of bleed a character has for every time a character rolls a red dice, and then it goes down a third. And health recovery makes you further away from getting killed by bleed. The Hook Office may talk a big game, but they just do not have the sauce. But also because we have both Paralysis and Scorched Girl's burn effects on our side. If it looks like I never use Paralysis ever again at some point, it's because I forgot how good it was during my playthrough and never once remembered. Tyin's page talks about the wonders of bionic weaponry, and how nobody does it like Union Co., and how he accidentally ripped Naoki's clothes while learning to use them. Naoki doesn't really have anything interesting to say, just kind of repeating what Tyene said about bionic weapons. McCullen has the most interesting page of the bunch, stating that criminals and syndicate members aren't always enemies of fixers, but are actually considered good candidates for fixer work depending on their skill level. Tyne was originally a representative of a fixer office that got thrashed by the other two, but when he saw the gruesome results of the raid, instead of hunting them down to put an end to the madness, he handed them a job application. Making this the third time in the game, so far, that delinquency was solved with employment. After hiring the murderous fixers, they advertised the hell out of it to catch the eye of the most bitter people alive. Advertising to people who want to see their enemies perish in the most terrible, inhumane ways a human could part with their lives. After the reception, Roland tries to comfort Angela about her status as a non-human machine living in the city. He says that all sapient beings that weren't human were driven to the outskirts, implying that inhuman creatures, both mechanical and not, do exist in this world somewhere, just not in the city due to the AI ethics amendment, a law that forbids the creation of any non-human machines that resemble humans. Angela then tells Roland about the circumstances of her creation, where she was created using the brain and body of a human, resembling her in many ways. Though Roland is kind of freaked out about this because he knows that when the head finds out about Angela, the library is in big trouble. Angela then tells Roland about why she was created, to take part in a metaphorical play, where she would have to endure 1,000,000 years of repetition, swearing vengeance on her creator and everything that he held dear, to which Roland doesn't care. After their talk, the next floor is opened up, the floor of technological sciences, with its patron librarian, Yesid, who immediately walks over and fixes Roland's tie, confirming that yes, the OCD is still going strong. Yes, it doesn't understand social cues, talks in a terse and direct manner, and is a speedrunner's wet dream because he has some of the best abnormalities available to him ever. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Right now, the library is moving up in the world. The notoriety of the library is now on the urban myth hazard level. The hazard level is a term city dwellers use to describe the danger level posed by places or people, in a similar way that fixers are graded. And the one coming after Canard is urban myth. On level up, we get a prologue where the obscure Zwei Association discusses something known as the Distortion Phenomenon, a process we'll touch on very soon. And their suspected causes of the distortion are either the urban plague's laundry of dreams or yesterday's promise, or an urban legend known as the Church of Gears. And, of course, the library. At the library, Angela asks why Roland is following along so submissively. And according to him, he thought it would be kind of fun. Lol. But more importantly, he's hoping to find answers here, in the same way Angela seeks to find answers out of her one perfect book. Angela threatens Roland's life, again, and Angela tells Roland about abnormalities. The beings that we've been diving into books to face. Beings that can barely maintain their physical form. Beings born of the human subconscious. Every single one of the Sephiroth, agents, and abnormalities were all turned into books. And when Angela finds the perfect book, she'll free them all and herself. The only person not being brought back is Ayin, because he's bald. Also because he faded away in a giant beam of light without a trace. In other words, what Angela wants is literally a bad ending in the last game. At this stage of the game, we're more consistently getting into gameplay. Now we can send random invitations with random books, and some non-story related characters will pick up. At Urban Myth level, you can receive Backstreet's Butchers and Stragglers from Hook's office. These general invitations mainly serve as a means for you to get new, unique pages and moves. And the ones you can get from the Backstreet Butchers are just a lot of healing and bleed-inflicting moves. Their pages tell a lot about District 23's Backstreets being the premier destination for dining on exquisitely prepped human meat. How butchering humans is surprisingly simple, albeit annoying because of how noisy they are. But the page preludes to something important in the game world. The existence of the 8 chefs. Not jobs that simply cannot do without cooking human meat. It would be a disservice to the time-honored trade of cannibalism. Also, during my research, I found out that there's an unobtainable second page to the Hook Office fixers that tells a lot about the class dynamics of people in the city. Nests will go to great lengths to keep filthy pores out of their pure white picket fenced, freshly mowed yards, where every house has no character and looks completely identical. They'll use electric fences, plasma walls, or just straight up string up some chains. Whatever the case, the point is driven home to while living in the city. If you're poor, you are subhuman and deserve to fight to the death in the slums of the backstreets with the other poors. There's even poverty tourism and poor people watching, where Nest residents bet on which of their favorite homeless people is going to win the weekly knife fight from the safety of their balconies. Classism is so normalized in this world, it is literally a way of life. Anyways, the next invitation is sent with the Book of Tyene. This is Pierre's Bistro, and Pierre is in a bit of a pickle. Those no good, lousy musicians of Bremen stopped selling ingredients to her. Same with the little piggies, so they're gonna have to procure ingredients the old-fashioned way. But oh no, the Zwei Association is covering their go-to spot. Now how is Pierre supposed to become one of the 8 chefs? But wait a second, what if instead of compromising and raiding retirement homes for soft, saggy meat, the Bistro raids a library for monster meat? Brilliant. You get a gold medal made of monster meat. The game then offers us brilliant culinary advice for the aspiring cannibal, which I will make sure to write down for the next time I volunteer at a soup kitchen. According to Roland, only the ultra-wealthy really care to partake in dining on human flesh, as even in the backstreets, cooking people isn't looked upon kindly, unless you're a part of District 23 or W Corp, where human life is about as valuable as a sausage link. This reception is like a souped-up version of the backstreets butchers, only the fashion is much more clean. Lots of bleed, some healing. Pierre does have this nice move where she can heal a bit off, and for the stage of the game, this is not bad. Pierre's ultimate dream is and always has been to become one of the 8 chefs, and goes on to talk about the experience of cooking. How the sense of taste can at most elicit an what a burger. To come up with the ultimate taste, a team of chefs gathered around a big table to ponder what could level up the cooking experience. And all simultaneously thought, I know, We cook people. And then every crazy chef in the city with a population of 7 billion started trying the same exact thing. Jack's page tells about their ingredient suppliers, the Syndicates, Little Piggies, and Musicians of Bremen. Bremen is known to be real sloppy with their meat, leaving little fragments of bone inside. And the piggies are much higher quality, but too expensive to buy from, besides for special occasions. Pierre's Bistro serves rat sausages mixed with the usual human entrails, a reference to how real-life fast food chains occasionally serve the same dishes. After the reception of Pierre's Bistro, Roland gives Angela some advice. If you see a polite person in the back streets, run for your life. Not all polite people are lunatics, but most lunatics tend to be polite. Receiving the book of Pierre unlocks the next abnormality match on Yesid's floor. The Forsaken Murderer. My pitiful nemesis that did absolutely nothing and still beat me, from Lobotomy Corporation. Who is similarly just as pitiful, and also, just like last time, still beat me. Here's how it goes. You fight him normally, he uses metallic ringing, and you die. Shit-talking you the whole time. But if you inflict one status effect, like any bad YouTube apology or fake mental illness TikToker, he starts breathing hard and profusely apologizes, claiming it was for the people that I used steroids.
Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. It's because I'm so sad that I touched children.
If you inflict Forsaken Bacon with one status, all his damage drops to 0 and he finally does what he was born to do. Take it like a little bitch, as long as you don't get screwed by some really unfortunate dice rolls. Afterwards, Roland asks how Yesid and Malkuth are able to fight so well, despite not having any combat experience from their past lives. And according to Yesid, it is with the books that they can assimilate the combat power of previous guests into themselves. Yes, there tends to be a few things missing, like health or passive abilities, but this is how the librarians are able to keep up with the increasingly difficult receptions. After this, we get to see the Forsaken Murderer's abnormality pages, and I think it's clear just at a glance why speedrunners use Yesid's floor. This is one of the best awakening pages you can ask for. This, with a very specific setup, can turn Yesid into the most unstoppable piece of purple this world has ever seen. And this one is almost always beneficial. Next in line is the Streetlight Office, an affiliate to the Zwei Association that doesn't have a lot of members. Besides these guys that were fashioned after a traditional trio of protagonists. Mars ate Lulu's special edition Marge Simpson cake, and she's really angry. Normally, I wouldn't bother bringing it up, but it actually comes back later in the story, kind of. San here is an operator for the Streetlight Office with connections to the Zwei Association. According to him, if they can get the library and gather books and information from it, they'd be paid out much higher than the actual grade the library has been assigned. The library an urban myth, but they'll be paid an urban legend. Mars jumps at the opportunity, but Lulu isn't so sure. But despite that, they head out to hopefully scrabble together some books and make it out with their lives. At the library, the trio protagonists' dynamic is easily seen here, with a constant bickering with the third acting as a sort of mediator between the two. San asks the question of whether or not they're actually eligible for the invitation, since technically it was given to him by someone else. It seems as though as long as you're the one writing your name on the invitation is meant for you. And the invitation will appear for other people, knowing full well that it will eventually reach the correct person. Of this group, Lulu is the heaviest hitter, able to set your side on fire with her flaming bat. All three of them also have this move, Non-Stop Assault, which they start using once they hit 3 light. It would be scary if they had any survivability at all. For a little while, we're still gonna be just wading through the Weenie Hut Juniors of Library of Ruina. We're still mountains away from the mid-game difficulty spike. Mars' story is actually quite sad. He was born of a mother who was a high-achieving fixer, and as a child of someone with much acclaim, Mars felt a lot of pressure to grow into a superstar fixer himself. At first, he was okay with being targeted by enemies of his mother and the expectations of her acquaintances, but eventually, a crushing reality dawned on him. He was just an ordinary person with ordinary capabilities, who would enter an ordinary office and live an ordinary life, not even looking his own mother in the eyes until he said his final goodbyes, to which he'd leave and never return. His story ending with him as just another ordinary guest that would lead to an insubstantial death. And even in death, he's still cursing himself for not trying hard enough. We don't get to obtain the book of San or Lulu because both of them escaped the library following Mars's death. This being the first time we learn that guests to the library can actually run away. Roland tells Angela that it was a mistake for the young fixers to grow such tight bonds between each other, something Roland himself had to go through as a fixer. Side note, Hod jump scare. That's right. It's her. Hod is back as patron librarian of the floor of literature. Hod in the Kabbalah is associated with submission and humility, and that's probably why she's so soft-spoken and gentle here. Though she still does have a grudge against Angela, obviously. Because Hod is so nice and kind, I thought it would be funny to make her a bloody people butcherer, only to find out that that's exactly what the game had in mind when designing her floor with the abnormalities she gets. The recently escaped San is beating himself up about the death of Mars, their trio being ruined as they're plunged into the cold reality of the city. To Lulu's surprise, there's a Stewie Family Guy cake in the fridge, a gift he bought her as an apology. While she's out there being angry at the world and the library, she finds an invitation, and knowing that San will stop her if she brings it up, decides to go herself with a few friends. Lulu's friends are fodder. They die really quick and don't have any good moves. The fun begins in Act 2, where Lulu herself steps in and starts setting everybody on fire. In this fight, all of her signature moves have been upgraded. Lulu's page talks about the lack of work her office gets, which is a double-edged sword. For one, she doesn't have to go out and risk her neck often, but for two, without work, there's less opportunity for her in the office to climb the ladder, also meaning less opportunity to earn money. She then laments the part of fixer life where you shouldn't get close to your colleagues as they're so close to dying at all times, but it's something that just can't be helped sometimes. After the reception, Angela asks Roland if he feels any guilt or shame for killing his fellow fixer kin. Roland's response? As a fixer, he's seen plenty of cheap tragedies, almost identical to the one we've seen here. And he's been the victim of them too. I'm not really sure how being the victim of something like this translates into being able to kill innocent people with little or no remorse, but maybe he justifies it to himself as them getting what they signed up for as a fixer. Afterwards, we can use the Book of Lulu to do Hod's first abnormality battle. Today's shy look. There's a shifty little fella behind the tanning faces, and the abnormality's attack strength hinges on what face it's currently behind. Angry being extremely deadly, and happy being the no siree bop, have a nice day, slight tickle on your nutsack damage. Cool fight, and once you understand the gimmick, possibly the easiest abnormality in the entire game. Afterwards, Roland counters Hod's sympathy towards the Streetlight Office with his unparalleled nihilism, using his favorite phrase, "That's that, and this is this." With Hod countering back, the phrase you mentioned might give you comfort for a short while, but it doesn't sound like a motto that will redeem your life, which stuns Roland for a moment. Roland then leaves and we're given our abnormality pages, including this one, which is incredibly strong and should always be chosen because it is completely broken.
And I savor the magnificent fragrance of the sacrifice which fills my room.
The voice in this prologue comes from the thumb's southern base. Blood is being shed on a massive scale between the thumb and the index. In the city, the big 5 crime syndicates are the 5 fingers: the thumb, the index, the middle, the ring, and the pinky. From what we can gather through this cutscene, there appears to be an all-out war between the thumb and the index over what remains of L Corp's nest, as soon as they can find it in the thick fog that permeates the vicinity. At the library, Roland makes the guess that the library has reached urban legend level. Now, regular denizens of the city will be talking about the library in casual conversation. Roland's grandma traumatized him by talking about urban legends. It's from here that we can learn about Roland's past, how his parents disappeared, and how he was raised by his grandma, who also disappeared. For a city with supposedly 7 billion residents, there sure is not a lot of living going on in there. It sounds to me like the city loses half its residents every single year. Angela opens up a bit about her past, living underground at Lobotomy Corporation, and wanting to ruin every last part of her creator's vision. Now she blindly follows the red invitation, putting 100% of her faith in this thing, leading to a book that she hopes will complete her. The red invitation is like the main story, which brings me back into the intro cinematic where she hands the player an invitation. Judging by the color, I take it we are not very important to her. Hard cut to Netzach lying on the floor. Shout out to those little green guys. Netzach here is just as lazy as before and shoos Roland away before making any real conversation. The next abnormality fight on the floor of General Works is the heart of aspiration and the lungs of craving. Wow, they look different. This fight is a little bit different than the other abnormality fights because it forces you to actually think a little bit. It's not an immediate win once you figure out the gimmick. The heart's whole game plan is to build up light and use an attack that buffs the lungs. Once he uses that attack, they become super strong and hard to win clashes against. And winning clashes against these guys is good, because they lose health when they don't do damage. This is still not even close to the realm of difficulty that we eventually reach up to, but we're getting there. Once the lungs die, the heart dies quickly after. And we get a scene of Roland gathering all the Asya Sephiroth from meeting. Asya being the lower quadrant of the Tree of Life. It isn't a really productive conversation. Most of it is just the squad being pissed at Angela for ruining their plan moments before it was completed. Anyways, we got Heart of Aspiration Abnormality pages. With this one, I like killing you after 3 scenes, but in those 3 scenes, you're a literal demigod. This page carries Roland's floor for a while. The next invitation is to the Zwei Association themselves, using the books of Mars and Lulu. San here is acting in desperation, wanting to get the books of his friends, and Isadora here just isn't having it. But just as San is about to leave, the Hana Association officially raises the library's hazard level to urban legend, meaning the Zwei Association will begin looking into the library now. And it won't stop at just the Zwei. Associations, syndicates, wings, their interest in the library will only grow as the game progresses. And that interest is going to mean harder receptions. Angela, for one, is excited about that, as the higher level of a person entering the library is, the better quality of information their book will provide, drawing Angela closer and closer to her freedom. Roland even invites Angela to his favorite restaurant, Hom Hom Pong Pong, however you pronounce it, home of a very tasty sandwich. Just don't read into the menu too hard because those are spoilers. The Zwei Association is the second of the 12 fixer associations within the city, functioning as a police force, albeit a paid one. If you don't pay the Zwei to defend you, they have no reason to, as stated in this Joe Schmo Zwei Fixers page. For all they care, you can be dragged into an alley and finally diced by a backstreets butcher. You have money though? I am so sorry, please spit him out right now. The Zwei are oriented around a defense, with their catchphrase being your shield. Right now we're fighting Section 6 Zwei Fixers, which are the weakest, but pretty soon we'll be facing down Section 1. After nabbing a book of a Zwei crew member, we unlock Netzak's first abnormality, the Fragment of the Universe. This guy does absolutely everything he can to stagger Netzak. The gimmick of this fight being to allow yourself to get stabbed, because if you get stabbed, you gain enlightenment. A card that you don't play and just hold in your hand, because if you do this, the Fragment of Universe's main damage dealer move goes from 500,000 to 0. Good job, Netzak and Fragment of the Universe. You're both pretty cool. So cool, in fact, that he's drinking on the job. Now that's something I can get behind. Apparently, being a patron librarian means having the ability to manifest alcoholic beverages out of books. Fragment of the Universe's abnormality pages are fine. No breakdown pages, which is boring, but tentacles is kinda cool. After this, we send the red invitation back to the Zwei, hoping to catch some bigger fish, and we hop into a pretty interesting meeting, the Distortion Phenomenon, something that occurred following the White Nights and Dark Days, where human beings would transform or distort into monsters, seemingly at random. The pianist is an example of this. A monster so dreadful, it managed to kill a whopping 80% of District 9's population, which is bonkers considering the city's estimated population of 7 billion people. If we assume that 7 billion people is spread evenly between all 26 districts, that's 269 million people per district. And if it killed 80% of that, that means the death toll was around 215 million. Sweet bejesus, that's a lot. It's also not the correct number. The pianist was such a tragedy unlike any before. The Hana Association itself had to dispatch a color fixer to take it down. There are currently no leads for the source of the Distortion Phenomenon, but the Zwei suspects the library might know something. The Zwei then sends their second crew to the library, hoping to get some kind of lead. This is another multi-act fight, but there's nobody interesting in the first act, so who cares? The next act has San as a rematch, as well as a fixer named Julia. Sans' page talks about what it means to be an associate office to one of the big associations. It's much nicer because you don't have to worry about finding clients to put food on your table, but rather the association does that for you. You just have to risk yours and your whole office's collective lives whenever the association needs a job done. San can't really blame the death of his closest friends on the office though. That was entirely his own fault, which he remarks at the end of the page. Julia's page is about her first time showing up to a fixer office, meeting San and Isadora, and laughing at Isadora's face. This was actually my first failed reception, even though they let me use 3 of my 4 library floors for it. This is thanks in part to them having lots of decently scary dice for this tier with statuses that they can inflict, along with me being a big dummy that didn't understand the game mechanics very well. Something that didn't change until the very end of the game. This caused me to have to go back and re-farm for Lulu's book since I needed her book to resend the invitation. And that's probably one of my least favorite aspects of this game. Farming books that you already received just because you failed the reception. I get it, it makes sense. The guests took those books and left. But it just feels so bad every single time, and eventually fights become super hard, and failing a hard fight only to go back and do a similarly hard fight gets old very quickly, especially when you're just as likely to fail that similarly hard fight. Anyways, 3-match fight went much smoother, and since Roland's floor had beaten 2 abnormalities, there were 2 assistant librarians that helped a lot in evening the odds. Also, Heart of Aspiration is broken. So Julia dies, San dies, and everybody is sad. Immediately after the fight, Angela tells Roland that the library is her own repurposed lobotomy corporation. She also tells him the truth about her machine origins. She was used as a tool in a project that eventually gave birth to the White Knights and Dark Days, which she believes created the Distortion Phenomenon. Something that Roland had guessed in the first place, stating that the library gave off a suspiciously similar vibe to the Distortions. The next abnormality fight using Julia's page is the Happy Teddy Bear, the first HE level abnormality that had a penchant for snapping necks. The goal here is to never clash with him. If you do a clash, he'll do exactly what he was born and raised to do. If you instead let him attack one person while the other person does one-sided attacks, he will never evaporate you and your friends with the power of physical affection. After beating up the stuffed toy, Malkuth vents her trauma and how she gained the will to stand up straight in her second life. Before Angela appears and tells her that, actually, it was to milk you like a smelly cow for Enkephalon to power up the Seed of Light. Before cutting to a scene of the boxes, stanced up in front of Angela, angry that she's threatening to steal the light that they worked so hard for, voiding all their sacrifices, making everything that they went through utterly worthless. Except for Bina, she's still a crazy sadist and decides to side with Angela for no other reason than to be contrarian. This might just be me, but I never really got any use out of the Happy Teddy Bears pages. They're useful, but there's just nothing amazing about them. The final episode of the Zwei Association is access to using the books of San, Julia, and the Book of the Distortion. This episode features a new character, Walter, the director of Zwei Section 6, and the disembodied voice from the start of Urban Legend. Isadora really wants to go to the library, but Walter is too preoccupied with the likes of the Carnival and the musicians of Bremen. That's when he sees the invitation containing the Book of the Distortion. Immediately, his tone flips from, "You can't do that, that's too rash," to, "Let's go, bro, I'm so stoked, let's get this bag, dude, for real," before calling Angela the C-word that she hates so much and goes to his own death. Walter's page is on associations, how their primary objective in the city is profit above all else. To many, the danger level of a request doesn't matter, but rather how much a client is willing to pay in order to get something to happen. Isadora's page is about growing up with San. How he was a big fat coward when they were little, but would always put up a tough guy bravado. He faked it until he maked it, basically. This fight isn't really that hard, but they do have some nice moves like Blade Whirl, Suppress, and Retaliate. This is the first fight that I used Malkuth as a Footfalls Kamikaze, completely unintentionally, with Hod's team to finish up Isadora. Following this battle and the casual racism from earlier, or I guess specism, though she's not really a species, maybe droidism? Someday in the next 50 years, this is going to become a genuine debate that people are going to get crazy heated over. Following the droidism from earlier, Angela asks what it means to behave as a machine. Something her creator, Ayin, said a lot to her. The filthy droidist. Roland explains that the city dwellers don't like the idea of sapient machines because machines were made to serve humans. And if they were to make an intelligent machine, it would cause ripples across the moral quandary of the city. As if city dwellers aren't incredibly selfish anyways. The machines that were the Sephiroth didn't count as machines, as they were human brains stuffed into robotic bodies. And while Angela isn't fully a machine herself and is more of a mechanical copy of a human in Carmen, she still counts as a machine as she wasn't born a human. Sorry about that, Angelo. With Walter's book in hand, we're treated to some more malevolent machines in the all-around helper trio on Yesid's floor. This fight revolves around the little evil Reddit's gaining strength and dealing 10 damage with the move clean. Afterwards, thanks to its passive ability, we'll immediately do the exact same thing. Despite what it may sound like, they all die almost instantly after hitting them with a blunt attack. Forsaken Murderer's Abnormality pages make this fight incredibly easy. After uninstalling Reddit, these two get to talking about the city's crazy catalog of technology. In this city, there's such things as antimatter stockings, the panacea, the cure to all known diseases, and of course, the many singularities Wings have patented. The only constraint being to the access of these technologies? Everybody say it with me now. Money. Roland goes on to ask what Lobotomy Corporation's singularity was, to which Yesid responds, Cogito. That beautiful sticky fluid that sprang forth from the well that was Carmen's nervous system. The stuff that was injected into people's brains which released that dog lying dormant in the world. Roland makes the remark that physically manifesting the mind sounds not too dissimilar to the distortion. People becoming monsters born of their own mind? It is actually quite similar. Yesid then informs Roland of what their team's original goal was under the lead of Carmen. To cure the disease of humanity, and they would stop at nothing to achieve this. They would perform unethical experiments on unwilling test subjects, all in the name of saving humanity. Which failed, all because Ian didn't want to see Angela in the final moments. We then get another vision of the final moments right before Angela pulled the plug. Malkuth taking command and organizing the strategy to take down Bina. Bina made just about every single abnormality breach containment like she loved so much to do, and despite all their efforts, they couldn't beat the box arbiter and had to come to a compromise. All around helper stuff is great. I especially like the speed difference damage buff thing, because if you build around it right, you can force something to do 1 billion damage every single time. After this Zwei, we get to our first split path in the game where we can choose different options to continue the story. The one furthest right requires the Book of Walter, the Book of the Distortion, and the Book of Lobotomy Corporation. And it begins one of the most existential and terrifying storylines I've ever seen in a video game. It begins by getting us acquainted with 2 fixers and an operator of the Muller office. Olga, Mika, and Rain. They're boarding one of W Corp's prestigious warp trains. W Corp, or Warp Corp, is known for its incredibly fast and efficient transportation system. Trains that will get you to any destination in just under 10 seconds. How convenient. Things turn south when the train still hasn't arrived in over 17 hours. At that point, everybody begins to freak out, including the couple in front of the fixer crew, Tommy and Mary. But the train seems to be operating still. After 30 hours, Olga, her crew, and 300 other passengers are getting fed up. But weirdly, they aren't experiencing any kind of fatigue, hunger, or thirst. What's more, Olga boarded the train with a hangover and she still has it. Olga tries to bust open the door, but it seems the train is impervious in its current state. But Olga has a solution. Using the invitation she had received from Mio, captain of the Rabbit team. The Muller crew makes their escape from the train in stasis. But don't worry, this is far from the end. We will be back to this train. And trust me when I say it gets so much worse. We're at the point now where most opposition is getting around the same health as our side. It's also becoming more common for enemies to have a second speed dice, meaning they can do multiple attacks in one scene. Olga's page tells us about her and Mio. How the both of them used to be Backstreet's buddies before Mio went to become a big shot at ArcCorp. They fought together, experienced life-threatening situations together, and fell out of contact until recently, where Mio asked Olga out on a date, smirked, slid an invitation out of her fanny pack and handed it to Olga, and said good luck, sucker. Mika's page is interesting because it's through this page we get to see one of the functions of the head. The head is responsible for managing and granting patents. If you use a technology you shouldn't have, they send you a cease and desist, and you have to pay a fee. If you don't pay the fee and break the rules 2 or more times, the 3rd cease and desist will arrive in conjunction with an executioner from the Claw. Mika's father was a weapon craftsman at a workshop who was tricked into making multiple patented weapons, resulting in his execution. Rain's page is all about contracts in the city. Before a fixer accepts a request, they have to sign a contract. If they don't, their client is under no legal requirement to pay them for their work. Getting contracted by a wing is a huge deal for your office, as it means that a wing is willing to put their trust in you. And keep in mind, there's millions of people in a wing, so it's like having the country of Slovakia asking someone for assistance. Rain is worried though. Our corp specializes in military combat, so for them to pass forward the invitation to someone else might be just a bad omen. After wiping the floor with the drunkener middle schooler siblings, Angela explains to Roland that R-Corp was a major client of L-Corp's. Their singularity of replication requires a lot of energy to maintain. And since L-Corp was the city's big energy producer, their relationship was mutually beneficial. 3 wings in collusion with each other, so much for trickle-down economics. Using the books of Walter and the Zwei Section 6, we send an invitation to this group, the Stray Dogs. This is a decently well-known syndicate, as we even saw rats from earlier dreaming about joining them. Them and their power tattoos. Young Mi is beating the tar out of a Zwei fixer while complaining about Walter. Fun fact, you can actually see the Stray Dogs crew in Walter's Guardian page. So Young Mi roid rages and apparently soloed all of Zwei Section 6. A good sign. Dino's page talks about tattoos in the city and their abilities. Formerly a patent underneath a wing, tattoo augmentations are some of the cheapest and easiest ways to give yourself an edge in this world. They can give you super strength. They can harden your skin. They can mow your lawn, satisfy your wife. Just don't get a cheap tattoo, otherwise you run the risk of waking up to your own skin falling off your body. Young Mi's page is about accessorizing, how his tattoos and accessories give him small boosts in physical power. It all adds up. Zulu's page talks about their rigid pack structure in the Stray Dogs, and despite how far on the ladder you may climb, no syndicate could ever hope to compare to the 5 Fingers. The Stray Dogs' gear is incredible for this stage in the game, and this passive ability with blunt dice power saved me from an upcoming Abnormality fight that would otherwise be so obnoxious. I was pretty close to a fervent beats carry on the first attempt, but looking back, I made a lot of really stupid rookie mistakes in this fight. The run back though, clean victory. There aren't really all that many interesting general invitation groups in Urban Legend here, barring the Axe Gang. The Axe Gang is closely associated with the Hook Office, and their pages talk about the symbiotic relationship between offices and syndicates. If syndicates didn't exist, messing things up and committing crimes, offices would have no place either. In fact, there are actually some vigilante syndicates that want to burn other syndicates to the ground and would just rather not get a fixer license or have to take orders from associations. With the Book of Olga, we can head to the floor of literature where Hana waits, facing down a terrifying, threatening pair of red shoes. I don't know how they did it, but they somehow designed a murderous pair of shoes and it didn't look completely stupid. Legless bodies adorn the arena as the shoes attempt to draw in your allies in hoping to add their legs to the pile. The gimmick of this fight is simple. The left shoe's attacks cause bleed, and the right shoe gains power against a bleeding target. To win, make it so anyone that clashes with the right shoe isn't bleeding. Bang, boom, ow. Afterwards, Hod and Roland have a chat about Hod's first life as Michelle. The life where she ratted out the original Lobotomy Corporation to the head, making them send an arbiter down to put a stop to things. Something Roland doesn't believe entirely because their little research station wasn't even inside the bounds of the city. The head really shouldn't have a reason to go get them. The red shoes pages are fine, but what I really like is the obsession page, because applying a lot of bleed can be really funny. It's also a little wacky that this really nice and gentle character's floor is the one that's designed to make her enemies bleed the most. After that, we go to Netzak's floor with the Child of the Galaxy. The goal of this fight is to make the sad boy and his weird waves all die at the same time. If that doesn't happen, he heals everybody. This one is extremely easy, and I won before the 4th scene even started. After this is a bro conversation where both Roland and Netzak get drunk and talk about the most traumatic moments of their lives. In it, we get a cutscene of the lobotomy crew. Gabra is facing down Bina in a battle over which side gets to keep the light, ultimately ending in a draw. And seeing how neither party was really making any ground, they decided to settle on a compromise. Angela would regather all the light spent thus far, and once it's all in one place again, they would decide what to do with it there, with Angela getting some time to live as an actual human until then. Kind of. After the bro convo, we get to see Child of the Galaxy's pages. He has a kamikaze, which is huge. Netzak's team has an affinity towards stabbing and healing. Mediocre so far, but eventually he gets a completely game-breaking abnormality page, which makes someone entirely immune to any and all damage. but we'll get to that. So far, we've crushed a higher-up at a syndicate, higher-ups at an association, and a talented fixer office. Achievements that aren't grandiose, as these were still quite low-ranking fruits on the corporate tree, but these weren't just any Joe Schmo nobodies like the rats. And as such, the people of the city are beginning to fear the library.
셀마, 내 덕분에 남부지부장 자리를 지켰으니 은혜를 갚아야 하지 않겠어?
알아. 그런 거래였지.
The Shei Association is the fourth of the 12 fixer associations in the city, this one specializing in assassination. In this cutscene, we get to see the leader of the Shei's southern branch, Thelma, talking to one of the most important characters in the entire game. The unnamed character asks a favor of Thelma, with a list of things for Shei Section 2 to accomplish for him. Among them being, of course, the library. Back at the library, Roland opens up to Angela about his previous marriage. That's right, Roland was fornicating with the miladies. I'm sorry to say it, gamers, but Roland is not an incel. I will forever be furious about this betrayal. Roland's wife was also a fixer. I say was because she died, along with her and Roland's baby. Dang it. So after fighting and struggling an agonizing battle out of poverty, out of the terrifying life as a fixer, after seeing and going through things no human should be ever going through, Roland's reward is a giant middle finger, and as he puts it, I'm trying to settle it on my own terms. After this, we're given what would otherwise be a game-breaking new mechanic in passive ability transference. You like this ability, but it's stuck on this trash card? No problem. Just pick it up and push it somewhere else. The only reason why I say it would otherwise be game-breaking is because this is very far from game-breaking, actually. Here's a lesson. If this game freely bestows upon you a gift that looks like an absolute game changer, just know that the game is about to break all your bones and skull fuck you. The Urban Plague level continues with the split path storylines. The one here taking place in the Church of Gears oratory. The same Church of Gears that this Vice spoke about in the dark prologue entering into urban myth. Here we see Eileen, the leader, telling this new member about the joys of being a gear. The guy is intrigued and agrees to sit in the chair of gear wisdom, just to see what kind of gear he's meant to be. Wowee, a thought gear. Wonderment and joy. He may not be a gear, but the grind will soon begin as soon as this man is placed on Eileen's head next to her own father gear. Right outside, the group known as the Full Stop Office is preparing to riddle the place with bullets. Apparently, Director Eugene of the Shei Association personally requested this office to do this. The same Shei Association from the prologue. Something fishy is going on here, though. The Full Stop Office begins unloading at Eileen, though somehow, the thought gears on her head seemingly knew exactly where their bullets would go and kept her safe from the onslaught. Except for one bullet that grazes her shoulder. Nice try, noob. But it doesn't end there. A finisher bullet was fired only to be deflected by the blue reverberation. Let's talk about fixers again. Fixers are graded from 1 to 9, grade 9s being the lowest on the ladder and grade 1 being the highest. But sometimes there are grade 1 fixers whose skills are far beyond the realm of any and all comparison. Fixers that supersede all competition, becoming titans living among men. These are color fixers, the same grade of fixer that was necessary to take out the pianist. We face a couple of color fixers in this game, but just know for now that the blue reverberation is one of the worst, even among his grade. Argalia, the blue reverberation, recruits Eileen to his squad, an invitation which she graciously accepts, before chasing down the Full Stop Office and tormenting them in the corner. Luckily, or unluckily for them, an invitation to the library appears and they bail the fuck out of there, after which the blue reverb remarks to his friend Pluto about how the real show is only beginning. Pluto looks like he resists damage from Meteorite and Hellstone. Back at the library, Roland is freaking out about the blue reverberation making an appearance. That guy is crazy, and we begin picking off the blue man's prey ourselves. This is the first fight with ranged combat pages. Ranged pages work a little bit different than melee pages, as they always go first. They're also clashed with differently too. If someone's coming at you with a bunch of really strong ranged dice, it can be best countered with one dice that does a lot of damage, because that dice will be recycled with every bullet flying your way, cutting the bullets in midair like that one Mr. Beast short that the Swordsman Fortnite danced in. Stefan and Tamaki's pages are all about their Second Amendment rights. How that doggone head put so many goddarn taxes on my Galducin firearms. Firearms aren't straight up banned in the city, but they're virtually useless because of all the heavy taxes and regulations. They have expensive licenses and crazy restrictions. The head really doesn't like guns. The reasoning why is anybody's guess. The go-to theory being that guns make it just too darn easy to nay-nay an average person, as it's much less hands-on than using a sword or a knife or something of the like. Good guns do exist out there, but they are nigh completely inaccessible, unless you're part of a militant operation like our corp. Again, it's a case of good firearms and defense are for the rich people and governing bodies, and no firearms for the smelly peasants. Leeway's page is about color fixers. Becoming a color fixer is every fixer's dream in the city, as the position grants so much more freedom than anything else. They're the Hana Association's ideal fixer when it comes to dealing with dangers known as stars of the city. While it wasn't officially named one, if I had to guess, the pianist is one such example of star of the city, given that death toll. Probably a pretty damn high-ranking one, too. Continuing off of the Stray Dog story, we get a look at an interesting new syndicate, the Carnival. The same Carnival Walter was referring to in the 3rd episode of the Zwei. The Carnival is cute in a nasty, messed up kind of way. They're a roving syndicate of tailors who eat people to turn into an advanced kind of fabric. And they talk in this weirdly adorable, optimistic, and direct way.
전령님을 먹어도 돼요?
맛있을 거예요. 좋은 실이 나올 거예요.
Will be tasty. In the same cutscene appears another syndicate in the Index. The Index is one of the 5 fingers that make up the criminal underworld of the city, with their whole operation being based on prescripts that must be followed. But more on that later. After this, we get a visit from yet another syndicate, the Kurokumo Clan, with Miss Mountainbiker Sayo, who sees the Index messenger and considers beating the tar out of him. But they don't, and they go their separate ways. This is one of my favorite bits of Project Moon's world building, as we learn from Roland that instead of getting an augmentation or wearing any kind of armor, you can just wear clothes made from a really strong human being's body. Good clothes has the same exact effect. Your drip is more important than exercise, basically. Though with clothes, money won't be able to buy you the best stuff, but rather, being a partner to a workshop or an organization will give you the sauce. And what I mean is you can't just walk up to a guy and fork over $1 million to purchase a fanny pack made out of God's right nipple. Instead, you have to be acquainted with that person, probably working for them, to be bestowed such a valuable item. In this same cutscene, we also learn that the 5 fingers have enough power to rival all 26 of the wings, which is kind of baffling given the amount of people in a wing. Though I guess it makes sense given the fingers rule the backstreets of the world. And there are backstreets in every single wing. Apparently, the Carnival's ability to weave the human body into a fabric is actually a singularity, one stolen from a collapsed wing. Their page ends with the prescript they received from the Index. This is a really interesting fight because some of their attacks put fascinating fabric into your allies' hands. The reasoning behind this is to save you from getting absolutely demolished and tailored to death. They have this passive ability called Remembrance, which is an awesome skill because it gives the character that has its strength whenever a teammate dies. Pretty good, pretty useful. I use this a lot. This was a pretty easy reception, mostly thanks to the ranged cards the full stop office granted. Using the books of Walter and Isadora, our next invitation travels to the Dawn office, with some pretty damn important characters. This is Philip, proud grade 5 fixer and tea aficionado, also world-renowned track star in the making, along with Salvador, the 23-year-old zoomer just racing for the coffin, and Yuna, who just got home from band practice. This band involving 1,000 dangerous needles, a request that she managed to handle on her own as a lone fixer. The culprit behind it? Yesterday's Promise. An unknown character we still have yet to meet properly, but someone that's been mentioned and referenced multiple times at this point. Yuna shows an example of one of the needles, this one having a symbol of the Jewish Merkaba, meaning chariot, or the throne chariot through which God reveals himself to the world. Anyways, rent is due, and the only way that the Dawn office is gonna stay afloat is through the help of an urban plague level assignment. Luckily, the library's calling. Salvador and Roland actually know each other, as they're both smoke war veterans. But they're both washed up now, and for some reason, Salvador does not recognize Roland at all. Probably because he's a senile old bag of bones born in the year 2000 something. Before getting on to the fight and their pages, I would really like to highlight the fact that there's such a thing as the midnight pancreas burgers in this world. What does that even mean? Yuna and Salvador's pages are both super interesting to me, as they're presented like case files for the Thousand Needles incident. According to this, someone named Derry signed a contract with some shady fellow in order to gain more power. But following this, he broke the rules of the contract that were hidden in the fine print. Now Derry is terrified for his life, knowing that the contract was broken and something terrible is going to happen. The second file being a transcript of an interrogation. This person knew Derry, who at this point had gone missing. One day, Derry reappeared, walking down the street like a zombie, completely gaunt, and muttered things like, "Something's boiling," when all of a sudden he ballooned up and exploded, sending thousands of needles out of his body. Anybody impaled by those needles would then blow up themselves, causing a chain reaction of needles. Salvador's page further elaborates on this, the orange symbol on the nape of their neck denoting something ominous. When Salvador arrived on the scene, the chunks of flesh merged together using something called a brainstem focus resonator. Despite my research, I have no fucking clue what that is. Anyways, the tiny chunks of flesh form a giant 3-meter tall monster, or 10 feet in freedom units, and starts throwing enormous needles at Salvador. Those needles would pierce through buildings, causing them to melt. And people looking into the monster's eyes or the holes in its body would also go on to explode. This is what happens when you breach a Nintendo contract. These guys have some fantastic moves that can be really hard to beat, and they also set you on fire, which is just great. On my first attempt, I failed. Embarrassingly hard, might I add. My second attempt with Rolando's team went a little better, knocking down Yuna, but still no dice. Attempt number 3 came from Hod's team, and Hod cleaned up, turning everybody into a book, except for Philip, who ran away like a little baby. After Dawn Office comes time for our first urban plague abnormality, the Spider Bud. I really like this battle. The gimmick here is that the Spider Bud is invincible and doesn't move until one of her babies is killed. And when one of them is killed, she revs up to life and attacks the librarian that did such a terrible thing, cocooning them. After doing which, every single one of her babies attacks that person. But when she springs to life, she becomes targetable. So the goal then is to either kill all her babies at the same time so that when she comes to life, you don't have to deal with them and their extra damage, or you can just bum rush her and somehow still win, like I did. Odd's team is really strong for some reason. The pages you get from the Bud are all decent. You can make funny stuff happen with them. I never really used this buff. Next up in Netzak's floor, Porcupus. This guy's gimmick is that when he hits a librarian, he adds a page of pleasure to their hand. And if a librarian has 3 pleasures, it whips out its bulb and gives them a rub, making their heads explode from the sheer euphoria. The weird part is that pleasure as a page is actually incredibly strong, so having it in hand sometimes isn't a bad option. It's a pretty long back and forth, but I managed to win on my first try. As for his pages, Thrill was just extra damage for always, and Laughing Powder was free stagger heal for no drawback whatsoever. Also never use elation. Never. The next group to be invited is a group of fixers from the Gaze Office. They attached an observation device to the Muller office folk in an attempt to uncover the secrets of the warp trains. Things are going fine when suddenly the observation device completely stops responding. Probably because they teleported to the library. But they've received an invitation to that library, and those books are waiting for them. Using the information gathered from Olga's experiences, they can sell those books to powerful people like Wings to make a juicy sum. This group has some of the best pages you can ask for, not only at this stage of the game, but for many to follow as well. They mainly focus on paralyzing you, that way they can win clashes and just make your life quality a whole lot worse. Bono's page talks about taxes paid. Everyone has to do them. If you miss paying your taxes 3 times, you will also get visited by the executioner, just like in real life. Dalek's page talks about the nature of nests, how the wings are used to protect their precious eggs. And don't be mistaken, people are expendable as hell. They're not the eggs. They're just feathers that'll grow back when plucked. Nay, the eggs in question are the wings' patented singularities. That's right, the things that make them money. Alok's page is kinda boring. Talks about Kane Office, which we'll actually see later, and is important for a lot of the city's fixer office legal stuff. I don't care. That stuff is boring. Kane Office is who you go to when you dispute a copyright claim from Millie or something like that. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Now then, allow me to teach you all about one of my favorite early mid-game moves. Going for the bullseye. Sometimes it has the same effect as a wet fart, and other times it... With their books in hand, we can go take a look at the Fairy Festival. A previous hapless Zwei Abnormality that is now...
What the fuck is that?
The gimmick of this fight is having the queen eat its own babies, this making her incredibly vulnerable to basically everything. Then, once all her babies are eaten, she gains a whopping plus 30 damage and gains the power to vaporize any living things. At that point, have another character stagger her with ranged combat pages or turn them into a footfalls nuke. Fairy Festival pages are decent. I, for one, am a fan of the one that eats your allies and makes you stronger, but the other two have their places. Yes, its floor receives the contraption. Singing Machine is a weird fight. You're squared up against 3 stagger-resistant, music-addicted employees that shoot spitballs at your team until the machine comes alive on the 3rd scene. After which, the addicted employee will beeline for the nearest femboy and stuff them into the hungry machine. Unimportant. I would like to bring attention to this glitch, where instead of dashing over, Bong Bong just slid across the ground, dragging her Bong Bongs. Very impressive. Whenever music is playing, the addicts become super stagger weak, that being the time to whack 'em. And luckily, getting stuffed into the circle saw torture device doesn't actually kill the person inside, so thanks. The physical scars make me look cool, but why did you have to leave me with emotional ones as well? Also, thanks for the extra damage. I really appreciate that big... After the singing machine, we get introduced to our first Bria Lair librarian, Intifrith, who is a literal child, not too dissimilar to the viewer that is watching this video right now. Hell begins on this floor. Agony. Suffering. But let's not worry about that right now. Some things are drawing me back to the story of the Kurokumo Clan, who are currently shaking down L Corp's Nest's residence for protection money. Following the spectacular dissolution of L Corp's Nest and its people that were more or less unaffiliated with the company got absolutely fucked. Since these were soft, comfortable Nest residents with about as much survival instinct as a peeled walnut, these people are the perfect targets for syndicates like the Kurokumo Clan to exploit and shake down for money, especially since Nest residents are in the top 30% of income. Since these guys have been shaken down to their bones, the clan punishes them in a vicious fashion before walking away. While they go, they talk about some interesting figures, syndicates that we can fight through general invitations in the Blade lineage and the Rusted Chains. And as they're walking, they run into a pretty troublesome figure pulverizing their goons. Worse yet, I think she's Australian. This is Tanya, the Le du Loup, French for Hour of the Wolf. She single-handedly destroys just about every one of Sayo's henchmen, and then shakes down Sayo herself for the carnival's fabric that she just obtained from the carnival 1 episode ago. The fabric she needs for her boss, or the orchestrator of her ensemble, as she puts it. And while she's at it, she wants to crush some syndicates so nobody can stand in their way as they make music. It's really cool seeing these bullies groveling at the feet of an even bigger bully. Truly a sight to behold. Roland explains to Angela what happens to a nest when it falls. Usually a big syndicate moves in and occupies the area, waiting until a new wing grows in power and is assigned that spot, where the syndicate will then sell the claim to land to the next up-and-coming wing. They also remark on the wolf girl they saw, thinking that it's an example of the distortion. Kurokumo means dark-clad in Japanese, and Irezumi, tattoos like this are generally associated with the Yakuza, making this an awesome reference. At this point in the game, I decked out Nezak's team to be a firing squad that perforates the areolas of any living thing as soon as the game starts. So this fight was easy. The only drawback being to ranged is that most of their pages are single use. So if you can't make crazy things happen early on, what usually happens is you'll get slowly bled out by lack of the ability to do anything. But that was not the case with the Kurokumo Clan. Their pages are all about syndicates. How Nest residents are hopeless when the wing falls. How you're either the predator or the prey in the back streets. And how the hand of the back streets occasionally gathers for tea parties, at which they'll discuss how to best run the back streets. Epic reference. And just like Yakuza, the cutscene bullet is unstoppable. Off of the full stop office comes a group that we've become somewhat familiar with, the Musicians of Bremen. A group of furries obsessing over their favorite band that isn't the Living Tombstone, the pianist. Him and his piano made of 100,000 bodies. The most enchanting part of his performance was the finale, with hundreds of fixers charging in, only to explode when directly exposed to the music, somehow assimilating with the piano. But then, the black silence arrived at the scene. The aforementioned color fixer dispatched directly by the Hana, whom cut off the pianist's hands and head, ending the performance. Ironic that the fixer named after Silence was the one that shut the big piano man the fuck up. Ever since then, everybody that was unfortunately close enough to hear the pianist's melody that didn't become a note in its performance had a high chance of going completely insane. Just like the musicians here, who killed to make music, in big air quotes, making mention of other members of their group that aren't currently present, in Hee-Haw, Doodle-Doo, and Woof. Angela remarks that the pianist sounds eerily similar to the silent orchestra, the gaunt bastard that likewise makes your whole facility go crazy. Roland describes the pianist's performance as ravaging to your very core, enough to make a group of crazy people try to replicate it. Angela gets attacked in this cutscene, and unlike last time a guest tried to harm Angela, she actually starts bleeding. Her insides are still mechanical, but somehow she now has veins and arteries. Could this be what Angela's been wanting for? To become human? The musicians of Bremen play by strengthening each other and enfeebling the librarians. Oink used to actually be a member of the Zwei Association, a fixer association revolving around information. Basically the Project Moon equivalent of the CIA. Anyways, Oink worked there until he heard the pianist's beautiful melody. And he was so inspired he decided to dedicate the rest of his life to recreating that beautiful tune. Moomoo's page is about his particular work as a musician in the backstreets. How they used to sell meat to local restaurants, i.e. Pierre's Bistro. But when Woof, Doodle-Doo, and Hee-Haw left, they didn't have enough throughput for this. Meow's page is super interesting because it tells of her forming the band with Woof, Doodle-Doo, and Hee-Haw before a mysterious person showed up and extended an offer to join his ensemble. An offer which they accepted, leaving Meow to look after the other two. Good job, gang. Play the FNAF 1 song next time. The cutscene following this is both Roland and Angela being shocked that a regular-ass hit was enough to make Angela not only flinch, but bleed and feel pain. Angela is showing signs of becoming human. Okay, I'll consider everything preceding this moment just a tutorial. Everything that came before this, Weenie Hut Juniors. Super Weenie Hut Juniors. Library of Ruina is notorious for its vertical difficulty spikes that all seemingly come out of absolutely nowhere. Like a bus ride to daycare when the bus suddenly sets on fire and you're set on fire and everything is on fire because it turns out you're in hell. What I'm saying is the video actually starts now. And it all starts out with a familiar face. Yeah, Queen of Hatred is back to cause just as much of a headache as she used to. Being a really hard fight with a gimmick that's not so much a do this and you win, and more of a play to this condition, otherwise she will unjustly fornicate with your soul. In fact, the game from this point onwards becomes less about beating up enemies and experiencing the story, and more about getting your arms torn off, mouth punched, balls kicked, inching along in the vain hope that your opponent doesn't roll the maximum amount for the 4th time in a row. The Queen of Hatred is actually quite simple. Someone gets marked as the villain, and that person gets their shit pushed in, all the while listening to the single most tilting hit sound effect ever conceived. It sounds so pink and so cheerful, and you might find sheer joy and pleasure when thinking about it, but it will ruin your life, not too dissimilar to a herpetologist experiencing a snake bite. Nothing to see here, YouTube, move along. This is the first fight that took me more than a day to complete, because she rolls monstrously high, and that's before her second form, which I actually never saw in the game. The reason why I never saw it is because in order to see her second form, the villain character needs to hit her. But whenever my character was marked as a villain, they fucking died. Every single time. Here's my strategy. If you want to win, you need to do a lot of clashes. This creature has a lot of moves that hurt more when they're not clashed with. Clashing with them will keep the odds even. Second, make sure to always have light regenerating pages handy. If a character's light runs out, they can't play pages, and when they can't play pages, they're like a cat with no limbs trying to cross a Texan interstate on New Year's Eve. They'll be reduced to dust by 11 a.m. Third, the Queen of Hatred introduces mass attacks to the game. by creating a big fuck-off laser beam that hurts your whole squad. There are two types of mass attacks in this game, individual and summations. Individual mass attacks only target one dice, and if you want to beat them, you need to use the dice that attack is targeting and outroll it. Summations, on the other hand, will roll all the die on the page selected, adding them all up and comparing them to the mass attack's dice value. If you roll higher, congratulations. That's a block. One trick I didn't learn until super late in the game is that you don't actually have to clash directly with a mass attack dice to get a chance at blocking it. You can aim for another one of the opponent's dice with the one being targeted by the mass attack and it'll still block. If you roll high enough, obviously. I don't know whether to write this off as another case of Project Moon not being great at tutorials or if I struggle with reading comprehension. My wager, it's probably both. I would also like to mention that it's not required of you to beat this abnormality at the current level I'm at. It's very possible to grind past and come back with better pages. I just didn't know any better because I'm a little dumb. Anyways, beyond being a really tough fight with the only gimmick being sometimes it does more damage on top of what it was already doing, and sometimes it turns into a snake and does even more. Pretty cool introduction to Library of Ruina. Yes! 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 Thumbs up. The next two invitations are some of the most important parts in the entire game. One of them is because we get a glimpse at a familiar face doing something pivotal in the story, and the other because it is straight up one of the most terrifying pieces of existential horror I have ever seen in fiction. This is the story of Lovetown. Remember the story of Olga in the Molar office. Remember how they entered a warp train but got trapped inside. Remember how they had no desire to eat or drink. Remember how when Olga boarded, she was hungover and stayed hungover for more than a day straight while waiting on the train. It's almost as if the train took a snapshot of their exact state they were in when they entered the train and kept them in that state to the point where even after Olga got off, she was just as hungover as when she got on 30 hours ago. Well, the worst part about that is that Olga in the Mueller office, they were the incredibly lucky ones, having been bailed out by the invitation to the library. There's still a train full of hundreds of people with nothing to do but count the passing seconds. Imagine you're trapped in a train cart, and the only thing you can really do is count as the seconds pass. You're riding until you realize you should have arrived at the stop a while ago, but only 5 minutes have passed so far. It's nothing alarming just yet. It's happened before, so you shrug it off with maybe a twinge of annoyance. Then, 30 minutes pass. Other passengers are beginning to complain about the passage of time, and with no announcements from the conductor about being late, you begin to feel uncomfortable, though panic doesn't begin to set in until an hour passes. Once an hour passes, it becomes clear that something is extremely wrong. Did they send you to the wrong place on accident? Are there repairs going on? Any one thing could be the cause of this delay, but the really truly scary part about it is the lack of communication between the conductor and passenger. It's as if they don't want you to know what's going on. The air within the cart is beginning to feel eerie. Now, 3 hours have passed. Still nothing. A quiet sense of desperation has begun to set in amongst the passengers, thinking about the world outside, thinking about loved ones. Some passengers stood up from their seats and tried the door. It doesn't move. People start hitting the door, attacking it with all their might. Nothing. It's as if the train is immutable, frozen in time. A full day passes. Nobody has slept, eaten, or drank anything. There's no need. You feel just like how you felt when you boarded. Right now, all you're doing is drawing things on your notepad to kill time. A week passes. You and the other passengers have formed small groups amongst each other. You all know everything about each other, as at this point there's no reason to hide anything. A scream reverberates out from a group on the other end of the cart. Confused, you rush over, pushing past small crowds to see what the commotion is about, only to find a group huddled around a crumpled body, a long gash across their neck. Someone had taken their own life. At least, That's what you thought at first. Upon closer inspection, you could see the person's eyes are still flickering around the room, gurgling and mouthing words, far from dead. This person is just as alive as they were when they boarded, and will remain that way for the duration of the ride, however long that may be. We're reintroduced to Tommy and Mary, and introduced to two new characters, Elena and Jaeyeon, who states how weird it is that W Corp hasn't said anything about any of this despite the time passage. 10 days have passed. Let's see how many more we can get. Despite their circumstances, their love is still going strong. On the 15-day mark, the train sees its first suicide attempt. Elena's reaction? Intriguing. Wait a second, is that the same Eileen they're talking about? On the 16th day, they put the person that tried to off themselves under quarantine. Though shockingly, not a single drop of blood touched the floor, somehow staying attached to the person's body despite being outside of it. Like the molecules of blood just will not separate from each other somehow. There are 300 people in the train, and this is only the beginning. On the 30th day, everybody began identifying themselves with their carriage. The carriages further back are racking up body counts, while Tommy and Mary's, with the help of Elena and Jaeyeon, are still going strong. On the 93rd day, the situation becomes grim. Insane and half-dead passengers begin to break into other carriages and start playing around with their mutilated remains. Pain at this point is like pleasure to them, a way to better pass the time. It kind of reminds me of that one experiment where people were put into a completely empty room with literally nothing to do, but in that same room there was a button that they could shock themselves with. Over the span of 15 minutes, 67% of men would shock themselves, confirming that a lot of people would rather hurt themselves than be bored. Now extend that 15-minute time frame to what's going on here, and yeah. Also, shout out to that one guy that shocked himself 190 times in that 15 minutes for no reason. At this point, it's only a matter of time before this group's cart gets invaded. This group that's come to hold and love each other so much. I just had the most terrifying realization, and this is an aside. Since blood can't fully become detached from a person in this, what about other bodily fluids? Do you think that, like, if a couple were to start going at it, which they most definitely would do to pass that indeterminate eternity ahead, do you think the fluids would, like, blast out and then just ping pong back? Anyways, crazy half-dead folks are coming, and the good cart needs protection. Elena and Jaeyeon have the solution. They know exactly how to protect the cart of love, and they just need Tom and Mary's consent.
Tommy, how are you feeling?
I don't know, but I'm relieved. I can feel your heartbeat vividly.
Me too. We'll never be apart, ever again.
On the 3,437th day, thanks to Tommy and Mary's combined, or I guess conjoined, efforts, Lovetown is safe from all those pesky suicidals. Huzzah! Tomary! On the 724,284th day, Tommy and Mary's speaking capabilities have both devolved to that of an elementary schooler's. At this point, they're the heroes of Lovetown that keep the peace between all the land. And by the land, I mean the train. Mommy Elena returns with a toy for the two, an invitation to the library. It's worth noting that Tomary at one point thinks they're in trouble with Elena and seem desperately scared that they're about to receive a punishment from her. But they're not going to receive a punishment. They're going to receive a prize. It's a shame that I can't vomit like humans do. This book is going to be an interesting read. If it has about 30 full human lifetimes worth of experience in it, that'll be like 50 times the length of Leo Tolstoy's Love and Peace, and a quarter of the length of this video. The first act is against townspeople of Lovetown. These guys are either weak to a damage type or resist it by 4 times. And their gimmick is that you have to clash with them because if they do a one-sided attack, they do a lot of extra damage. It's all really about choosing the right damage types to do in clashes. And then we reach my first legitimate wall in this game. Tomary is unstaggerable, has Shimmering, which is an ability that lets you always have cards and lets you always be able to play those cards. An ability that almost every overpowered enemy in this game has. Tamari can also revive dead townspeople if the current team fails, and has a secret. Dernier Amour, the last love. So this fight is against not only Tamari, but also has the little guys that hit super hard if you don't clash with them. So you're spread thin on resources, all the while facing this titan. And it's not like you can ignore Tamari to focus on the townspeople, because if you do that, Tamari's just gonna buff them to the point where they are completely unmanageable. And all of that pales in comparison to when Tamari uses Would a Square Look Nice, in reference to the way Tamari folds train passengers into shapes. A move that gains 5 strength for next scene, where they use the biggest, worst, meanest, ugliest move ever. While Tamari is rearing up to attack with Would a Square Look Nice, is the time for absolutely everybody to rush, as this is the only time they become fatally weak to stagger. And if you fail, triangle sounds better. I love the field effect of when they're doing triangle sounds better. A bunch of triangles start appearing on the screen. It's so dumb and grotesque and somehow terrifying at the same time. So yeah, Nezak died a billion deaths that day. After a long and horribly hard fight, Tamari eventually used triangle sounds better, which, as you can probably guess, ended in death. This death being a valuable sacrifice, though, as NetGabe had the teardrops page, which does a fixed amount of damage on death. That might sound like a good thing, but that just meant that Hod's team was about to go in with Last Love Mary, because Tom's face got exploded. And now there's a giant claw sticking out of their back somehow. An arm that now has the ability to use Whip of Love, which is just great. Wrath of Torment isn't a standout move, but I want to bring it up because of how terrifying the page art is. Also, from this point onward, Mary will occasionally cry out in agony that Tommy is gone and that she feels all alone.
Where are you? I'm so scared. Come back to my side, Tommy. Tommy.
Sorry about that. Needless to say, Hod's team also ate it. But the saddest part about this is that they ate it when Tamari had 9 health remaining. 9 health. Which would have been 6 health next turn due to bleed and burn. So that's cool. The run back was much cleaner though. My main strat for the run back was to wear down Tamari with Nezak's team, so Hod's team can come in as the cleanup crew afterwards. Unfortunately, Tamari doesn't have a page explaining their background to go through. It would have been a treat since, you know, this is one of my favorite guests in the game, but alas, knowing how long they've been alive for, maybe the writers just didn't want to write a full-blown epic. How gruesome they are, yet how weirdly cute their phrases are. It'd be great if you could understand love with us. Love is a good thing. How terrifying the fear of an eternity with smelly strangers is. Good work, Lovetown. It would be a Christmas miracle if I didn't get limited ads or age restricted after that. So if you're still watching, please subscribe. Please. I've always dreamt of one day having 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and it would be great if you'd help me get there. Anyways, the final urban plague left to cover is the Wedge Office. Poor little Philip is beating himself up over the destruction of the Dawn Office. Oh, woe is me, Philip. Where Pemily says, yes, yeah, it is your fault for being too weak and babyish. Which stuns Philip because he was secretly fishing for consolation. Those at the Wedge Office would have helped out the library, but they were too busy fighting a group called the 8 O'Clock Circus, a distortion that forced Pemeli to need a body replacement, fashioned after Pamela's body. Apparently, if you have good enough fixer insurance, they can put together your body even after being beheaded, as long as your head and brain are intact. During this, Philip freaks out about the selfishness of everybody in the city, as if he didn't book it and leave as soon as things started to turn bad. Oscar sees right through this, though, telling Philip that in the city there is no such thing as selflessness, and if you think you're the exception, you're wrong. Philip is the most dangerous kind of selfish person, one who's deceived himself into thinking that he's selfless. He's not really upset for Salvador and Yuna's sake, he's upset for his own sake. The poor, sad young man that now has to live with his failure. Both Angela and Roland agree. Selfishness disguised as selflessness is one of the most dangerous things you can strive for. It makes you believe so strongly that you're right, you're blinded by the fact that it's leading those around you down the path to damnation. Pamela's page talks about office partnerships, how the Wedge Office prioritizes a swift, instantaneous finish, whereas their partner, the Dawn Office, are more for longer, arduous battles. Together, they make a cunning force. Pamela talks about insurance and how it is a complete scam. This game was made in a time before you know who did you know what. Oscar's page is super interesting, and the size of Homer's Odyssey. It details the last case they took, where they took down what they could of the 8 o'clock circus, before Pamela was eaten by a lion and needed a new body. They were so close to finishing the job when the leader of the circus escaped. As they left the circus, they bumped into another fixer group in Moses' office, led by Moses herself. This is notable because Moses is actually a character in the Project Moon web series, and we can tell it's the same Moses by her nicotine addiction. They're working hard to solve the case of the distortion, but strangely, every time they finish a case, a distortion tends to appear in the same location. Because of that, Oscar is very wary of them. Not that it really mattered though. The Wedge Office does a lot of Pierce damage, and as long as your whole team isn't cripplingly weak to Pierce, this one's a cinch. Those 3 die, and Philip runs away like a little pussy. History repeats itself, but it doesn't end there. Philip has yet to leave the library. He's still there, kicking himself for not having the courage to stand up straight and die like a real man. And he starts coming around to the fact that, hey, maybe I am a disgustingly selfish person. That's right, it was for my sake, for my own feelings. I, the one who stays living, the person sadder than anyone else. And the game cuts to black, with a foreboding question mark on the enemy team. Philip, you've changed. Philip is done carrying this sadness and pretending it's for the sake of others. Now he's facing us down in some kind of marble chamber with a newfound power. He also has 240 health, takes decreased damage. It will burn anyone that comes near him. There's also an incredibly ominous icon warning you a giant move and blazing strike is coming, so thanks for the tip, I guess. And his pages actually aren't bad anymore, as long as you don't compare them to Tamari. He shifts between offense and defense, either leading with his wing to use as a shield, or his sword to use as a tool to inflict as much fire as it possibly can on your crispy chicken nuggets. Look at the screen right now. Literally everybody is on fire. I would otherwise say that this was a really hard fight, but the fire squad staggered him on like the second scene, and well, he did last to be able to use Blazing Strike, which would have massacred my dudes. Again, firing squad, ranged pages go first. Lamau. This has to be the saddest roll I've ever seen. Imagine you waited so long to do your big, strong, nat 36 dice roll, only to be blue balls out of it because one dumb ranged attack took you to bleed. I would take my computer and throw it in the trash. This isn't the end of Philip's story, though, because despite his newfound power, he is still susceptible to safety teleporters inconspicuously tied to his ankle. Maybe Oscar did care for the boy after all. Ending the reception of the Wedge Office. That was Philip's ego. In the same way Lobotomy Corporation drew out the subconscious mind of unwilling participants to create abnormalities, Philip was able to draw out his own subconscious mind, not turning into an abnormality wholly, but more so harnessing it, working in tandem with it, brandishing a power few humans could even come close to wielding, even augmented up with gear and experience. Angela speculates that Philip may have been able to manifest his own ego, thanks to the White Nights and Dark Days, the pillar of light that left unfinished seeds in the hearts of all city denizens. This will not be our last run-in with Ego Philip, trust me. The Hana Association is beginning to draw the lines. Lobotomy Corporation, the White Nights and Dark Days, the Distortion, and the Library are all linked. All brilliant observations, considering 3 of those 4 things all occurred in the exact same place in the city. Though to be fair, it was only a rumor that the library was an L-Corp's nest. Anybody that tried delving in to confirm this theory ended up getting lost in the mist. But now the library's starting to become visible. Angela's been reading the books of all the guests coming into the library. She's ironically starting to understand what Ian and Carmen's goal was, and why she was created. As we've seen through all the books we've accumulated, nobody has any free will. There's always something that keeps them tethered in the infinitely spinning hamster wheel of the city. Be it money, status, or wanting to belong to a group of some kind. A prospect Angela finds unpalatable. She's going through all this work to be free from everything, having no ties to anyone, only to see that everybody in the city is spending their lives trying to become tied to something greater. Angela finds this disgusting, wanting to crush everything to dust. She still could never forgive Ian for his coldness and shunning, though. It's here that we learn a crazy tidbit of information. Angela had to endure almost 500 times the length of time that Lovetown was forced to experience. And because of that, she developed simple ways to keep her sanity intact throughout. Her best method being closing her eyes. It makes sense now why Angela's eyes were always closed throughout the story of LobCorp. It wasn't an artistic choice, but rather, it was her trying to endure the eternity laid out in front of her. I know it doesn't make a difference, but I think it would be really sick if they retroactively went back and changed it so that every time you do a core suppression, her eyes would have opened up, since that's a brand new experience that she'd undergone. With the Book of Tamari and the Book of Oscar, we unlock Tifrith's next abnormality in the Night of Despair. A once somewhat benevolent abnormality has her swords now pointed towards a middle school girl and her friend group. The gimmick of this fight is to make her swords impale her. And to make her swords impale her, first you have to deal lethal damage to a sword, specifically the sword that's been buffed by her teardrops. Once you've done that, she'll enter despair. And when she's in despair, her swords get really mad, start mashing on their keyboards. And if you clash with them so perfectly to the point where they deal 0 damage, they'll get angry that they couldn't pierce any enemies and penetrate the knight instead. Once all 3 swords hit the knight, she'll become staggered for a turn, which is the only time you can directly damage her. It's a pretty interesting fight all in all, and it only takes staggering her twice to get the win. Anyways, let's get into the first Urban Nightmare tier syndicate. The Sweepers. Though Syndicate doesn't really seem like the right terminology to me, as they're almost like a force of nature in the city. Every night from the hours 3:13 a.m. to 4:34 a.m., Sweepers emerge from the shadows and do a deep cleanse of everything, from trash to people. Mostly the latter. They appear in a wave-like fashion, a big horde sweeping through, leaving nothing behind. Sweepers actually showed up in Lobotomy Corporation as ordeals, though they weren't real sweepers, but rather Tifrith's trauma manifesting itself in the way ordeals do. At least, I think it's Tifrith. It could be Ian's, since the LobCorp facility is like his ego. But they only show up after we learn about their existence from Tifrith, so I don't know. Sweepers are liquid people with this metal suit to hold all their entrails inside. Though judging by this art, it looks like their liquid flesh does hold solid internal organs inside. They spout some weird sequences of letters that Angela promptly translates with her Everything Translate module. Apparently they are quite intelligent. According to the Sweepers, their process of sweeping the streets they refer to as dining. Probably because they eat whoever gets swept up in their numbers. They also seem to have some kind of pack structure, residing in dens during the daytime, having deep respect for their mother, who also has the power to declare war against giant figures like the Index. And judging by this background art, congregating in special places underground. Sweepers no longer control the night. Beings like the Carnival, Tanya, and these 2 unknown entities are ruining their numbers. Note the attire these 2 folks share. They decide that the library is where they're gonna need to go in order to protect their kind. Just like how they appear in the backstreets, they're here in 3 separate hordes. And in order to elicit some kind of trauma response, I had Tifrith's team head out to battle. Maybe forcing her to fight the monsters from her nightmares will elicit some kind of angry reaction that'll have her steamroll all of them. The Sweeper's main gimmick is their health recovery and their ability to prevent death. They're also weak to pierce damage, probably because it puts holes in their suit, which will make their liquid bodies leak out onto the floor. I really like the Sweepers page for the wealth of helpful information it provides. Noisy neighbors? No problem. Just kill them. Hide them inside your house until 3 a.m. and throw them into the streets. Nobody will know. Really, we should be thanking the Sweepers. Lila's page is interesting because it kinda implies that the head themselves are behind the Sweepers. And if not solely responsible, they can demand the Sweepers provide their services anywhere they don't like. If you want my tinfoil hat theory, Sweepers were created by the head to keep people off the back streets during the night, since the Sweepers themselves always follow the rule of never entering property. That means it can keep stinky, dirty homeless people off the street. People that don't want to become a wage slave can die. Thank goodness for that too. Anton's page explains the mechanics of the sweeper's bodies and dining. When a sweeper dines, they put their hooks into a human body, after which the human body will melt into a liquid, which the sweeper goes on to slurp up like a Go-Gurt. This fight isn't so bad, just slap the pierce damage stuff from the Wedge Office onto your dudes and it'll be all good. Once this fight is over, we get access to some amazing sweeper moves like Extract Fuel and For the Family, as well as 2 abilities that are so good, they're useful all the way up until the end of the game and past that, in Health Hauler and Mind Hauler. Thanks for that, guys. Using the books of the musicians of Bremen and Full Stop Office, we go to the Shei Association Southern Branch, the same location that the Urban Plague Prologue took place in. Here, they're complaining about a color fixer setting them up. Probably the Blue Reverberation, making that mystery man talking to the director Argalia. This is a pretty high-achieving organization with incredible achievements, having taken multiple Urban Nightmare level requests in just a span of 10 days. These requests include offing the Patriarch of the Naraku clan, retrieving Oblivion ingots, destroying the Fragment from beyond, demolishing the Thin Beef Skirt factory, and eliminating the Captain of the Steel Comrades. They're being run ragged, with most of their fixers having met their ends. But Director Eugene is confident that the group can handle the library. That way they can figure out what the Blue Reverberation and What's-His-Face are up to. Roland, how do you know everybody? He gets around as a grade 9 fixer. Oh, what's that? You're once a grade 1? Oh. The Shei is a tough fight. They all have a quarter of their health eaten out of them, but that doesn't really matter considering they have more health than I do on all my teams anyways. The Shei Association is mainly based on assassinations and speed. And in this fight, they have a lot of moves that get stronger if they're faster than you or if they're low on health. Something beneficial to them considering their circumstances. Every page on their team is criticizing Thelma, the head of the southern branch of the Shei Association, in one way or another, doing shady deals with the Blue Reverberation, and they all suck off Director Eugene, thinking she's the future president of the entire Shei. And you know, I can see why. Eugene has a base 348 health, can deal 50 damage with a move, and starts every fight with 3 speed die. If she wasn't battle damaged, she could have her run of the library easy. Eugene's page is all about the Blue Reverberation, someone that she suspects is gathering distortions in order to form some kind of organization. Because the Shei was too fatigued to do it themselves, Eugene contacted Full Stop Office to deal with the Church of Gears. Though unfortunately, the Blue Reverb got there first. And now her goal is to find the books of the musicians of Bremen, whom he was sighted conversing with at some point. With that, she can report him to the Hana and seize power of the Shei over Thelma, who have been trying to take her out of the picture. She'll bring great change to the system with her own 2 hands, no matter what. At least that's what I would say if she didn't. So this is a decently tough fight. I won on my first attempt thanks in large part to the Teardrop Abnormality page killing Eugene in the lamest way possible, leaving this sad, battered little loser with 8 health to face off against 7 separate attacks. Go on, buddy, you got it. Angela liked Eugene. She reminded her of Callie, the Red Mist, the most legendary fixer of all, that disappeared without a trace. At least, in the city dwellers' eyes. Little did they know she was busy ruining my life in Elcorp. Straight after this, we get a look at Gebra, who is now a smoker. God help me. Also, why does smoking give me cancer when all the coolest characters do it? In Earth's next title update, I really want them to change that. Immediately, Gebra becomes hostile towards Roland, accusing him of lying to her about being a grade 9 fixer, and swears to halt whatever it is Roland may be plotting. While Roland desperately explains that he really is just a sad little grade 9 fixer, though he doesn't deny that he was once a pretty big deal. Then getting all defensive about his grade and asking her what her grade was, and she replies in part. Before I go on, I need to talk about a general invitation guy in Bamboo-Hatted Kim, leader of the Blade lineage, the same one that picked on the Kurokumo Clan. This guy's slash damage is unbelievable, but my absolute favorite part about this guy is this page, Yield My Flesh. It does okay damage at a decently low cost, but the magic happens when you lose a clash. When that happens, a page To Claim Their Bones is added to your hand. This is a counter dice, which does exactly what it sounds like it does. The best use case for this is whenever an opponent plays a page with multiple moves, as it recycles itself after every victorious hit, meaning they take a lot of damage, paralysis, and bleed. With the Book of the Sweepers, we can send our next invitation, this time to one of the biggest syndicates in the city, the Index. Here we learn about the Index's biggest quirk, something that even the carnival from earlier was forced to carry out: prescripts. Prescripts are a way of life for the Index. Notes written on paper that everybody receiving one has to follow, no matter what. The scene starts out with Jan, the messenger we saw with the carnival earlier, handing this lady her prescript. This one telling her to place needles into her neighbor's birthday cake. Something to note is that it doesn't matter what happens after. She could tell her neighbor about the needles, she could throw the cake out, or she could let her take a bite. As long as the exact words on the prescript are followed, the individual will get protection from the Index. No money required. The second prescript instructs this old man to, quote, play rock, paper, scissors with the third person you meet and play rock. If you win, pull out 59 strands of their hair, then apply seafood cream pasta sauce with mealworms fed on styrofoam to it 3 times, and eat it with a fork. Delicious! If someone doesn't carry out their prescript, they get visited by a proxy. This is Proxy Gloria, a higher up on the Index's ladder. The same weird refrigerator creature that sliced up this sweeper. Presumably another case of someone not following their prescript. The guy that they're confronting here is a painter, with his last prescript being to, quote, kill the last painting you've drawn. He tried following it, tearing up his life's work, drawing people in the process of being killed, but it clearly wasn't what the prescript wanted, as Proxy Gloria is here to smash his frontal lobe. No, what he was obviously supposed to do was paint a person and then kill them. A real no-brainer. That might sound weird, but then Gloria receives a prescript to remove the spine of every 37-year-old in El Corp's Nest. Reminder, estimated 269 million people per district. We're talking about, at minimum, hundreds of thousands of spines. But that doesn't matter to Gloria, though. She'll gladly do whatever the prescript ordains. Esther's is a lot more straightforward. Eliminate the thumb. No time limits. That got intense. The prescripts are the Index's main source of power, and the reason why they've grown so strong as a syndicate. So despite the prescripts seeming like a load of malarkey, they always somehow end in the Index's benefit in one way or another. I wonder if there are any prescripts that tell people to donate their life savings to the Index. That would make sense. The Index hurts real bad. Their pages are super gimmicky because they alternate between different damage types that are buffed big time, which are further buffed if they're only using one page that scene, which they are. Just watch Deckbuilder get staggered in the first scene. Their best page, at least in my opinion, is Will of the Prescript, which we are going to want to take moving forward. According to the Proselytes page, prescripts find ways to reach you in a similar way as the library invitation. It could be in your underpants, in your sandwich, in the hull of the USS Idaho, SSN 799 that you broke into. This could result in legal action. The fight isn't that hard though, and the pages are pretty nice to have, especially Will of the Prescript. Having the ability to draw 3 pages in one move is so nice. Using the books of Oscar and the Wedge Office, an invitation is sent deep into a mountain trail, where 2 dudes are carrying some serious loads in their cargo jackets. They both prattle on about hating their wagey lives, terrified of being fired and being sent to rot in the back streets, where they find and enter a big top. And then Oswald appears. I knew from the second my peepers bore witness to him that people are desperately horny for this creature. Though I'm not brave enough to confirm this theory, I just know. Oswald is the ringleader of the 8 o'clock circus, the same 8 o'clock circus that Oscar and the Wedge Office, as well as Moses' office, failed to bring down. Oswald introduces these 2 to the cast. Mr. Lion, Mr. Elephant, Mrs. Ant, Miss Mermaid, Miss Hexagonal Cone Hat, Mr. Knife, and many others. At this point, Noah is starting to freak out a little bit, with Oswald pestering them to join him, rambling and talking about his friends, dropping an interesting line which I think has greater context in the grand scheme of things, stating his efforts to bring smiles to people were adored by Miss Sun, who whispered to him that she will make his wish come true. It doesn't mean much yet, but as we learn more about people like Oswald, it'll start making a lot more sense. After weighing his options, Noah decides that yeah, I would rather join the circus than be a J-Corp wage slave. So Oswald does what any good Samaritan would do and transplants Emma's eyes into Noah, and makes Emma, like, 8.5 inches taller. Oswald then starts bawling about not being able to entertain the Wedge Office, but since their books are in the library, maybe he could just find why they didn't find him entertaining if he read their life story. Off you go, tall guy, to the library. Wait, how long have you been standing there? Unfortunately, the perspective shifts, so we don't get to see what comes of Philip in the big top. I really like Emma and Noah here. They seem genuinely excited to make Angela smile. There aren't a lot of guests to the library that seem happy to be there and are nice to Angela. Most of the happy people are nut jobs, and the nice people are also nut jobs. This fight is pretty in-depth. You have to win clashes against the little guys to keep them from buffing Emma and Noah, all the while clashing with Emma and Noah to keep them from buffing the little guys. In other words, they're beaten by clashing with everybody. It's not that hard, though, because the little guys don't have the strongest attacks, and most of them just died in the clashes I did while trying to keep them from buffing big guy. Once the small guys are out of the way, the goal is to drop Emma's stagger bar. This will make Emma drop Noah, and once he's off, jump his 5'2" ass for being short, because killing him makes Emma weak to all damage since he doesn't have any eyes anymore. Noah's page tells of J Corp, which is the home of gambling in the city. He takes the exhaustive role of the Five Nights at Freddy's night guard, one that monitors hundreds of different cameras trying to catch people that cheat at casinos. It's a job Noah is exhausted with and really doesn't want to go back to, while Emma's page tells of singularities. W Corp's is fast, kind of, and reliable transportation, kind of. F Corp's is ferries that can open any lock or enclosed package, including the human body. G Corp's is gravity, and J Corp is the ability to make impenetrable locks. Probably because their whole district is built on gambling, and they have hundreds of thousands of dirty little secrets they're standing on. Using the Book of Lovetown, we head back over to the accursed train, frozen in time, where we see Jae-hyun wandering through the first-class carriages. Unlike luxury seats that we think of today with hot rags and free steaks, luxury seats on the warp trains are stasis chambers, where the people that can afford the seats are put to sleep. Begging the question, why would someone pay to be put into a stasis chamber like this, when the ride is just supposed to be only 10 seconds? It's almost as if there's something about the warp trains that only the rich know about. But after seeing the train's progress over the course of 2,000 years, it's all starting to dawn on Jae-hyun, who's only been awake for about a week, alongside Elena. It's revealed here that Jae-hyun and Elena are all members of a group with Pluto, who taught them a time-passing skill. Probably similar to the weight mechanic in Skyrim. Eileen too, based on what Elena said at the start of the ride. That blue reverb is up to something. Jae-hyun then confirms what we were all thinking. The warp train did not actually malfunction. Every single ride of the train goes exactly parallel to this one. People get on expecting a quick 10-second trip, only to end up enduring thousands of years of torment and suffering, waiting until it's all over, just to wake up at the end with a procedure that wipes their memories gained in those thousands of years, returning them to their original state. Probably for them to use the warp train again after this weekend and J-Corp is up. Jae-hyun is disgusted by the first-class members, knowing this information and being too cowardly to endure the eternity with the pores. He then breaks the fourth wall and talks directly to Roland and Angela, stating that yes, the warp train is indeed operating as intended. Apparently, the warp train operates by disappearing into a different time-space axis, inside of which thousands of years pass, whereas in reality, only 10 seconds pass. He then discovers a box with T-Corp's logo on it. According to the wiki, yes, the fandom wiki, so take this with a grain of salt, the function of the box is to harvest the time collected from passengers. What that means, I have no fucking clue. Maybe it, in a way, harvests the days that companies like L Corp can use to rewind or something. Elena comes back and asks why he's monologuing, only to confirm that yes, he is aware of Roland and Angela watching him. Afterwards, his disguise wears off and he's revealed to be the Puppeteer, the guy from the Sweeper story, along with Tanya. I think it's safe to assume that she's another part of the Reverb Ensemble. The Puppeteer then breaks the tanks of the first-class passengers and mangles them into puppets to be sent to the library. The puppets have some of the best moves in the game, with moves like Creak being usable all the way up until the end game. Despite all that and the fact that this is like a 3-act reception, The puppets are actually not that bad. Nimble puppets are only really scary because of their automated movements attack, and the weighty puppet is actually kind of genuinely scary. He has some really strong moves for 1, and for 2, he starts out with an extra speed dice. And for 3, he has a lot of health. It's not terrible if you have a gang of slash damage users, slash being the primary damage type they're weak to. If I had to guess, it's because you cut their strings. As long as you have the slash damage from the Shei, Bamboo-Hatted Kim, and the Kurokumo Clan, this fight's not bad. The books from the puppets explain that the life of a nest denizen is actually quite similar to those of the backstreets. The only difference being their safety. They all submit to money, they can't live for themselves, but at least they get to watch the poors from the backstreets duke it out from the safety of their balcony, so that's cool. Yes, your favorite homeless person will win the weekly knife fight. Very good. The second puppets page talks about how money rules the world, and how lower class nest residents look up at upper class nest residents in the same way the backstreets residents look up into the nest. It's a vicious perpetual cycle where the only thing people can think about is their income. Even for those that are quote-unquote well off, only 4 million on, which is the city's currency, near equivalent to the Korean won, is enough monthly income to be considered safe money. Following the puppet fight, Angela puts forward the notion that the people inside the puppets' bodies weren't fully dead. They had a conscious mind, just no control of their bodies. Drawing parallels to Angela and Lobotomy Corporation, or Roland in this game. After the puppets are all said and done, we're introduced to our next librarian, She said, who is just as into coffee as ever. He literally has coffee making supplies on bookshelves instead of books. She said was one of the mega rich elites of the city in his first life, so the classy interior and tasteful blue kinda makes sense. With the book of Eugene and the Shei Association, we're taken to Eileen, Argalia, and a new group called the Smiling Faces, who are all torturing Thelma, the same guy that was speaking in secret with Argalia. Apparently, Thelma broke a promise he had made with Argalia by trying to kill Eugene, preventing her from taking his seat in the Shei. Thelma would go on to meet his end during the night in the back streets, where the Smiling Faces would cut him up into 10,000 little flakes and eat him. At this point, Angela's really starting to thirst for Argalia's book. The Smiling Faces walled me hard, as they were the first to introduce one of the best statuses in the game in Smoke. Smoke is ridiculously broken if you have it working for you. With the skill Puffy Broom, Smoke can increase your damage output by up to 50%, whereas on an enemy it makes them take damage up to 50% more, doubling damage if you're both at max Smoke. But that doesn't really work with Smiling Faces though, since they also have Puffy Broom, meaning you're both just going to be buffing each other, making one big fat slugfest. The Smiling Faces pages all talk about the night of the back streets. That time of night when sweepers roam and just about all crime is legal, besides on residential property. Unsurprisingly, the nests don't have such a thing as a night in the back streets. But if a nest resident were to be taken out of the nest, dragged to the back streets, and killed during that time, perfect, love it, amazing, very legal. You are a pure soul in the eyes of the head, and a true citizen of the city. Anyways, these guys suck, but they also have some of my favorite cards in the game, like Deep Drag and Smoking Pipe. That's me when I have a nicotine dependence. I too will die smoking. After getting smoked out like you just finished cranking it in the year of our Lord 79 AD, we head on over to the 8 o'clock circus featuring Philip. Oswald starts toying with Philip by bringing back illusions of his dear colleagues. Una tells Philip that Salvador's having an affair with her, something that's never stated whether or not it's true, but in Philip's mind it's true, and right now Oswald is toying with him. This pushes Philip to an even more emotional extreme, even more than he had experienced when his ego flared up for the first time, when suddenly, Pluto appears to him, here to save Philip, here to make his wish come true. Philip doesn't want to say anything, hear anything, or see anything, and in response, Pluto says, "Pay close attention to her voice." Philip then fully distorts, dividing into 3 wax-crying babies, a perfect reflection of his true self. Oswald also makes a mention of her voice. This voice is something that I completely glanced over all throughout my original playthrough, but since I'm here now doing research, allow me to tell you what it's all about. In like an hour, Pluto gives baby mode Philip an invitation to the library, and Oswald an invitation to his ensemble. That was the first in-the-flesh distortion we've seen. A person's emotions flaring up to such an extreme they cross the line of manifesting ego and straight up distort into a full-blown abnormality. Angela tells this to Roland and asks him what he thinks Oswald's stage would show him. To him, it'd probably be his wife and unborn child that he failed to protect. Philip got exactly what he wanted. No seeing, no hearing, no speaking. This fight is one hell of an endurance run, with the gimmick of the fight being that there's a hidden weakness in one of their pages, but you can't tell where that weakness is because the unseeing child is hiding it. All the while, the unhearing child disables your ability to see who's clashing where, and the unspeaking child is disabling one character every scene. This first stage is pretty easy to get through. The same cannot be said for the second phase. Here we see Philip's distorted name is the Crying Children, an angelic creature with a strong lean towards setting everything alive on fire. There's no gimmick to the second phase. It's just straight up a brawl with a character that tends to roll so much higher than you. But as long as you have more dice rolls than him, then this one should go down without getting stabbed by a weird baby thing too often. And god damn it, we're still not even close to done yet. Yeah, this fight is kinda notorious for having more phases than there are days in the year, with the difficulty going upwards the longer you go on. So yeah, hope you like being hunched over your computer hearing bastard children giggle as they kick you in your dumb hairless forehead. The gimmick here is the same as before. There's a secret hidden in one of their pages that you have to win a clash against. Bigger numbers will swamp you. By the way, did I mention that you can't redirect their attacks? That means you're either going to have to get lucky with the librarian you chose clashing with the exact crying child with the exact page and roll higher than that exact dice, or you're going to have to beat up unhearing kids so that you can redirect their attacks. Then beat up the unseeing so you can see which one has the weakness. Then win the clash against that weakness to not outright kill them, but make them weakened so they're actually killable. Following along? Good. Here comes phase 4. Hope your librarians are good because this is by far the hardest phase. Pew! 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 There's not a single noise generated by the human species that I dislike more than that fuck-ass laser beam. Hope your librarians have a lot of health still because that laser is nasty. He also has this move, Restrain, that makes me feel like a dumb, stupid, misbehaving toddler that got put in the naughty cage. Feels very disrespectful to get hit by. Also funny laser. Here's what my problem was, right? I'm a fucking moron. I could have chosen Transpierce, which would have clashed perfectly with every ranged attack and won. But no, I chose Sweep the Back Streets, going from 9 to 18 damage with every clash to sucking Philip's fat red hog. I just barely managed to squeeze out the victory over Philip, which is what I would say if it ended there, but we still have another phase. Yes, the same gimmick as before, there's a secret page, blah 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 blah, bratwurst. Oh, what's that? There's another phase? And it's even harder than the last angel phase. And it has a mass attack. And 5 dice. So my first attempt failed at phase 6, and on the next attempt, something absolutely hysterical happened in that. My Hero Academia Rule 34 with a Loyalty Abnormality page got staggered and took a shit ton of damage, resulting in every single other librarian getting strength plus 10, something I had never seen before or after that point in my playthrough. Alright, we'll talk about that abnormality page later. Because everybody was roided out of their goddamn minds, the rest of this phase went super easy, bringing us to the last phase. The alone little guy. With the really strong move, Victimize, but he's a little baby stupid idiot, so who cares? Get out of here. The page that we get from this is the unstable page of the Crying Children. The first part is Philip confessing his feelings to Yuna, whom he had a crush on. We can all wager a bet on how well that went down, especially since Philip eventually began suspecting that Yuna and the married Salvador had a thing going in secret. The next paragraph is about Oscar, who called him out for being a dangerously selfish person, posing as a selfless one. To this, Philip had no retort, as it was true. He was only thinking about himself and his desires, and just couldn't admit it. What Oswald showed him hurt him the most. He didn't even want to hear Yuna say it. So he interrupted her, keeping himself safe. He could keep vilifying others, continue to make convenient excuses. They're the bad ones, not me. Turn a blind eye to all that tries to hurt me. Turn a deaf ear to words that will lead me down the wrong path. Turn a mute mouth to unnecessary evil. And last of all, act not. Make myself happy that way. And wouldn't you know it, he still fucking ran away. That distortion was Philip's true feelings forcibly erupting out, making it the truest, most honest representation of Philip. At least, that's what Roland thinks. Angela speculates that it could be their true self and feelings, but their emotions became distorted just as they got revealed. Still, this is as true a form of a Philip as we've ever seen. And now it's time to show his naked self to the people of Slamtown. Anyways, let's backtrack a bit. We got abnormalities to talk about. The Queen Bee is the final abnormality of Malkuth's floor, and is absolutely dreadful. The whole fight is spent under this blanketing miasma of yellow spores. Spores function like burn, bleed, and smoke, making spored librarians take damage, and take more damage. And if somebody spored dies, a new worker bee crawls out of their filthy, illiterate husks. Queen Bee, for the most part, just sits there and takes it, but occasionally she will buff all her lackeys to an almost comical degree. When she's about to do the buff, she becomes fatally weak to all stagger damage, making this fight actually somewhat easy if you know what you're doing. This is one of the most dreadful videos I've ever made because it means I have to watch over my own gameplay, screaming while trying not to backseat my past self. Once the Queen gets down to 20% health, her own dudes will turn coat and beat her up, proving that their loyalty ain't worth shit. The Queen Bee's abnormality pages are pretty cool. We already saw what loyalty could make happen earlier, and the rest are similar in spirit with making the opposition suffer for hitting you. After Queen Bee, the final episode of The Floor of History becomes available, wherein we begin with Roland, Malkuth, and Angela speaking on the completed floor. Malkuth talks about how this city and its residents are strangely bad at remembering their own history, with huge gaps between notable events. People either misremember events or just don't want to remember them. And because of that, the city is doomed to repeat itself over and over again until the end of time. Hearing this irritates Angela because she doesn't think that her past is worth remembering, and Malkuth's desire to compile it all gives Angela a flashback to the time she was created. Memories from the very beginning of her life, where Ian and Benjamin decide on a name. Ian, being as robophobic as ever, is extremely cold and dismissive. Angela was given all the memories of Carmen, including all the good memories made with Ian, making it even more bitter when Ian says his favorite phrase, "A machine must behave like a machine," following it up with, "You'll never be her." Holy ouch. Benjamin's a lot nicer and promises to Angela that if she just works hard and does her best, eventually Ian will turn to recognize her. Something that never happened, even at the end of Lobotomy Corporation, shunning her even until the point where he disappeared into the Tree of Light. Even in those days, she was still silently vying for recognition from him on the final days of the corporation. Then, Angela changes form. Still bitter about being neglected even through to the very end, just like the little match girl, Angela's about to have a giant temper tantrum. Malkuth then puts on a big smile and decides that the best way to confront Angela is not through therapy or breathing exercises, but by beating the iron snot out of her dumb metal body. This kind of fight is called a realization. They can be described in a similar way to Lobotomy Corporation's core suppressions, an extremely violent therapy session where all sides get their feelings out, resulting in mass casualties. Every floor has one of these, most of them being an increased difficulty boss rush with all the abnormalities that floor had to offer. Some of these are really easy, and some of them will take real-life days. This first fight is more or less the same as the match girl, only with more health, and the mass attack does 60 damage, because of course it does. Phase 2 is the happy teddy bear, where you just can't be letting someone get more than 4 stacks of affection. Otherwise, they're getting their spine shattered. Another really easy phase. Phase 3 starts getting obnoxious, especially when you accidentally start the turn before making your teammates do anything. I'll be honest, I know there's a gimmick involved with this phase, but I never really understood it besides just kill her fairies and then kill her. Ignore that guy, he's full dead. I don't know how he's still there. Phase 4 is the Queen Bee, but again. And in this time, they don't turn coat and devour her once things look bleak. Probably because she's taking the form of a beautiful, angry woman.
My queen, please pierce me. I will give you all the gifted subs, please.
Once again, this fight is not so bad once you understand how to stagger her. Meaning that this fight is now still not over. From here on out, if you ever think that a Library of Ruina fight is about to end, it won't. Always expect a more viciously hard phase to come after the one you just beat. This is Snow White's apple. an abnormality only present through Angela, who spams mass attacks like a bitch and hides behind vines like a bitch, all the while crying about how she was just left alone at the end of the play. Yeah, I'll let you have that one. That was kind of a dick move. Angela is invulnerable as long as the vines are up, so cutting them first is a must. At this point, the game becomes an endurance challenge. As long as you cut 5 vines and still have enough damage dealers left alive, Angela will become vulnerable, finally able to be killed. Angela learning the will to stand up straight. Thank you, Malkuth, for the therapy session. And thank you, Malkuth, for the abnormality pages and new ego pages. Ego pages are complete game changers to the story. This is where your side gets to use your own mass attacks, as well as some really strong regular attacks. Sure, they usually come with a hefty cost, but whatever. I can roll a 40 now. I think of the lot, 4th Match Flame is my favorite because it rolls so high. You usually end up burning everyone, with Green Stem being good for gobbling up the opponent's dice. In the spirit of my last Project Moon video, and because I like engagement, I'm gonna rank these library floors on a spectrum. They're all good. Every single floor has some fun way that it can break the game in a unique way, but some are just better than the others. And because they're so similar on level, I don't want to do a tier list that's just gonna be like S and A tier. Malkuth's floor is decent. I think every floor's abnormalities in a way thematically match their patron librarian. Malkuth was desperate for recognition in the same way the match girl froze to death in the winter was, and she'd work herself to the point of hurting, trying to get that special attention in the same way the worker bees would. But in the end, she was left alone, just like Snow White's apple. I can't really make much sense of the fairies or the teddy bear though. The teddy bear could be her desire for recognition being similar to the teddy bear's desire for affection. Now, if we're talking about Angela, the teddy bear makes perfect sense as its whole thing is its desire for affection. I have zero idea how the queen bee is supposed to relate to anything though. As far as abnormality pages go, these are pretty middle of the road. I'm gonna put you somewhere down here. Again, this is a great floor, great music, great everything, very cool, but Malkuth's floor just doesn't have the sauce. You'll see what I mean in just a minute. It's a good thing that you can make your friends explode on this floor though.
What just happened?
Anyways, since the fireworks are over, here's Letitia, the wee wicked witch. The gimmick of this fight is gift giving. Her and her whole friend squad will attack Hod, and unsuccessful hits put gifts into their hands. Just like hoverboards in the late 2010s, these gifts act as incendiary weapons, with a timer on every page, and it has to be used before time's up. Otherwise, an unexpected guest joins the fight. God, she's so dumb. I never play these abnormality pages, but I can maybe see gift being good. Red Riding Hood. This fight fucking sucks. Genuinely one of the worst abnormality battles. The gimmick is to let Little Red kill the wolf and to not let Little Red die. If somebody else kills the wolf by accident and not Little Red, she goes berserk, gaining a ton of health and lighting her whole squad up like the 4th of July. She also gains even more health than she started with, so that's pretty cool. At half the wolf's health, the screen turns red and the dog starts spamming mass attacks that really don't do anything. It does have the side effect of making it so you have to be spamming attacks though, which in this fight isn't always the greatest thing, because it's Little Red that needs to be the one doing all the killing. I hate this fight, because Little Red is always so unreliable. Eventually, we pull through though. After the battle, we get a scene of Roland talking to Gebra about the red mist. Apparently, all by her lonesome, she managed to take out 5 proxies of the index. Proxies, if you remember, are those 2 emo guys in the giant refrigerator. Gebra laments the fact that her life amounted to 0 change in the back streets, despite her best efforts. Although, the delicious new sandwich joint, Hum Hum Pong Pong, is boosting the quality of life by 1,000,000,000%. Bless you, Hum Hum Pong Pong. I will eat at you someday, without getting kidnapped, hopefully. Gebra opens up about her life, growing up in the back streets of District 23. Reminder, that's Warp Corp, where cannibalism is normalized, but she shoos Roland away before elaborating too deeply. It is almost comical how unbalanced Gebra's floor is, and we get our first taste of that here with Ruddled Welts. This is the very first abnormality that this floor has faced, and we're getting pages this good. I look forward to seeing whatever Gebra has in store for me. After Little Red comes the big bad wolf, who is just as much of a disgusting weirdo as before. Not to shame anybody. What the fuck is this? Also, I like the "didn't I do it for you" face in this card art. So there's a lot to unpack in this fight. First, he eats ya. And then he gets big and round.
My tummy is so full.
Stop looking at me like that! When somebody's eaten, the big and will be Bad Wolf becomes super stagger weak, allowing for Gebra to reenact the woodsman's part of that nursery rhyme. After he drops to 50% health, he turns into the true big and will be Bad Wolf, which is actually pretty gnarly, dude. This phase isn't too dissimilar to the last big Bad Wolf, with him spamming mass attacks and losing. When on his last legs, the big and will be Bad Wolf does a master mode Duke Fishron and enters ambush mode, where it'll jump one librarian at a time, that librarian being the only person that can fight back. Probably because the wolf is darting around in the darkness and only revealing itself when it's about to attack. After the stealth phase, he becomes fatally weak to all stagger damage, where he can then easily be dragged to the hottest footbath in Yukumo. After this, Gebra asks Roland about his life in District 17, Q Corp, though Roland doesn't really elaborate much at all. Gebra trauma dumps about growing up in District 23, how neighbors would disappear with only their disembodied limbs remaining. We get a story of adorable baby Callie, where her earliest memories were in an alleyway, surrounded by the entrails of her friends and family. Through incredible endurance and observational skills, she managed to live long enough to become a fixer. Because of their awful upbringings, both Callie and Roland were perfectly suited for fixer work. With her newfound power as a fixer, she gave her neighbors some money as a thank you gift, and their response was to gather up a group and invade her space, tying up her limbs and trying to find more money to rob. Those who hold power in the city can only ever punch down, never up. What were once her friendly neighbors, whom she would protect with her life, became greedy little thieves, crawling around her apartment, trying to steal as much money as they could, since they didn't think she would do anything about it. They all died. Roland opens up a bit about his own history as a fixer, admitting at one point he lost his mind and went on a rampage, something he regrets to this day. He made a lot of enemies during this time. The Wolf's pages are all decent. Normally I'd call them great, but on Gebra's floor, all Abnormality pages are crazy, making these a lot less interesting as a result. After 2,000 years of time, the warp train finally comes to station, where a squad of janitors is sent in to clean up and restore everybody. Yes, we are literally fighting janitors. At first I thought I was in for the most boring fight ever, but then the fight actually started and it all made sense. Not all warp trains end up like this. Some of them come to station with vicious madmen, and the cleanup crew is trained for combat against such people. In the middle of their cleanup, Rose gets a call and they all go back to their office. It's there that they discover that the first-class passengers have all been turned into fine art. I really like this guy with the droopy eyes. They discover the culprit, the Puppeteer, doing what he do best, and Elena, who Rose reveals to be one known as Blood Red Knight, a former star of the city, the most dangerous foe we've seen yet. Besides Boy in Blue, of course. Anyway, they review the footage when they notice the puppets sign a piece of paper. And what a coincidence! They also have that piece of paper. Lesty and Sen both start crying because all their hard work and getting into a wing is going to amount to nothing when they meet their end in the library. But that's just executive orders, baby! If people were to somehow get their hands on the books of W Corp, the company's reputation is fucked. So it's up to the little guys to get them back. Back at the library, Roland freaks out because he's taken warp trains before. What a terrifying realization to have happen. Every corporation has their own dirty laundry, and the library now has both L Corps and W Corps. The janitor squad introduces Charge. Charge is like a currency gained through combat pages that are spent by other combat pages to make them stronger. You could say that they are shockingly strong. The janitor squad's pages talk about Lobotomy Corporation, and how since Lobotomy Corporation went tits up, warp trains haven't been running well without the energy. Lesty's page talks about their work as the cleanup crew, and W Corp's true singularity, the ability to restore a person to a previous state using their genomic data. But one time, a color fixer hid their identity while getting on the train. Normally, powerful people like Colors or Key Association members are allowed free access to first class. But this color fixer was mistakenly put in the poor carriages, where they would spend 20 centuries teaching all the passengers the art of mortal combat. They were so powerful when they got let out of the train that they instantly destroyed the warp cleanup crew before even getting a glimpse of the color. After that, the military Art Corp had to be called in to settle things down. Sen talks about a dimensional travel, a former singularity by a fallen wing that everybody can now own. Ripping gateways into other dimensions is also used with their weaponry. But the weirdest part about Sen's page is T-Corp's involvement. Again, it talks about how that weird box somehow collects time for their own singularity, but I cannot make heads or tails of it. Rose's page talks about W-Corp's singularity, how they indeed take a snapshot of the passenger's state in that time, which is then used to restore them at the end of the trip. It's so seamless. People can have a conversation, go through 2,000 years of suffering, and arrive at their destination mid-sentence as if nothing ever happened. Though sometimes it makes them taller as a side effect. The janitor squad really has no business in being as cool as they are. They'll blitz you with damage and then take a nap next scene, and they'll rip a giant gash in time and space that does lethal damage on themselves. Somehow I beat the main trio, leaving only this piddly little filler character to play cleanup. At least that's what I would say if Yes's team wasn't there to take out the trash. Imagine dying knowing the move that killed you is called trash disposal. After this fight, we get a dialogue between Angela and Roland, where Angela admits to sabotaging the White Knights in Dark Days for her own petty revenge. Something Roland finds troubling. Not that Angela cares, since he's her subservient. Alright, now, let's talk about one of my least favorite fights. At least when I first got around to it. The Scarecrow searching for wisdom. These dudes suck. Beware their bendy straw. They suck your brains out through a bendy straw, with the only counter to this being to use the wisdom page on them. If you want to dominate their stupid straw faces, equip Emma's page, slap on as many blunt dice empowering passives as you can, and laugh maniacally as the wisdom page jumps to 3 power, ensuring every scarecrow is always staggered, or mostly staggered 100% of the time. It's also worth mentioning that the only way to get this wisdom card is by winning flashes, so make sure you're doing that as well. Thank you for the stagger regen on She Said's team. Can't wait to never use him ever. Pinocchio! And yes, he does do pierce attacks with his nose. This guy is one of the only abnormalities that are wholly original to Library of Ruina. He cannot be found anywhere in LobCorp, not even as cut content. This is a pretty cool abnormality. They copy the pages of the librarians they're directly adjacent to. Pinocchio the copycat buffs his friends every scene. Pinocchio the curious randomizes our pages. And main guy Pinocchio, Pinocchio the liar, hides a lie in the pages. Whenever a lie is hidden in one of his pages, Roland's team will get a page called Lying is Bad, which is the key to defeating him. When the page with a lie clashes with Lying is Bad, in this case it's Blazing Strike, which is a blunt offensive dice and not an evade dice, the Lying is Bad page will copy Pinocchio and make him and his whole team weak to all types of stagger damage. Epic gimmick. Also very funny that the little guys wield their noses like knives. In the following scene, nothing happens. But Tifrith calls Roland a beanpole, which is funny. Then She Said pisses off Gebra and she chases him down to murder him. I really like how Tifrith, the literal child, acts as a mediator and is one of the most mature people in the library.
도시는 오늘도 욕망이 넘실거리며 아른거리는군.
늘 이 모습 그대로 인간들은 이야기를 엮어야 하지.
오늘 도서관이라는 별 하나가 하늘에 떴어. 이 별은 어떤 꿈으로 도시를 비출까?
이 별이 부디 도시의 달콤한 꿈을 깨우지 않기를.
It's unknown where these words came from. I snooped around a little bit to try to find some clues, and the closest I got to figuring it out was the official reveal trailer for Library of Ruina at the very end of the video. There are 3 people. One is named Jenna, 1 Beryl, and 1 Luda. A welcome into where the bulk of the game will be spent. Star of the City. This is where the learning phase of the game more or less ends, and now its priority is to show the player the city's absolute finest, with the experience of playing through being akin to licking needles off a charcoal grill as the sun sets on the last day of summer. From top-class fixers to militaries to distortions, for the love of God, it hurts so bad. Don't distorted blade me again. The first thing we see is an adorable list Angela wrote as a bucket list for when the library business is over. and she's finally human. Included on that list is a visit to Ham Ham Pong Pong, yeah baby! I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that name right. She is Detroit becoming human. The telltale sign of a human being is wanting meat stew. She's uncharacteristically warm and sweet in this cutscene, offering to hire and pay Roland to accompany her as she completes the tasks on her bucket list. It is so poignant reading over this, because she probably has never heard of the word friend before. She's literally offering to hire Roland to be a friend on her very first outing into the city. She doesn't need him to defend her, she just wants his companionship. He's the only person she feels really connected to. A role Roland accepts. Gracious. Pineapple jump scare. Or the most recent technology, Binana. Bina is back, and just like before, she knows nothing but speaking in really verbose, deep metaphor. But hey, at least she isn't torturing and murdering everyone and everything I hold dear this time. She's sipping a nice cup of black tea, just like she was in that Lobotomy Corporation cutscene right before she tortured a man to death. Thankfully, that sadism seems to be gone today. Bina asks what the library means to Roland, to which he responds, "It's a jail." Something that she doesn't believe. Just like his response to the red mist, Bina aurifarms and explains she was an arbiter sent by the head in her first life, who now tortures her assistant librarians now that agents are off the table. Bina at this point is locked away, the first and only character that needs to be unlocked, but we'll get her soon. For now, we have some more abnormalities to cover. The first of which is the butterfly twink. The funeral of the dead butterflies got mega buffed between LobCorp and this game. In that game, it was a "please stand still so I can do like 8 total damage to you." While this game is more of a, yes, I do crave librarian tears for breakfast. Oh, come on. The gimmick of this fight is simple. You seal the butterfly's dice by winning an easy clash and destroy him. The hard part? He has 4 kaleidoscopes behind him. This is where we all learned that a group of butterflies is called a kaleidoscope. The entire opposition has this funny little habit of focusing down the weakest member of Yesid's team, with the butterflies in the back acting as status inflictors, weakening their current prey for the funeral's picking. And once someone gets staggered, Big Boy does a mass attack that has a funny little side effect of erasing the staggered person regardless of their health. I actually really enjoy this fight. I like the speed dice shattering mechanic. Funeral's abnormality pages are actually broken. All I'm saying is there is a reason why Yesid's floor is absolutely diabolical with what it can pull off. Because of how unbalanced it is, Yesid is the unofficial speedrunner floor. I think my favorite of this bunch of pages has to be Lament. Give this abnormality page to a person with puffy broom and smoke pages, and that person will be permanently strengthened and do a lot more damage, not only with the puffy broom smoke, but also because this page will count that smoke as a status effect and activate the extra damage, elevating smoke to a whole other level. Coffin is also insane, but almost unbelievably, Yesid's floor gets an even more unbelievably unbalanced abnormality page with the last one. What is, in my opinion, the most game-breaking page in the entire game. Yesid's floor is fully realized, and we get a chat between Angela, Yesid, and Roland talking about the technology of the city. The city's tech often comes at the cost of a lot of human suffering, as we've seen in L Corp, W Corp, and the library too. But everyone in charge always told themselves that the ends justified the means. Yes, it also explains how the library changes its interior depending on the person's mental state. That's probably why Yesid's floor is so neat and tidy while Nezak's floor is an absolute mess. Or Gebra, who has only ever known poverty, with a floor looking like a cheap apartment. Whereas Chised's is this hoity-toity paradise with coffee supplies all over. Bringing Yesid to his hypothesis. The library is a miniature universe, one that expands as more books are collected. Unfortunately, Angela didn't ask. We then get a scene of Angela's first days at the corporation, where in the beginning, she was so sympathetic and nice, trying to save people and doing what she could to make everything better. But as the days repeated again and again, she became jaded and apathetic to everything, and eternity wearing heavy on her psyche. And thus, the realization is underway, where once again the patron librarian is tasked to beat into her what they've learned in the facility. Starting off with Forsaken Murderer, who is immediately helpless and stupid because I had a passive that enfeebles an enemy at the start of the act. This floor is near thematic perfection, as the abnormalities reflect both Yesid and Angela. The Forsaken Murderer is like Yesid in that he had to be restrained and medically examined when the guilt of Elijah's death was getting to be too much. And it's similar to Angela in that she had to endure immortality. And as the sands of time fell, she slowly lost her ability to feel regret or remorse. A morbid script written for the purpose of treatment, and a machine slowly becoming numb in the act, losing her sense of guilt. If even one of your teammates has a status inflicting attack, this phase becomes an absolute non-issue. Phase 2 is the Grinder Mark II. Like Yesid and his crippling OCD and germophobia in his first life, the Grinder was made for cleaning. But the pursuit of cleanliness ended with blood in his hands. For Angela, it's the most beautiful parallel, as the Grinder was a machine that worked exactly as intended, killing people like it was designed to. A machine that must operate as its designer intended. This phase is a little scarier because when she charges all the way up on light, she uses a mass attack. Don't bother racing to kill her before the mass attack because she's resistant to almost all damage, and you're meant to let her use the mass attack so that way she can be killed right after. Instead, focus the baby Reddits she's allied with. That way when she does her mass attack, there's nothing extra to worry about. Phase 3 is the Singing Machine, wherein she finds herself blessed with the coolest electric guitar I may have ever seen in my entire life. I have never wanted something so bad. This abnormality is all about obsession, something Yesid embodies till this day, albeit not to the same extreme as before. For Angela, it's more a metaphor for the Seed of Light project. It never mattered what kind of gruesome things happened to get there, as long as it resulted in that giant glowing spire of light. In this case, music. This fight is a slightly harder variation of the original. This new attack, Harmony of Despair, is actually quite scary since it buffs people like crazy. Still, light work, no reaction. Phase 4 is the Funeral of the Dead Butterflies. This one I'm not quite as sure about as far as its tie-ins with Yesid. Funeral of the Dead Butterflies' whole thing originally was being there to liberate the employees of LobCorp, since they were trapped in a weird life-death loop, and then he himself got trapped. And yes, its goal was to try and keep people from dying. Not sure how it connects, but I'm sure there's something. For Angela, though, it makes much more sense, since she was also trapped in that loop, waiting for a relief only the end could bring. Her new move for this is really funny since she dual wields the butterfly guns and then just unloads on us. We get to the next phase when both her speed dice are shattered. The last phase is Der Freischütz, someone whose bullets my assistant librarians remember very fondly. This guy does not make sense for Yesid. His whole thing was that he made a deal with the devil and he's German. But both of those things can apply to all the other characters. Same with Angela. I think he's just here because he's cool. Angela alternates between 7 different pages, ranging from mass attacks to speed dice ceiling to staggers, and the only way to deal damage to her is by staggering her. After using 7 pages, her next bullet will hit her. Just like the LobCorp gimmick, where the 7th bullet is unpredictable, bringing us to the end of the realization. Good job, gang. Still don't know what the fuck this means. Now for the fun part. The most broken abnormality page in the entire game. Sure, that's a little subjective, but it's also 100% true. Imagine there comes a point in the game where the enemies resist every single damage type. That's annoying. What if we could just flip the script? Now they're as dangerous as a sandwich with the crust peeled off. Every single one of Yesid's abnormality pages are ridiculously broken. The abnormalities are cool, the songs are good, and the ego pages are broken as all shit. Each and every one of them alone are S tier. For me, this is the most fun and broken character in Library of Ruina, so I'm putting you straight at the top, buddy. King of Greed. We finally got her to come out of her dumb decorative egg thing. And now that we're here, I desperately want to put her back in. The fight starts by unwrapping this giant golden Barbie egg, and it continues with this scrappy Jimmy Neutron-haired freak doing 18 damage per hit with her giant foam fist. And then she activates creative mode and places 4 gold blocks, the function of which being to have your dear emissaries mine them and craft gold armor, which will stagger the king. But if even one person fails to break a gold block, then you have to wait until the next time she does this attack. And of course, while you wait, she will be stomping your teeth in the whole time. I'd be against it, but honestly, you're so hot, so please keep going. Never mind, I take it back. I spent hours on this fight. And then there's a phase 3, where she becomes the real king of greed, wielding the anglerfish that tried to sell SpongeBob ice cream on the way to Shell City. Her attacks in this phase are beastly. To even get here, you had to weather a storm, and now it's at its absolute hardest. But it's a little different. Instead of needing to have everyone break the gold crystals to unlock the special blocking move, only one portal shows up, meaning the king is going to be expressly beating the tar out of this individual. Only this person needs to break the crystals then. It's the same as before, where all you need to do is have your crystal bearer block. If that happens, you're golden. After the fight, Tifrith delves into the difference between distortion and abnormality. Abnormalities were creatures drawn out of a person's mind against their will, whereas the distortion is something that happens willingly. Had Angela not stolen the light, there would be no such thing as the distortion. But there is a way to put an end to it, if they were to somehow reclaim every last bit of the light that was spent during the White Nights and Dark Days, and properly shine it over the city for 7 days straight. How is Tifrith so smart? She's like an 8-year-old. Okay, that was a lot of abnormalities, so let's redirect our focus into actual invitations. Using books of the Index proselytes, we send an invitation to the Thumb's southern base. When it gets there, the Thumb is holding a meeting, where everyone attends except one, the leader of the Ruminos cartel, who's busy rebuilding after an attack from the Black Silence, the same fixer that offed the pianist. One paragraph later, the Ruminos cartel is disconnected from the Thumb because they aren't rebuilding fast enough. The Thumb underboss Callow, who kinda looks like the commander from Monster Hunter World, instructs everybody attending to leave the library alone, as he and the Thumb proper will now be in charge of everything regarding it. Someone from the Kurokumo Clan pipes in, upset. Someone I'll bring up because we beat up their underlings yesterday. We will not be bringing up the Raimier family because they are ugly and boring and didn't appear in the story until now. The most notable thing about the Thumb is its incredibly rigid hierarchy. Anybody that chimes up when someone higher up on the ladder is present without their permission gets a body part lopped off. Even the patriarch of the Kurokumo clan, who is an awesome Yakuza reference, readily and graciously allows his hand to be chopped off, when all he did was express a concern. To demonstrate the rigidity of the Thumb's pack structure, the leader of the group, called the Night Owls, questions the ability of the Capo de Capi, the supreme leader of the Thumb. And on the spot, he is beheaded, with Soto Capo Callow demanding the execution of every last one of his gang. The reason why Callow is telling everyone to lay off L Corp's nest is that now the Index and more proxies of the Index are getting involved, and small fish like the Kurokumo clan are just going to get annihilated. Instead, the Thumb themselves are going to get involved. It is now a full-on finger v finger turf war. The Thumb mixes ranged and melee combat with muskets specially made in underground workshops, equipped with bayonets. The melee combat pages are okay. It doesn't really hurt that badly to get hit by them, but the ranged pages are painful as all hell. According to the Soldados page, the Thumb is at the top of the list of syndicates fixers never want to get involved with, despite them being one of the most polite and humane of all. Supposedly, it's from the hierarchy, and how if you ruffle the feathers of anybody higher up, you pay with your head. This fight wasn't pretty, but I did manage to get some pages out of them eventually. The next invitation over requires the Book of the Smiling Faces and the Book of the Distortion. It goes back to our boy Argalia and his gang of goons, torturing a band of hobos in the old Lobotomy Corporation laboratory. At first he's there trying to get information about the Distortion, but eventually he gets stuck monologuing while cutting everybody in half. We learn here that the Blue Reverb's sister died to the hands of the pianist, following her imbecile husband. But the Blue Reverberation wasn't horrified of the pianist and distraught that his sister was dead. He was rather mesmerized by it. He wanted to reenact that performance. Then a gang of monsters the hobos called the Clockwork Teeth show up, and Eileen says the funniest thing.
태엽은 톱니에 비해 하찮을 뿐이에요.
Argalia then recruits some of Eileen's sheep and they head over to the library. Back at the library, Roland talks about the outskirts and the Clockwork Teeth. When something is deemed as an impurity to the city, mostly sentient beings that aren't human, i.e. Angela, they get tossed out, hopefully never to be seen again. Out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. He's in the library now, boys, and for a second, he mistakes our beloved library director for his sister, Angelica. He has plans with the library. and it won't be until we get his book that we know what they are. The Church of Gears worshippers are really hard if you don't have the Puffy Broom passive ability, and they become the exact opposite if you do. That being said, it took me hours to beat this fight. These guys are just the smiling faces, but better. The second act throws a big blue wrench into the mix with our boy Argalia, who's scouting out the library and its strengths. He doesn't really do a whole lot, mostly just standing there before doing tempestuous danza and slicing up everyone. I say that like he didn't run through losing clashes with everybody, leaving behind 2 damage in his blue wake. Once at half health, the blue reverberation books it out of there, leaving the Church of Gears worshippers for dead. They were removed from the game, but at one point, Roland and Gebra both had special things to say during this fight, like calling him a little blue bitch when he hightails it. Angela discusses how to lure the blue reverb back to the library, suggesting that maybe the Book of the Red Mist could be the trick, which leads to one of the weirdest parts of the story that I still don't understand. But for now, let's take a trip over to the Leo. Over to the Liu. With the unstable Book of the Crying Children, we send an invitation to the Zwei Association Southern Branch, a fixer association specializing in warfare. They're discussing the Crying Children. Philip got out of his playpen and is wreaking havoc on the civilians at Pop Tropica. We also get an actual figure of the pianist's kill count, which is 300,000. Nowhere near as disastrous as I thought it was, but I guess it's not nothing. Leo director Zhao comes in and explains that while the pianist was bad, it still only killed the filthy, putrid, disgusting, dreadful pores. Philip, on the other hand, is going after the rich. Oh no. Won't someone please think of the rich people? They won't be able to take a vacation in Y Corp next summer. So our boy, Philip, after fleeing from the library for the 3rd time, ran back to the Dawn office, started wailing, and proceeded to destroy everything surrounding him. Though not the office itself, I guess it just has too much sentimental value. The Liu announces that it will be directing its attention toward the library and the Crying Children. We will be seeing these guys quite a bit, something I'm fine with because this is my second favorite mini storyline in this game, right behind Love Town. By the way, these guys are in love, so yeah, only good things are gonna happen here. The Maiden of Iron Zhao will take care of the Crying Children, while the guy, Lowell, will take care of the library. 2 separate stars of the city. In case it isn't obvious yet, pretty much every single one of your librarians and assistant librarians are almost required to have a second speed dice in following this stage in the game, as pretty much every one of the enemies from here on out start with at least 2, and it's really easy to get swept away when your enemies move twice as often as you. I just barely managed to squeeze out the first reception with the Lou. I feel like a Vine Boom should have played every time the Singing Machine Abnormality page popped up on my screen. The next episode starts with a briefing from Director Lowell, a briefing that requires a Moonlight Stone to attend. A Moonlight Stone is one of M-Corp's singularities, its use being to shield the mind from psychological attacks, so it must be pretty serious. Philip is getting his shit pushed in, again, by Director Zhao. And instead of running away like he always has done, this time he's done in. But just before a decisive blow could be landed, a familiar face appears. Hey look, Oswald's part of the squad. They throw a Pokeball at Philip and teleport away with Pluto's magic, cucking Zhao. Back at base, we're reminded that yes, Lowell and Zhao are in fact married and have a bright, extremely bright future ahead of them. Probably full of smiles and rainbows and laughs. And love. Gosh, it's almost like you're setting us up for a heartbreak video game. Roland and Angela have a genuine spat back at the library. Roland sees Lowell and knows that he is about to forcibly separate 2 lovers. Something that he had to personally go through and isn't too happy about it. Angela justifies it to Roland, saying that it was Lowell's choice to come here, so the consequences are on him. To which Roland responds that sure, he did write his signature on the invitation, but that doesn't necessarily mean he had a choice to not come to the library. He was obliged to. The library is a star of the city, and he's the director of the Liu Section 2. If he didn't, he would have starved his company of any and all resources. He would have been fired and met a much more ungracious end somewhere in the back streets. Probably having his eyes being used in some kind of soup, and not pong soup. This makes Angela furious, as she's just now fully comprehending what it means when Roland says that nobody in the city is truly free. Because if nobody was truly free, why would she be any different? If she fully becomes human and left the library, she would probably be just as chained down by work and city rules. This next part is one of my favorite pre-battle dialogues. Here, Angela actually questions Lowell and his group, trying to get him to turn away and go back to his wife, to which Lowell responds that it's his duty to do this. It's not entirely his choice. Again, what are you fighting for, Angela? May's page talks about the Moonlight Stone. The Liu's clothing is adorned with lots of them, as that psychological barrier is important when dealing with distortions. She attributes them all not freaking out when exposed to the crying children to the Moonlight Stone. Cecil's page talks about the Liu's mental warfare, how breaking the enemy's will is just as, if not more important, than breaking the enemy's body. Not sure where all this strategy and win the battle before it starts talk is coming from, considering where they are right now. These guys have some nice pages. There's high kick, there's this move, but nothing compares to Lowell busting out the forming storm and toasting everyone. At least that is what I would say if I didn't ding him to an early grave. Ego pages are hilariously broken, and if you have eyes, you could probably see why. Lowell's page talks about Zhao. In the beginning, she was super cold and dry, the personality running perpendicular to Lowell's. But through some twist of fate, their paths converged. Not because of some superficial reason like their job title or anything stupid like that, but because they just genuinely loved and cared for each other. They agreed that if tragedy would befall, they wouldn't lose their mind and do something risky. They would go on living their life as they normally would. Lowell's heart has grown ever stronger since he met her. Having her next to him helped him out so dearly. We will soon come to find out what she thought of him. With the Book of the Warp cleanup crew, we get sent to the Kane office, which has one of my favorite characters based on pure vibes alone. Nemo, iPad man. Remember Alok from earlier? Yeah, me neither. Nemo is a bipolar iPad man ready to hop onto the books of the Warp cleanup crew, so that he may gobble up the dirty little secrets of W Corp and sell that information straight to another corporation, starting a patent war. His ranting and raving is cut off though when these two pop by.
They say the walls have ears, but it looks like shitbags do too.
He is amazing, doubly so because it causes Argalia to get mouthy back. Mr. Nemonitor. Apparently Pluto had given them a contract, but what they didn't realize is that dirty little detail that was hidden in the fine print, where the people of Kane office would need to go to the library to gather books for Pluto and Argalia. Wait a second, a guy that gives contracts but hides words in fine print? This is a certified dairy moment. This is yesterday's promise. He's the guy, and Argalia's first or second recruit. Either him or the musician Bremen. Anyways, Mr. Yesterday's Promise yoinks Bada's expensive augmentoid heart to demonstrate what he's capable of when it comes to contract breachers, which is enough of a demonstration to get the boys at Kane office to scurry on down to the library. At the library's doorstep, Nemo is just as boisterous as before, and also just as bipolar as before, with his face and attitude jumping between super angry and super happy. Probably thinking about the money he's about to make from this place. Even scolds Bada for bad-mouthing Angela, stating that she could be our precious provider of goods and wealth in the future. The money rot is real. Their game revolves around building up charge and spending that charge to do really obnoxious moves, like Uncanny Attack. Nemo has this face laser beam attack with hilarious card art, and Bada has a special attack that always feels so miserable to get hit by. Feels like getting hit by a Street Fighter Ultimate. Martina's page talks a lot about domains and documents, and it's like, damn, I kinda don't care. Bada's page talks about contracts, how they must be fulfilled, and how Kane Office can help with that. And Nemo's page talks about patent wars, and how they're a good time to be alive. He talks about more legal stuff in the city, but man, I don't care. Have another bipolar meltdown or something. Just don't log on to Twitter/X while you do it. This fight took me a while to beat, but eventually we pulled through. With Nemo's page, we finally unlock my favorite Sephiroth, Hokuma, the patron librarian of the Floor of Religion. Hokuma makes so much sense in the Floor of Religion. He'd do anything to appease his god, Daddy Iron. They speak about the one perfect book that's going to complete Angela. Hokuma quizzing Roland on whether or not he thinks it actually exists out there somewhere. Hokuma finds Roland's faith in the one perfect book absolutely preposterous. And just like that, we have every single patron librarian unlocked. Which means now we can keep on blazing through the Star of the City tier. With the books of the Liu and the Thumb, we check in on the Thumb once more. With the war between them and the Index, Liu and now R-Corp messing things up, the violence and bloodshed around L-Corp's nest is stretching the thumb thin. With the war between them, the Index, the Liu, and now R-Corp really messing things up. And it's not just them. The blue Reverberation and the purple Tier, another color fixer, are making waves in the nest, leaving L-Corp's nest the most peaceful place in the Middle East. Everybody's fighting over the library, though nobody's actually beaten the library's ordeal yet. And whenever the main crew at the Thumb, like Catriel, gets their hands on the invitation, it vanishes before she can put her name on it, as if the library doesn't want her. Underboss Callow, on the other hand, directly received an invitation. A book of the Liu Association would be pivotal for them in this war. But right before they head out, Index Messenger Jan tells them that, "Hey, idiot, don't do that." If Callow goes and turns into a book at the library, the entire Thumb would be fucked if someone gets his book, as it would be sold to the Index in a heartbeat. They disgorge Jan for speaking out of line and head to the library anyway. The goofy hierarchy stuff doesn't just apply to people within the Thumb, but also outside of it as well, with grade 9 fixers being considered the equivalent of a soldado, and grade 1s being capos. When they arrive at the library, Catriel is surprised by Angela's humanity, something Callow frowns upon because Angela is now considered a star of the city, and on the hierarchy, that puts her above even Callow. Callow apologizes on the behalf of Catriel and orders her to cut out her tongue, which is then handed to Angela as compensation. The first act faces us off against Dennis, whose page reflects on the strict hierarchy of the Thumb. The reason why it's so strict is to weed out any weaklings from the group. If someone violates the rules, it is critically important that they are punished or purged from the Thumb. If one person gets off scot-free, more will feel emboldened to do the same, sowing chaos amongst the group. It is largely thanks in part to this structure that the Thumb was able to grow this infamous. The second act is against tough guy Boris, who is my favorite member of the Thumb because he's the only member that doesn't use any guns, only them hands. His page tells about the insane costs of bullets in the city. Not even one of the 5 largest crime syndicates on the planet can afford them. At least not a lot of them. So they stick with the bayonet combat, investing a lot into making their muskets just as dangerous in close quarters. People like him just like to stick to raw strength, though. The final act faces us off against the big man himself, Callow, as well as his underling that just cut off her tongue. Both of their pages continue on about the hierarchy and respect, though Catriel tells of some high-ranking members being able to temporarily transfer their position to another, usually because they can't make a meeting or something like that. I take it that person that just received the power can boss around others without question and face no repercussions too. It was in this fight that I realized just how broken the ego pages were, especially Solemn Lament, which took a guy from full stagger resistance to 0, and once we got Grinder, they were hopeless. Honestly, my only problem with Solemn Lament is that it stops shooting when they die. This thing shoots 8 times. You should be able to riddle them with bullets, even if they perished in the midst of that. It would be so much more fun that way. Anyways, that's the last we hear from the Thumb in this game. Pretty cool, guys. I wonder where a YouTuber would stand in their hierarchy. Probably 2 levels under the lowest possible tier. With the books of Nemo and the Warp Cleanup crew, we send an invitation to a familiar spot, R-Corp. You know, the one with Mio. We're also introduced to Rudolph of the Reindeer team, Maxim of the Rhino team, and Nikolai, the commander of the whole crew, who has some of the best passive abilities and moves, period. The spirit of competition runs hard in R-Corp, as these two fucking hate each other. After the loss of Callow, the Thumb is struggling a bit, pumping up the Index's presence dramatically. R-Corp is in a miserable spot, as they were contracted by L-Corp to provide them with safety and security, and ever since L-Corp exploded in a giant beam of light, R-Corp's reputation took a pretty big hit. Now R-Corp has to play recovery, lest their soldiers get cold and their wing status revoked. Since R-Corp also, unfortunately, has contracts with W-Corp and T-Corp, they now also have to worry about retrieving the books of W-Corp and T-Corp to get their singularities safe and secure. If they fail, the Ravens will dispose of them. We also get mention of Olga from earlier. According to Mio, she was trying to help Olga out with a quick and easy urban legend request. She didn't think the library would actually kill her. Maybe Mio didn't expect Olga to actually do the job while she was still hungover. Anyways, this is the first familiar face that we're fighting in Library of Ruina. Mio predicted Angela would one day sabotage L-Corp, her and her rotten mind, and Angela retorts with actual sarcasm, a telltale sign of her transformation into a full-blown human, saying she killed the Red Mist, which really sets Mio off. The first act faces us off against Captain Rudolph of the Reindeer Team. The Reindeer Team uses psychological attacks, using this weird energy whip thing that drains a person's energy, staggering them. It is so hard not getting staggered by these guys, especially with how many times they use their signature move, Mind Whip. It's almost virtually impossible to win a clash against this. The whole of R-Corp uses charge to a new level, able to go all the way up to level 20. And when they reach any level over 11, their stats become stronger too, with the reindeers getting an attack buff. Somehow, the only guy without a helmet on lasted the longest. Rhinos come right after. These guys are more defense-oriented. They weren't contracted to help out L-Corp in fear of their destructive capabilities. I thought that this one might be easier than the reindeers, but then 3 of my dudes instantly got staggered on the first scene. Luckily, ego pages carried. Last in line comes Mio and Nikolai, the fearless leader and the rabid little gremlin that should be kept on a leash for public safety. The rabbits were the perfect team for L-Corp, with their focus being on speed and efficiency. They were the perfect crew to have hop in, graze the grass, and hop back out. And Nikolai is an absolute menace, being able to mark your dear friends and colleagues for death, while simultaneously buffing her entire team. Mio too is a menace, with pages that do more damage when her speed is higher. Despite all that though, this reception really wasn't that bad, and I think I have ego pages to thank for that. Also, look at R-Corp's logo. It's so cute the way that 3 teams are symbolized in the R's. After the cleanup of R-Corp, we have a session where Roland asks Angela what she thinks of everything she's done so far, how she feels slaying a former acquaintance of hers, judging whether or not Angela regrets any of the actions she's taken thus far. Angela's a little uncertain, especially now that she's physiologically changing. Maybe Angela's been shaken deeper than she lets on. Anyways, we got the books of R-Corp, which we can then burn and have them carry us. Nikolai's page especially is actually massive. With the Book of Kalo and the Book of the Thumb, we head back over to the Index, whose proxies are busy with a prescript, skewering every single Thumb member in L-Corp's nest, cementing the Index's victory over the Thumb. Bullion Blue appears and asks for some of the skewered bodies of the Thumb soldados, even inviting the proxies to his ensemble. But the only authority that they answer to are the prescripts. And it is here we are officially introduced to the musicians of Bremen, who seem to have merged somehow, as well as Greta of the 8 chefs. Bremen is completely unintelligible, making only animal noises, and Greta thinks the Thumb soldados would be nice and all oiled up, but they're not for consumption. Jae-hyun the Puppeteer wants them. Hopefully he can look past the giant skewer holes. Hey look, it's the library. It's revealed through Proxy Esther that the prescripts Jan delivered to him were illegitimate. Something they all could easily figure out. Besides Gloria, I guess. The prescripts Jan was giving out were just made up in retaliation to the prescripts. He lost his family. He killed his friends and stole from people, all for the sake of following the prescripts. So, in a retaliatory gesture, he began giving fakes to the proxies, trying to shake their faith in the ridiculousness of it all. What is going on with the prescripts if it's telling us to start a war with a Thumb or head to the library? That would certainly be way too much, right? But to Jan's dismay, they followed his messages because the real prescripts told the proxies to follow Jan. The prescripts are so all-knowing and powerful that they even have a rogue variable like angry little Jan factored in as part of the status quo. Jan loses his mind over the prescript. He had thought that if he were to deliver his own false prescripts, he would be able to demonstrate to himself that he has free will, some semblance of power or control over them. Albeit slight, but it didn't matter, because this whole time Jan was ultimately accomplishing everything the prescripts wanted down to the most minute detail. Free will does not exist in the city. As long as you're within the bounds, you're trapped by something. And now it's time for the proxies of the Index to head to the library, as Jan instructed. But before going, Jan gets an invitation from the prescript itself. That doesn't matter yet though. And honestly, I don't even want to think about what happens. So the index is back, and it brought some new moves, 2 dudes and a giant refrigerator lady that ropes in your entire squad and squishes them. The proxies are cool as hell and really difficult to take down. Their main gimmick is their special state called Blade Unlocked, activating once they use 5 unique combat pages. They begin exuding pure aura and get a bonus to every single dice roll. They also get access to their own overpowered signature move to go along with the moves that they already had that are a cut above the rest. Gloria's page talks about swords. The prescripts have a fascination with the weapon, with most of the index fighting with them. The people of the index are assigned their weapons by the prescript. I'm guessing it's based on what the prescript thinks will best suit that person. And the prescripts are probably why Gloria turned herself into a giant refrigerator, overloaded with cutlery. Hubert's page tells of the ranks of the index. There's the proselytes, which are the fledglings of the index, whose whole goal is to surround the proxies and learn from them, wearing blindfolds to symbolize their devotion to the index, teaching them to follow the prescript, regardless of what happens before your eyes. Once the prescript deems them worthy, they'll receive a message assigning them a new role, either messenger or proxy, where they get their blade. What surprises me is that there's no real governing body for the index. The highest rank ends at the proxies. The only thing there is to answer to are the prescripts. If someone tries to flee the index, they are not immediately hunted down, only to be hunted if the prescript ordains it so. Otherwise, the prescript could let it slide or even call for the individual to resign from the index. Esther's page tells of forgers of the prescript, how there are supposedly bad actors that will try to do that to sabotage the index, just like how it was with Jan. But as we've seen with Jan, even the forgers are accounted for. The prescripts are truly omniscient. This fight fucked me up, and just as I was on the back foot, the ability to synchronize with and have a character turn into Dare Frey shoots, spamming mass attacks is amazing for this, and it really got me out of a pinch. Just when Esther thought he was about to win. Back in the Liu storyline, we're introduced to 2 fixers, Chun and Miris. 2 people that aided Zhao in fighting down the crying children, before the boy in blue made an appearance with his gang of super friends. Zhao is upset that her hubby got bookified at the library to the point where it broke through her stoicism and caused her to cry for the first time in her entire life. She thought that she could get on without Lowell by her side, but having evidence of his untimely demise, she's become aware of the fact that her life really isn't worth living without him. His voice is what cut through the gloom of the city and motivated her to go on. And now, she's deserting the Liu, acting in her own self-interest to retrieve his book. Doing the exact opposite of what Lowell wanted, but that doesn't matter now. She devised a get-out plan to ensure Miris and Chun, both of which being grade 1 fixers, Chun in particular having the chops to become a color fixer soon, will be able to leave her unit scot-free. The Liu desperately needs these 2 for the war on the outskirts, between the Pinky and the Ring. So what do? Head to the library with Zhao, of course. It's so weird to see people doing selfless acts in this game world. Just about everybody we've seen so far is incredibly career-focused, like mindless machines moving according to the will of the city, or Syndicate. But surrounding Zhao are talented fixers that want to see her succeed in her endeavor. Her sudden, impulsive, grief-driven goal, risking their lives. Just like she did with Lowell, Angela asks Zhao if coming here was really worth it. With the city of 7 billion people, there's sure to be someone similar to Lowell that would be a good substitute. This sets Zhao off on Angela. She's never known anyone quite like Lowell. No amount of history or time was spent with anyone but Lowell. A machine could simply not understand the feeling, let alone feel it. Nothing else would get Zhao to risk it all just to get that book back. This fight is pretty brutal. The first act faces us off against Section 1 Liu fixers, which really aren't that bad. They're just souped up Section 2 fixers with scarier pages. Act 2, though, faces us off against the Maiden of Iron herself, along with her subordinates that are just oh so strong. Just like how Lowell had a mass attack in Forming Storm, Zhao uses Raging Storm Love, which is really hard to not get hit by. Chun's page tells of the terrible state going on in L-Corp's nest. It's split between 3 factions, R-Corp, the Index, and the Blue Reverberations gang. That's probably why they've been showing up so much in the library. For a minute there, I thought I lost it, with Anal Prolapser being the only man left standing, but a clutch high roll resulted in 2 deaths. and Zhao's retreat, leaving the last dude to be mind-whipped into oblivion. Directly following the fight, we get a scene revealing that she didn't flee on her own accord. Miris had dragged her out of there, and she's beginning to look a little bit different. Angela says it seems like some kind of transitional phase. As to whether or not Zhao is gonna distort or manifest her own ego in the same way Philip did before distorting will remain a mystery for now. Okay, so this is the weirdest reception to me. I don't quite understand it, but right off the coattails of the Church of Gears reception, Angela wants to lure out the blue reverberation with a book of the red mist. And she succeeds in, I don't know, sending an invitation back in time for a simulated fight against the red mist in her former glory. I don't know. What matters is that Callie's at the front door, and we're in for one of the sickest fights. This is the Callie from the past, still living in a world where Carmen and Ian still haven't yet discovered Cogito, the magical abnormality substance in L-Corp singularity. All of their strife is resolved behind that one little door, and all the legendary color fixer with nothing to lose has to do is do what she's best at. Angela questions Callie as to why she would let her legendary skills and talent be wasted away working for some weird preachy woman spouting some hippie mumbo jumbo. And Callie responds that she wanted to see Carmen's vision of a world where humanity is free to live according to their own free will come to fruition. And if a freak accident were to happen to them, Callie would only blame herself for it. She sure did. In its reception, we finally unlock the legendary Pineapple, who was waiting for so long, and now she's here, ready to rip apart the red mist just like she did in the good old days. And I will say, according to some of the comments of my LobCorp video, I actually didn't get that much wrong about the lore of the world, aside from one detail. That detail being that the fight between the Arbiter and the red mist was actually much less one-sided than I let on. Callie actually managed to keep her pace with Bina than Garion, even though it never really mattered in the end. It's an important distinction to bring up here because choosing Bina is far from a win button. Bina is a degraded Arbiter, a shell of her former glory, but still pretty damn nice with her ability to inflict a status called Fairy. Think of Fairy as an alternative to Bleed that's better in pretty much every conceivable way. Every time an enemy does a move with Fairy inflicted, they take damage equal to the amount of Fairy that's currently on them, accompanied by the most satisfying sound effect ever. Which may sound a lot like Bleed, but unlike Bleed, Fairy doesn't go down. It just builds up. Meaning that if someone with 8 Fairy moves 10 times or gets hit 10 times in that scene, they will take 80 damage on top of whatever was dealt to them by the librarians. It only goes down at the end of the scene too, so it's just so good. Very cool, Bina. Very balanced. Also, why are you so small? This fight is sick. She can roll infinity. She smirks when you hit her like all other color fixers do in this game, except for one. And she has special dialogue for every person you throw at her. Since it would be a bad idea to throw her own friends and coworkers at her, only Roland, Gebra, and Bina can do this fight. Roland she scoffs at since, you know, he's just a dude. Gebra she accuses of being a cheap imitation, and Bina she finds slightly unnerving. Yeah, me too. Bina eyes her up like she's a cup of black tea ready to be gently sipped on a Tuesday afternoon, following the destruction of a homeless shelter that hasn't been paying their taxes. This character gets a lot of speed dice, which makes sense, considering she's facing down a lot of opposition on her lonesome. If you're Bina though, that doesn't really matter very much because you can just hit the fuck your speed dice button. At 350 health, Callie manifests her ego, and the red mist makes her true return. Here she does a comedic amount of damage, has crazy moves that are hard countered by Bina. Gee, it's too bad she's dead. And just goes on a crazy rampage for the rest of the fight. But hey, look, if you die, then it's not all too bad. She goes back to normal and... fiddlesticks. I never understood what the Red Mist's ego was in the first game, but it's shown here that it's her armor. The first known person to fully manifest her ego. Not letting it control her to do crazy things like the Goon Squad, but being in full control of it. Wielding it like the deadliest of weapons. A weapon created of her own mind. Anyways, check out this natty 41 roll. I thought it was all over when my boy Shogun Sianatar managed to stagger her, knocking her out of the Red Mist mode. That, in conjunction with the Fervent Beats page, turned this crabman into the sweatiest gamer the world has ever seen. The Red Mist's page is one of the longest in the entire game. It tells of her first time wielding the ego Mimicry. A weapon pulled from the Aleph Abnormality Nothing There. At first its eyes were unnerving to her, The way they looked around and seemed real and perceptive were unpleasant. But that was nothing compared to when it started to speak to her. At first it was just a gnashing of teeth, a grinding of bones, but these sounds weren't in her ears. They were directly in her head. Eventually, the mimicry began to learn her language, mimicking speech, asking her questions. A maddening thing which Carmen would call ego corrosion. It's the same reason why weaker agents in LobCorp couldn't use stronger ego gear. The agent will corrupt and slowly become another instance of that abnormality. We can see the same exact thing happen when we select an abnormality page for a librarian in this game. It starts speaking to them. Eventually, mimicry started to get to her with its words and thoughts, causing her to break down. But in that state, she remembered Carmen. Carmen's virtue and determination inspired her to not be consumed by mimicry. And it was from these feelings that she first manifested her own ego. Her body was red and hot with rage, but her head was cool. She noticed the armor. It didn't stay manifested for long, but she would train it, learn to use it for extended periods of time. And that's how we got the Red Mist in her prime, utilizing ego to its fullest potential and ready to fuck shit up. All that to lose to a dumb little crab. She also talks about the experiment gone awry where they accidentally melted Enoch into a fine piece of modern art, but that's old news. No one cares. With that, we get the key page of the Red Mist, something only Gebra can use. With it, we can now get our own little Red Mist, which is completely broken in every possible way. But we'll talk about that more later. For now, the reception of the Red Mist is over, and we are officially over halfway through the Star of the City. A grand total of 10 receptions remain. We're getting close. Oh, what's that? We're missing like 13 abnormalities and realizations. Fuck. Okay, so this video, judging by how long the script is at 90 pages, single-spaced, at size 11 font, surely it's my longest video posted outright, and writing for the abnormalities is starting to feel a little bit like busy work to me, so I'm gonna blitz through all of them real quick, trying to explain everything they're about in as few words as possible. Ruina is a clay pot in disguise and can be pierced to death only by the person with petals on them. She has an abnormality page called Spring's Genesis, which is the easiest cheese in history. Mountain of Smiling Bodies is the first Aleph abnormality we fight who tries to eat you and his own guys. Beat him by making it so that doesn't happen and makes him shrink. Starve the Dongo creature. His abnormality pages are insane, and my favorite one lets a librarian eat all their colleagues for strength. The Warm-Hearted Woodsman of Cheesehead's Floor kills to know what it's like to have a really warm heart. Kill all the trees and starve him of that warmth to beat him. Cheesehead really likes coffee. Bina's Floor has Big Bird, which really should have been named Many Eyes Bird in the same way Small Bird was named Punishing Bird and Long Arms Bird was named Judgment Bird, but oh well. Big Bird hypnotizes a guy to come get gobbled up. We don't want that. But luckily, when this happens, everybody gets a birdcage page that instantly puts Big Boy to sleep. Ignore the background. I don't know what's going on back there. Bina explains the black tea is good because you can taste the agony of the tea leaf. How in character for her. Let's take turns reciting a prayer for a loving sorrow by Francis James. Not gonna lie, Big Bird, these pages kind of fucking suck. Snow Queen is on the Flor de Rolando. Her gimmick is to break your boys out of the ice before she freezes you. It's pretty difficult at first, but once one dude is freed, it quickly snowballs into everyone being freed, and melting the Queen's stupid frozen hoo-ha becomes easy at this point. Hokuma and Bina play mom and dad and lecture their little girl on her life choices. Only it's much harsher because Bina is a psychopath and Hokuma is just way too brutally honest. Snow Queen pages, they're alright. Little guy! I love the little guy. I'm so happy that he's just as rotund as before. He hurts like hell in this game because the damage stacks up, and unlike the prequel game, we actually are forced to fight back. Activating his punishment mode where he eats people alive. I recommend deep dragging big guys so that they can evade dice little guy. This might be one of my favorite fights in the game, as you need to kill the big guys to get the Forest Keeper's Lock. Have the person with the lock attack Punishing Bird, so that next scene Punishing Bird will try to attack them, punishing them. When punishment time comes, clashing against P-Bird with the lock page will then break a chain over his round little head. Doing that 3 times cages the baby boy. I didn't ask for this. You're so good at bookkeeping, Roland. You should manifest your own ego. Also, Roland, this is the last person you want to be receiving a therapy session from. Holy shit. Bina asks Roland if he'd ever forcefully taken anything from someone. The same way the city had taken from him, which he has. He admits to it, but runs away to his catchphrase. Something he's been using to justify the actions both done against him and actions he's taken against others. Bina sees right through it and asks him if it's really that simple. to which Roland explains that his pain is his own, while other people have their own stuff to deal with. In other words, every man for himself. Bina, president of the library's debate club, again criticizes this way of thinking. It's the same every man for himself mindset that's keeping the city in such an abominable state. Roland should know better than anyone, yet he turns a blind eye to the fact, just as everyone else is doing. He's certain that there's no such thing as selflessness in the city. That's why he's so quick to judge others like Callie for falling for Carmen's shtick. Deep down, he knows that the only way to fix it all is through people like Carmen. But people like Carmen have a little tendency to end up dead in a bathtub, so only a great shift in absolutely everyone's minds throughout the entire city would make a difference. But even that was ended by a selfish thought. And to think, all this deep introspective talk stemmed from putting the little guy in a birdcage. The Servant of Wrath may be my single least favorite fight in this entire game. It's the same deal with Red Riding Hood, where the whole entire thing is failed if you kill the servant and this weird dog thing doesn't get the last hit. Except unlike Little Red, there's a whole field's worth of annoying minions and everybody spams mass attacks like it's no one's business. Happy to help you, weird dog thing. Good to see you morphed into a little girl. I'm so grateful knowing that we are one step closer to never touching Tifrith's floor ever again. Nosferatu, another abnormality reprising a role that was never played, as they just didn't know what to do with him in LobCorp. Gebra with the red mists page shreds this guy and his minions into little red ribbons. It's always so nice to see the game end on a ridiculous damage number. With Hod's floor done, it's come time for another realization. With Hod explaining how everybody in the city wants to be a part of something greater. Be it a wing or syndicate. Everyone wants to be included in something greater. Everyone wants to be a cog, or gear in the machine. It seems with every single guest received, every single librarian awakened, and every single floor realized, Angela gets further from the idea of freedom. If she were to leave the library, it would be like escaping hell straight into another hell. It's like her faith in the one book bringing freedom is being tested more and more. Even if there would come a perfect book that turns her fully human, then what? She'd leave the library and enter the city, where nobody is free. When she was a part of the corporation, she gave up all hope for the future, memorizing every single line said at every single moment. Deep down, she knows that the one book could be just another hopeless yearning, a dream that will never come true. This realization starts out differently than the others. The others ended with the new guy, but this one starts with it. The abnormality being the dream of the Black Swan. This is an abnormality that initially tried to help out her British boy band brothers from melting into a green goo by giving them nettle clothing. What luxury! But this ultimately was for naught as she watched from afar, succumbing to illness. This floor's realization isn't nearly as cool as Yesid's, since a lot of Yesid's realization tied into both Yesid's and Angela's traumas. Here, it's kind of a reach in most cases. The Black Swan makes sense for Hod because she did everything she could to protect her team, just like the Swan did her brothers, but it didn't matter in the end. As for how that relates to Angela though, I have no idea. The gimmick here is simple. Kill the brothers, and if you fail, you die. If you succeed, she dies. Black Swan also has one of the most unintentionally funny card arts in this. Aryan karate chop. Letitia comes next. It ties in with Hod again, with the little witch offering gifts and putting on a sweet face that would later come back to bite the recipients. In the same way, Hod ratted out the laboratory to the head. I have zero clue how this is supposed to relate to Angela though. This fight is basically the same, just don't accrue too many gifts and all will be well. Also, sometimes she gives a really big gift, which is kind of funny. Spider-Bud loses the plot completely. Hod's whole thing when she was Michelle was that she's a betrayer, and the best argument I can think of for this to be representative of Hod is that this thing cares for its team, kind of. Something to note is that when I did this fight for the first time, I was way over-leveled for it. The realizations are meant to be done not really as soon as they become available, but more around that time. So closer to the start of Star of the City. That's why you don't hear me freaking out right now about how this is the hardest thing ever made. Unlike Bina's realization. Red Shoes does actually make sense for Angela. The whole thing with this abnormality is obsession. People obsess over the shoes, just like how Angela is so obsessed and fixated on this one book. She has no idea what she could do without it. Today's shy look, on the other hand, could be Hod and Angela putting on a good face, but they're secretly sinister behind the mask. I don't know. The Today's Shy Look gimmick is much more dangerous though, as instead of scurrying behind the faces, the dude in the back just teleports. So we could have a case of doing an attack that seems okay, but then he blips to the very angry face and boom. Okay, this is me in editing, and I'm not really sure what I'm talking about here because the original Shy Look also blipped behind the faces, so cool. Don't care. Mind whip. Just like that, Angelo becomes a better person. The theme of Hod crippling everyone with statuses continues with her floor's ego pages. I particularly like Sanguine Desire. It turns bleed into fairy for a scene. As for Hod's floor ranking, it's pretty good. It's especially good at the start thanks to the Shy Look ego, and it's really good if you want to play with statuses. I'm putting Hod here. I'm also going to move Malkuth to the back, just because I'm now thinking more about all the other Sephiroth and realize that everything Malkuth does well, other Sephiroth can just do better, so sorry Malkuth. Just like how Netzach was the final Asya core suppression, he's the final Angela realization. This is where we get to learn that Angela is the one speaking in those dark moments in LobCorp, trying to get some kind of response from Ian. But as we all know, her calls fell on deaf ears. Here in a world past the need for the script, her existence is completely futile. Like a napkin that's been used and is nothing but worthless, icky trash to be cast to the wayside. Here, she's truly beginning to tear at the seams, asking Ian why he'd modeled her after someone he loved. Remember, Angela still carries memories of Ian from Carmen's perspective, so she can remember Ian from before he turned his back on her when he was still an incredibly nice person. We know they were good memories, as she said it herself. Angela then tears out her hairband, the one part about her that still resembled Carmen, and tips over the portrait of Ian on her desk. From there plays the final scene of LobCorp again, now from Angela's side. Then she becomes the drippiest mute in history. Yeah, the silent orchestra is back. This is a game of survival, where you have to clash with all of Angela's mass attacks to not take damage, all the while defeating the performers she spawns in that make her stronger. It doesn't really make sense as to why the silent orchestra is Netzach's final abnormality, but it does make sense that he's the Floor of Art's final abnormality. If you can make it to the finale, Angela then changes to the Fragment of the Universe, and things are more or less your typical realization from here on out. The Fragment of the Universe is representative of Angela in the way of it trying to reach out to someone special to her. She cried out for him, but in the end, his back was only ever turned on her. Child of the Galaxy also makes a lot of sense, since the little guy is obsessed with friendship and would turn sad and violent whenever something happened to that friend. Though I don't think friend is the right word for it, but rather the person that he's obsessed with. Kind of like Angela's obsession to get approval from Ian. Porcubus is more of a Netzach thing than an Angela thing. Porcubus is all about pleasure to the point where it becomes dangerous. And who else is a druggy, depressed, overdosing robot? Though I'd say that him getting through all that makes him the perfect person when it comes to defeating her. Al-Ryun is one of those abnormalities that are just perfect for the situation, being a doll that wanted to be human. Not too dissimilar to our beloved machine wanting to become human. And just when we thought it was all over, Angela pulls a pseudo-Philip and heads into the 6th phase, where now the orchestra has all 4 performers. The silent orchestra is an A-Lif level threat, and even amongst the A-Lifs, he is one of the most dangerous. The pianist decimated the backstreets of the district it appeared in, accumulating 300,000 bodies as a result. And the funny part about that is, according to the developers, the pianist isn't even fully A-Lif tier, but one step under, in WoW tier. I mean, makes sense, what's a lone pianist to an entire orchestra? The thing is, the abnormalities in Lobotomy Corporation were underneath something called a Qlifoth deterrence, leaving them with only a tiny fraction of their original power. Without that Qlifoth deterrence, something like the silent orchestra could accomplish much worse than the pianist, making the feat that Netzach is about to accomplish along with his team all the more impressive. Oh, that didn't kill? Okay, well, other guy come in here and I'm gonna admit, In Lobotomy Corporation, I thought Netzach was kinda boring. Super gloomy, kinda edgy. But in this game, he is such a cool dude. He's incredibly chill, grounded, sober, kind of, and wise. He encourages Angela to look forward to the next chapter in her book. Whenever you think it might be coming to the end of your story, you may be surprised to find what the next page or chapter has in store. And isn't that worth enough to look forward to live for? I certainly think so, and so does Angela. Leaving the Asia layer of the library 100% realized, which means that now we can shift our focus back on the city's finest, the final layer of Star of the City. We're back at ArcCorp following their defeat at the library. They're going through an especially rough training session, and it is here that we get to see ArcCorp Singularity in action. Replication, or cloning. How it works is exactly how natural selection works. You take one Mio, clone her a couple thousand times, and then have all of those Mios fight to the death until only the fittest Mio remains. Then, that one fittest Mio is cloned 1,000 more times so that they can once again pull out the strongest fittest Mio of that group. Rinse and repeat 100 or so times, and you got the deadliest Mio out there. With T-Corp here speeding the process along from what would normally be a year to about 5 minutes. The reason why T-Corp's involvement is necessary is because A-Corp set a rule where no clone of a person can exist for more than 7 days. But that's in this world's time. The process of natural selection can be incredibly lengthy, taking up to a year according to Maxim. So T-Corp Singularity is needed so that the process of natural selection can take as long as it needs to, while also making it so that the outside world doesn't have these cloned Mios alive for more than 7 days. Pretty similar to warp trains using T-Corp's Singularity. They talk about R-Corp and W-Corp, both being put in a tough situation after L-Corp shut down. Remember, L-Corp supplied most of the city's energy, and the cloning machine and warp trains both require a lot of it. This dialogue is also the first mention we get of R-Corp's Supreme Commander. Unfortunately, the Supreme Commander never gets brought up again, but I don't know, they sound cool. Mio's relationship with Gebra always confused me, because in Lobotomy Corporation, she sounds bitter and even scornful of the Red Mist whenever she makes an appearance. But in this game, she idolizes her. That's probably why she has unique dialogue for when Gebra's on the field. There is a ton to unpack with the key pages, but before we get into that, the guests are at the door, repeating the exact same dialogue as last time. And when Angela mentions having seen their Singularity in action, they go on the defensive. Every one of ArcCorp's mercenaries have been through hell and back to get into the position they're currently in, perhaps comparable to Angela's million years of suffering. Something she finds upsetting because they've been through something similar and handled it in stride. This fight begins similar to the last one, but with a key difference. The team leaders all flee whenever their health gets super low. First is Rudolph, second is Maxim, third is Mio, and then the final act, where the teams combine under Nikolai's command. Each of them having incredibly strong mass attacks, and Nikolai having her signature move, Disposal. Mio's page elaborates on her relationship with the Red Mist. When she was just a little Mio, she got caught up in a huge battle between syndicates. And being the hapless little Mio she was, her only chance at survival was huddling up into the corner and hoping that nobody noticed her. And unfortunately, someone did notice her. And as that person approached, she closed her eyes, accepting her fate, only to hear a sword swing and a body fall. That person, whose body was painted red, darted from person to person, massacring them in an instant, before stopping before Mio, pointing towards safety. Mio was too scared to move, so Callie walked over and told her, "It's not the strong who survive, it's the survivors who are strong." And ever since that day, Mio trained and pushed herself hard to become a hero just like the person who just saved her, earning a spot at ArcCorp. When she saw Callie again, she wanted to thank her properly and show her just how strong she'd become. But by then, Callie had become Gebra, and Mio couldn't tell her a thing. Rudolph's page goes into the natural selection process, the grueling process of needing to kill copies of yourself and survive off of nothing but their flesh and blood for months to a year. As selections ramped up in numbers, Rudolph became disgusted with himself and his own lack of fear toward death. It's like a machine. Am I even human at this point? Maxim's page tells of ArcCorp's involvement in the Smoke War that began over the old L-Corp. the one prior to Lobotomy Corporation. Everybody had a bone to pick with the last L Corp. That place was a dump, super stingy with the energy it provided, and it produced a thick smoke that blanketed its entire district in a nasty gray haze. A haze that would cause people to change and show signs of sickness. One day, a rich lady showed up at R-Corp's HQ and warned them that a war would break out soon over it, stating, "When one person's pure ambition and another's tragic obsession join together, a dream is destined to be born." You can probably guess the two people involved here. Nikolai's page expounds on this happening even more, with that person showing up and offering an ultimatum. Either Nikolai's team fights in the upcoming war and earns their place to continue existing in the city, or R-Corp would snuff them out, as they're just too costly to keep up and running. This was Carmen talking, hinted at by the red eyes and brown hair. Somehow she knew that eventually Iron would want to make the Seed of Light and their mission into an entire wing, and knew the place they would be usurping was L Corp. It was the perfect target. The old L Corp was inefficient, stingy, and smothered the health of everyone involved. The only issue was finding a way to begin the war that would remove them. Benjamin knew of a group whose cause would align with theirs, that being a grade 1 fixer office, the Ujit. The same kind that leads you to the black market in Cave Game. A group that we can receive in-game via general invitation. By speaking to the Ujit leader, Lady Diaz, Benjamin convinced her to make the first move, which she did, recruiting Nikolai's team from R-Corp, beginning the Smoke War. A pivotal war in the PM universe. That's a Spark Notes version of events. There's more to it in the Distortion detective books, but this video's long enough. By synchronizing with Dare Frey shoots in the 4th scene, I was successfully able to cuck Maxim out of his really sick-looking ground crash. And soon after, the whole of R-Corp's 4th pack blows up in smoke. With R-Corp out of the picture, let's shift our attention to the second in line. Wow, would you look at that? Argalia, the 6'5" MILF hunter. This is Iori. Iori the Puppeteer, Argalia's mentor. The one who advised him to feed the library. The one who told him he would need the power of the distortion to spread the pianist's melody across every corner of the city. All he needs now is to take the library's light for his own. At first he thought Iori helped him because she took pity on him, but a voice inside of him, one that all other distortions can hear, states otherwise. He then makes fun of her dead son. Maybe the voice told him to make fun of her dead son. Iori is one of the most important characters in this entire universe, with her actions having a ripple effect through absolutely everywhere. An omnipotent, dimension-hopping grandma with the power to do anything besides bring her son back. How sad. Argalia announces that he doesn't want her living any longer, and his ensemble surrounds her. It is here we get our first look at the completed ensemble. Pluto, the magic-wielding contracted dealer's role, is the pipe organ. Eileen, the gear-worshipping smoke maniac's role, is the harp. Tanya, the rampageous furry, is the viola. Philip, still a little bitch, and I will never be convinced otherwise, is the cello. Probably because he wants to fit in Yuna's cello case.
I want to get in Yuna's case, if you know what I mean.
Oswald, who is still the funniest character, is the clarinet, an instrument that I will never take seriously ever again. The musicians of Bremen are the horn, tuba, and trombone. Elena, who just got off a 2,000-year train ride and is thirsty for some fresh MILF blood, is the first violin. Greta is the percussion, which makes a lot of sense given literally everything about this character. And Jaeyeon, the filthy poor that molded all the rich folks into delicious flesh puppets, is the second violin. This is the enemy. This is basically what we're fighting. To ensure that the Puppeteer doesn't dimension hop out of there, Pluto set up magical barriers that would prevent her from dimension hopping. But she's come prepared. And the last thing Argalia asks is whether or not Iori can hear the voice. It's now clear what Argalia's goal is: to snatch the light right out of Angela's hands. Something she's not too happy about. When Iori is at the library, she talks like she knows just about everything there is to it, commenting on the library's state and Angela's progress to becoming human. It's because of the Puppeteer that the library has grown so much so quickly, and she challenges Angela. If she wins, she'll take control of the library and its powers instead of the ensemble. She'll also torture Angela, since Angela at this point still cannot be killed. Iori also somehow knows exactly everything about Angela's past and what she's doing. Once you turn 50-something, you're just omniscient, I guess. As Angela disappears, she wonders out loud how the kid she left is currently doing. Someone that also played a role in the library's development. This is another single target fight, with the only opposition being the Purple Granny. In the same way the reception of the Red Mist saw us fighting solo Callie. This is one of my favorite fights in the game. She shifts between damage types and does insane damage on just about everything she can. Her blunt stance focuses on doing as much stagger damage as humanly possible. Her pierce stance bleeds you dry. Her slash stance does as much damage as a move possibly can in this video game. And her counter stance makes her basically untouchable. And when she reaches half health, she pulls off her signature dimension hopping ability and jumps to a different floor to check on the kid she dropped off. Yeah, he is doing pretty alright, isn't he? This is the fixer daycare lady that helped out pretty much every color fixer, including the blue reverb and the red mist and Roland, I guess. Wait a second. Guys? I'm starting to think that Roland isn't just your everyday Grey 9 fixer. This would go to recontextualize that thing that he said at the very start of the game. Iori has history with both Roland and Gebra, but also Bina, surprisingly. She knows people from the head. I swear, even among color fixers, she's a level above. So she teleported to my Roland floor, and because I had nothing on Roland at the time, they got absolutely wiped. She even gloated that Roland had gotten softer. I'm sorry, I wanted to lame you out with ding-dings.
Okay, that's easy. About that. Yes-ed, 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 yes-odd, 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 please. Oh my god. She's just better, she's just better. God.
This fight went on forever. She had her way with so many floors, most of which were floors she jumped to. Floors that were not prepped for a fight at all. Her book tells of her ability to jump through dimensions. And not only that, but she can travel through time as well. That's probably how she knows as much as she does, though she doesn't use this ability all too often due to things like the butterfly effect. A sound of thunder type thing. Even if she comes across as near omniscient with a power that's nearly unbeatable, everything in this world comes at a cost, and hers is no exception. Many speculate that she wants to be a leading figure, commanding a league of fixers that are on the level of colors. But truthfully, all she really wants is to see her son again. He seems so close, but it always ends up just being a mirage. The Purple Tears page is bonkers. Usable everywhere in the endgame because not only does it just infinitely buff damage, but it functions as 4 key pages packaged into one, where you can switch the combat pages you have on hand. Actually busted. Too bad the smirk doesn't carry over too. Now that the Purple Tear has been defeated, let's check back in with the Maiden of Iron. Last time we saw her, she was showing signs of distortion, in the same way Philip was earlier. Here, she's furious with Miris for pulling her out of battle, shouting at him and even striking him. Though she's in such a sorry state, she can barely even push him aside. As she planned her excursion to the library, she had thought she would be the only person she'd have to worry about. But her subordinates at the Liu followed her, including Shun, who had the talents to one day go above and beyond and become a legend. She's no longer sure who or what to put first. Amiris reminds her that the fixers that died all followed her here on their own volition, even after she stepped down from the director of the Liu Section 1. His words must have worked pretty well because she starts talking in deep metaphor and proverbs. And in this game series, that is a telltale sign that you are incredibly strong. Imagine the fear in my heart when I jumped a man in the Project Moon backstreets and that man turned around, recited a poem by unknown French philosopher Eggplant Spunkwazo, who lived for 14 years and died in the year 114 AD and was buried at the foot of Mount St. Helens. A second later, the man blew up the entire district. Curiously, Zhao begins hearing a voice. A voice that only she can hear. While we don't know what the voice is trying to tell her, we can infer that it has something to do with the following of one's own selfish desires. Instead, she tells the voice that she doesn't want to live for her own sake. She wants to live with and for someone else. A selfless idea where everyone, including her, is protected. This voice is the thing I looked past the most in this game. And if we look back at the Red Mist's page with the Mimicry Ego, we can see Gebra heard a voice talking to her, but that was one-sided. Not like Mimicry was trying to talk with Gebra, but more so Gebra could just hear Mimicry's thoughts whenever she used it. But this is a different case, as Zhao is talking with the voice, having a full-blown conversation with the voices in her head. It is from this we can gather that she is a streamer. This is a lot of people's favorite character. Now Miris and Zhao are going all out with some powerful attacks and some of the sickest card art I have ever seen in my life. Zhao is a mass-attacking beast that loves to set everything I hold dear on fire, and Miris is just kind of there. Miris's page talks about the Liu's specialty, warfare. In war, psychological attacks win more than anything else. It's one thing to charge into the fray with a nation of starving, angry warriors with nothing to lose. But what if they were discouraged and really just didn't want to be there? They had a comfy life and were just, you know what, you're invading us, that's fine. Or better yet, what if you convinced them that you didn't want to be there, only to spring at their throats at the first opportunity given? Feign submission and raise your claws. One's emotions are only a means to motivate the body, not the ends. He puts his full trust in Zhao to be able to right herself in the heat of battle. And when Miris dies and Zhao drops to 100, and we're taken to Zhao in the void. Everybody that accompanied her to the library is now dead. The Liu has received an utter death blow, and now she's alone. Lonely like a dragon, soaring in the air, heart heavy with regret. But as she's having this moment, moments before death, the voice reappears. The distorting voice that pulled Philip and the Reverb Ensemble into the deep end. Once again begging that Zhao follows her selfish desires. But unlike Philip and the others, Zhao refuses, telling the voice off with no uncertainty, knowing the sacrifices that got her here would be worth nothing if she were to throw away her humanity like that. The first and only person in this game that we've seen to be able to do such a thing, beating the distorting voice. And it's because of this she's able to do something that only the Red Mist has done so far in this universe. Zhao becomes the second person in the entire city to be able to manifest her own ego. Even if I am alone, night will come, and every night is followed by dawn. A mere star that will fade cannot hope to best the light of the rising sun. Be prepared, for today, a star of the city shall be gone. The distorting voice works in two ways. You either give in to its tantalizing promise of finally being your one true self and become a distortion, or you resist its allure and are able to manifest your ego, exerting your absolute control over your desires, unlocking your true power, once locked so deep in your mind. In a sense, the extreme emotions are what cracks the bottle open, and a person's character is what decides what becomes of them. This is made parallel to the concept of the id, ego, and superego. The id exists entirely in the subconscious mind, the most primitive part of the human animal that seeks to fulfill needs and desires, basically your animal instincts. When you see a cookie, the id tells you to take it, eat it, it's gonna taste so good. Don't ask for permission, they'll tell you no, just do it. The ego is a person's rationality. Whereas the id is chaotic and unreasonable, the ego seeks to satisfy the id in safe ways. With the cookie example, the ego would say, I know you want the cookie, but maybe we can ask the person who made it to see if we can eat it. The superego, on the other hand, is a person's morality. A superego's goal is to come in and say, hey, you idiot, have you any idea what a bad idea it would be to eat that cookie without asking for permission? You should be ashamed. Applied to the game, the distorting voice would be the id trying to draw you in for the distortion, following your own selfish desires, whereas the superego would be your more moral self, denouncing the id in no uncertain terms, drawing out the ego, which is the happy medium between the two. And in this case, a really fucking sick flaming dragon warrior lady. This character is also notorious for having like 90 mass attacks. This fight is cool as hell. One of my favorites in the entire game, and it's also really hard. She has this attack called Reverse Scale. If you beat her in a clash against this page, she becomes incredibly strong and kills you next scene. To counteract this, every other scene she does this thing called Power Null, which makes it so no strength buffs can work on either side. The name of the game then is to beat this page when she's not power nulled and let it hit you when she is. Okay then, but what of the 6 speed dies she gets? Also, my entire squad has more than 10 burn right now. How'd that happen? Yeah, so the thing is, with this character, she doesn't even have to touch you to set your entire team on fire. I wonder what roasted bananas taste like. Zhao's page tells of her relationship with Lowell, someone honest, would wear his heart on his sleeve, a rarity in fixer work. This polarity ended up attracting her curiosity, which snowballed into something much, much bigger. Her love for him was so big it became burdensome at times. And then, like a candlelight under the dark of night, he was gone, the lingering smoke being the only thing that proved he was there. and she was left there in the dark. Her one regret being that she was too afraid to tell him he was her everything. She plans to reunite with him soon, where she'll tell him that she no longer has any shame or guilt. Reunite you will, my friend. Reunite you will. Finally, husband and wife slaughtered. This is a sick page to have because it also lets you spam mass attacks and just sets everyone on fire. Absolutely busted. Though I guess that makes sense that it's busted considering we're on the final level of Star of the City. Which means, I guess, since we have no other option, it's time to complete Jan's storyline. Following the Prescript's orders, Jan goes to an important place belonging to the Index. A place only the Prescript can guide them to. We're introduced to Moirai, an Index Weaver. This is the birthplace of Prescripts. The Prescripts are born from the heartbeat of the city, written down in the city's language by a pendulum. The language is then weaved into Prescripts proper through looms. In non-crazy speak, something happens in the city, like an explosion or a senior citizen falling down the stairs, the vibration of which moves the pendulum, and somehow weavers weave it into a legible prescript. Some dude that is jerking it made that prescript Jan is holding right now. This one says to follow the yellow-haired dude from earlier to his house. They then put it into the Angry Beaver's suction tube thingamabob, and it's sent to a messenger, who will then go and deliver the prescript. This really ticks Jan off. He thinks Moirai is the culprit behind the cruel prescripts, but she remains firm that it's not her making the prescripts. It's the city. Cruel and selfish. Evil people created the city. Why wouldn't the city itself not be cruel and selfish back? Prescripts are made from the will of the city. It's as simple as that. It makes sense then how the city could have such foresight to see Jan acting on his own regard apart from the prescript. At the end of the day, he was carrying out the city's will, not his own. We all know where this is going. Jan gave no effort to fight the distorting voice, probably thinking it was the city itself speaking to him. And it's already clear in his mind that the city more than owns him, so yeah, it makes sense. The Korean here is gibberish for distorted Jan. So our boy has gone full-blown distortion, and now the city wills its proxy to head on to the library. Moirai witnessed all of that and is more concerned with staying employed. Jan is now basically the embodiment of the prescripts. He knows Angela's name and makes it clear that everything the city knows, he knows too. Now to begin this segment on what I think is my third most struggled against boss in this game, this fight sucks. He has two big handies that do a lot of damage and annoying status effects. Jan himself uses pages on these hands that buffs them, which can only be cancelled if you clash with him. But the worst part of it all is a little move called Distorted Blade. From the very beginning, there's a neat little countdown timer underneath Jan, letting you know just how much time you have left before absolute fuckage. It is extremely unlikely and extremely inconsistent to beat this roll, unless you're using a page like Overcharge, making this fight more of a race to kill him before he can Distorted Blade your puckered asshole into the void. By the way, you know how a lot of fights let you use multiple floors to assist in a reception? Yeah? Well, this fight lets you use one, meaning you only have one chance to win. Otherwise, you're going to have to scurry on back to the Index proxy fight, which is still not easy, in order to get the books required to invite Distorted Jan again. Now, everybody, the way I beat Distorted Jan was kinda stupid. I used Bina's team, and the reason why you use Bina is because Fairy is broken. But with Distorted Yan always rolling 20s to 30s, no fairy attacks will ever hit, making her entirely useless. And it was only through Disposal that I could beat him for real. Disposal is the Distorted Yan counter, because not only does it roll mad high, but it also deletes every single one of his counter dice. Meaning if he gets hit by a Disposal once, he cannot do anything and is completely free to get ganged on by your entire squad. And that's if the Disposal hit doesn't immediately kill him. Again, this is a really complex fight. You have to beat down his hands before you stand a chance, and he will sip up all your attack power, which can be annoying if you're always rolling low. And there's always Distorted Blade, which sucks, but we're so close to the end of Star of the City. All we have to do is push a little bit further. Jan's page darkly tells of the prescripts and how they controlled his life, to the point where he was willing to end it all. Yet, when he was fully ready to accept that fate, he got another prescript, telling him that he is to be a messenger, a person who was forced to slaughter his closest friends and family, with an unapologetic resentment towards the little pieces of paper, has been ordered to deliver them to more people like him. So he hatched a little scheme, a scheme with the grand goal of putting a crack into the prescripts, a scheme that would hopefully shake the Index's belief in them and their authority. Yet, as we'd found out, that scheme was nothing more than a display of ownership over Jan. He'd never broken free from them. He hadn't formed a crack like he'd hoped, and he never will. But he holds on to the hope that one day, someone will be able to put an end to it. It just can't be him. Never again. Never again. Now I can put your page on She Said's floor where I can spam Distorted Blades until the end of time. And there it is. We have completed every Star of the City mission, meaning that when we get to 48 abnormalities, we'll be able to finally go to the final rank. A rank beyond what the Hana Association can bestow. Impuritas Civitatis. A label given from what I'm assuming is the head, meaning the library is an impurity of the city. With all of Tifrith's magical girls defeated, we can do her realization. Oh boy, I can't wait to meet all of my least favorite abnormalities once again. It starts with Roland and Tifrith chatting about natural sciences. How humans wanted to understand more of the world and step into the light, whereas other humans didn't and resigned to their dark caves, only consuming the results those in the light produced. Roland himself is one of those people that sit in the darkness, a nihilist through and through, who doesn't see the city or the people in the city getting any better. To which Tifrith objects that you have to hold the expectations that can happen, that you can step out to see the light, that maybe something good will happen next time. Nothing gets through to Roland, however, and we get a scene of him sitting in his house, covered in stranger's blood, cigarettes and beer cans rolling around. Why is that bunny rabbit looking at me like that? In the corner, a mobile above an empty crib. Someone shows up at the door, addressing him as the kid with the pitch black heart. Judging by the voice, I think I can chance a guess at who this might be. She offers Roland an opportunity of some kind, but before we get to know what exactly that is, it's Roland's turn for realization. Starting off with the Queen of Hatred. Now, to tell you the truth, guys, I was kinda completely overpowered for this fight. You could do all the Bria layer realizations a lot sooner, but I really put this one off because I hate Tifrith's Servant of Wrath fight with a passion. This does have a really sick final phase though, which we'll see in just a second. So Rolando is now a magical girl of love and hate, with the same gimmick of turning the screen pink and turning into that. The strategy, never let the person that he says is a villain beat him in a clash. Alternatively, do allow it to happen if you are really, really fucking strong. The next phase brings us straight into Wrath. My guess is because this fight is butthole cancer and it would be cruel to have it happen too late in the fight. Alternatively, they wanted to have this fight happen second so that way they could catch you before you're able to build up much light. Either way, I hate it. After Blind Rage, we have Despair. Aw, I'm really sad my wife died, guys. As a coping mechanism, he is now a femboy. When my wife died, I also woke up the next day with thigh highs. I shrugged it off as nothing special until I went to my computer, and to my horror, Linux was installed. Speaking of femboys, this is what King of Greed Roland used to look like. Yeah, remember what they took from you. Remember what they took from us. The second phase of greed, Roland, is crazy. Look at this fucking move. What is even that? This move is only blockable with a Fragment of Bliss. He does this move 2 times, and if you have 2 fragments and don't get fucked over by RNG on the last turn, you'll be good. As you can probably tell by the passive-aggressive scorn in my voice, that happened to me. But luckily, the final phase of this fight only needs 4 dudes to be alive. This is the Jester of Nile. Like Pinocchio, this guy is a brand new concept to Library of Ruina. He seems to be the source of the magical girl's corrosion, starting out with 4 statues surrounding him: Petrified Hate, Ossified Despair, Fossilized Greed, and Lapified Wrath. When their corresponding statues are destroyed, the magical girls are freed of their plight and take the spot of their liberator, giving you full, unrequited control of their powers. It also reverts them back to before they were corrupted. The Queen of Hatred becomes the magical girl of love. Knight of Despair becomes the magical girl of justice. King of Greed becomes the girl of happiness. And the Servant of Wrath becomes the magical girl of courage. Yeah, this fight is cool as hell. It also becomes incredibly simple at this point. Nile takes turns attacking each and every one of the magical girls in a set order. And only the girl that was corrupted by the state that he's currently in can do damage. If he's attacking with hate, fight back with love. If he's attacking with greed, fight back with happiness, that kind of thing. While love and hate are clashing, everybody else needs to play the hope card to make sure that that magical girl gets in her licks. There's a little more to it than that, like him summoning despair swords and blocking his gold rush, but those are simple to deal with. Eventually, it loops all the way to Wrath. The Girl of Courage inflicts a status called Erosion, which is one of the dumbest statuses possible. Every time someone gets hit, they take bonus damage equal to the amount of erosion on them. And it is through this stupid status that the Jester meets his end. Roland had his therapy session beaten into him, and to no one's surprise, it involved cross-dressing. Following this fight, Tiffereth's floor becomes incredibly broken with the strategy called Tiff Zodia, where you farm negative emotion coins with opportunity spotted, or by playing normally and rolling low, or sacrificing all your friends, and grabbing hate, greed, wrath, despair, and this final page Nyx, which cancels all their downsides and kneecaps the entire other team. In the background footage, I am solo Tiffereth against index proxies, and as you can see, Tiffereth is no-selling pretty much everything. All damage she takes is either 0 or like 3 at most, so Tiff Zodia, it's ridiculous, at the cost of being literally impossible to build up to. I have never once been able to have Tiff Zodia happen in natural gameplay, and even while with the sole purpose of Tiff Zodiaing, I've only got it after trying to do so for hours. This game tries so hard to make it so you can't get Tiff Zodia. Because remember, you have to get all 5 of these cards, and if you get like 1 too many positive emotion coins, you lose. You fail. Too tedious. To demonstrate just how much they don't want you to Tiff Zodia, 40% of these emotion coins are negative, and yet not a single Tiff Zodia card has appeared. In fact, they're all positive. L-Floor. The next realization is in the floor of language. Gebra's past trauma is her failure to protect the OGs of L-Corp. Something Roland finds pertinent to his own story. Following his failure to protect his wife and unborn child, he went on a rampage, raising anything and everything, trying to find out what was behind the distortion. From a scientist who turned people into gears, to a technician trying to rebuild his son as a puppet, to the Ruminos cartel who got absolutely fucking pulped along with the middle. All completely gutted by Roland's rampage, which stemmed from him being unable to protect the few things that he held dear, blaming the city. Out of all of them, I think Gebra's floor is the most broken. She has the red mist and insane abnormality pages, but it took me hours because this first phase is so annoying. Roland Red is so stupid. He just doesn't want to kill his wolf, which obviously leads to my librarians killing the wolf, which leads to my failure and me feeling sad. This is similar to Angela's Yesid realization because every abnormality fits both Gebra and Roland perfectly. This first phase fits Roland because he's a raging lunatic trying to hunt down the wolf that took away everything. Plus, the guy is red. Gebra is also red. Big and will be Bad Wolf is an abnormality resigned to killing people, because all he is to them is the big bad wolf that eats people. This bitterness could be applied to Roland as well, who sees himself as just another victim to the city out to create more victims. Mountain of smiling bodies because he states in no uncertain terms that he left a mountain of bodies ahead of him, which I feel like leaving a mountain of bodies behind you would make more sense. Nosferatu's whole thing is bloodlust, which, as we've seen, Rolando took part in, as did Gebra, which is an all too fond memory of everybody that played Lobotomy Corporation. And the final phase, with our dearly beloved, weird, fucked up dog, nothing there. Nothing there's whole thing is that he puts on the shell of other people, mimicking them. That kind of deception Roland has pulled in the past. By the way, this phase is really weird. You're supposed to do as much damage as you possibly can in the first phase before he turns into an egg and heals off the majority of the damage dealt in phase 1. Then when that egg hatches, he hardens and heals like crazy if you didn't do enough damage. Nothing there is a DPS check through and through. The way to beat this is to make absolutely certain the Red Mist has her ego, as this fight is basically built around Gebra going Red Mist mode. And so Rolando gets his feelings out to Gebra and she offers him a cigarette. How brave. Nothing there's abnormality pages are look, literally, use your peepers. Look, that's insane. All of them are insane. They literally stop pretending like they're trying to balance Gebra's floor with this one. Goodbye doubles damage on final hits. Shell cancels stagger and Hello recovers health. If you could take all 3, Gebra would literally be unkillable, but I guess I'll just settle for Shell, making Ego mode infinite. Good job, Gebra. I do think you are the most broken floor in the game, but I still like Yes's floor more from its music and Ding Ding just being so funny. So I'll put you in second place. Okay, so by this point in my playthrough, I really had not used Cheesehead's team that much, my reasoning being that he had no abnormality pages. And to get abnormality pages, I had to fight some of the most obnoxious douchebags ever. But surprisingly, Scaredy Cat in the Road Home was actually one of the more fun and interesting fights. These two were revealed in the Wonder Lab comic, where the Road Home spawned in real estate on top of some of the employees, and then turned her house cat into that thing, and began marching happily home. In this game, she's accompanied by her house cat friend and spawns a road, which she will attempt to reach the home on. In order to win the fight, the people on the yellow brick road have to beat down the little girl with as much prejudice as possible. Oh. While the other librarian... What the fuck was that? While the other librarians distract the cat. I am impressed by how Cheesehead can come back from 2 of the most dookie fights with one of my favorites. Once the road home is beaten, Scaredy Cat then morphs back into his original form, which can be eviscerated via disposal. Cheesehead talks about how even amongst the trust fund babies at the old L Corp, he was an elite, born into a ruling class family with a near guaranteed spot at a high position in A Corp. Fucking A Corp. But she said then Daniel left the silver spoon life behind because apparently Callie and Carmen kidnapped him, thinking he was someone else. And from there, Carmen handed him a job application. The next She Said abnormality is Ozma. Apparently the original Wizard of Oz had 14 sequels. In the second book, there's a princess named Ozma, future ruler of Oz, whom was kidnapped by the witch Mombi, who transformed her into a boy named Tippetarius, who had no recollection of being a princess. That way she'd never ascend to the throne. Tippetarius created a character named Jack Pumpkinhead, and was later changed back into Ozma. Just like in the book, Ozma is here surrounded by Jacks, but she'll awaken on the first scene and cause a librarian memory loss. This person then has to fight the real Jack to get all their pages back, lest they get turned into a pumpkin. If you play the game in a way the devs didn't intend, she pulls a distorted yawn and starts throwing a stupid mass attack every single scene. But besides intentionally playing incorrectly, pretty cool fight. At the start of the realization, Roland expresses his total nihilism. Nothing in the city will ever change, and the best that every person should do is watch their own back. That's that, and this is this core. But just like how this exact same line of reasoning was shot down multiple times, Cheesehead asks why Roland is so adamant in running from the idea that anything can change. Both Roland and Angela resign the possibility that anything can happen differently, and it justifies to them in their minds that because this thing can't be changed, they don't have to try. Bringing us to a cutscene where Roland is standing in front of a man he had given a bogus contract to, a man who had his whole office ruined, a man who had his life ended by Roland. After that, Roland on the phone with someone, completely screwing him out of a safe future by declining him permission to join a nest. Bitter, considering the entire reason why Roland participated in the smoke war was because he was promised a permit to migrate into the nest. Roland breaks the news to his wife, who tells him that it'll be okay. They're two renowned fixers, lol, and makes him pinky promise that if anything happens to her, he wouldn't lose his mind. Lol again. He then gets a call from an old fixer friend, Olivier, needing his assistance, leading Roland away from his wife, leaving her in the streets of music. Realization time. With the first phase, I have nothing to say about because at this point in the game, it's just become so easy. Same with the second phase. Two initially really hard abnormalities trivialized with newfound game knowledge and better moves. Phase 3 is sad because it renames the house to the home that cannot be reached. Probably because his home is wherever his wife was. And now that she's been reduced to a shape, all he can do is do the same to you. They were pronounced dead 3 minutes before rescuers arrived. The fourth scene reintroduces femboy Roland for the second and sadly last time in the game. This phase worked pretty much identically to how Ozma did originally. The final phase, or phases because there's 10 of them, is the adult that tells lies. Supposedly the wizard in his emerald city on his big emerald throne. I know the art is supposed to be Roland sitting in a throne, but I cannot help but see those freaky people eating rock things in Avatar that gave me nightmares as a kid. This is supposed to be another cinematic finisher in the same way Tifrith's was. Each librarian gaining an ability equivalent to the characters in The Wizard of Oz, gaining pages that pertain to whatever their character is. The first phase is the Woodsman's phase, where the Woodsman has to deal 30 damage to these crystals in order to give your boys a fighting chance. After this is the Scarecrow's phase. In this phase, the wizard snatches your friends and turns them into emeralds. Playing the Wisdom card allows you to see which crystal holds which friend, which are then to be clashed with their corresponding character's card in order to free them. The next phase, Scowling Faces are summoned for the Scaredy Cat to play his Courage card. This is where I messed up in my original playthrough because I had assumed that once all the Scowling Faces were staggered, it would be safe to dispose of them with non-Courage cats, which was a big mistake.
Oh, shoot.
Luckily, the Puppeteer's mass attack page was able to clutch and kill the Okoing skull emoji, but at that point, I figured the fight would be unwinnable without the Scaredy Cat. But after that phase, he becomes staggerable and fights normally. Following this phase, Emeralando becomes pissed off and decides that, you know what? I'm not having fun. Go die. Only to be countered by Ozma's page that wins the battle for Cheesehead's team, reducing Roland to a shape. Roland understands now that turning a blind eye to the injustice and suffering in the city only perpetuates the cycle of meaningless violence. And it's not just him. Every city dweller is taking part in the cycle of violence as well. And the only way to make any real change in it is to start making people aware. Making one person aware could go a long ways in the end. Alright, so you're probably curious on how to get infinite distorted blades. It happens on Cheesehead's floor, with the move Magic Trick. Distorted Blade is a move with an obscenely high cost, and Magic Trick is a page that flips the cost of the highest card to 0. So if you use the Arcorp clone card and clone a bunch of Distorted Blades and then use Magic Trick, Cheesehead's team suddenly transforms into a Quasar of Swords. There's also a much faster but more inconsistent way in selecting Cartier, which does the same thing as Magic Trick and turns the highest costing card to 0. And the catch being that that exact librarian with the Distorted Blade has to get the kill, and nobody else. So basically on Cheesehead's floor, you get infinity Distorted Blades completely for free. Love this floor, it's so stupid. Angela is now almost fully human, with her memories fading and her perception of time racing by like a human would feel it. Finally, an Angeloid smile that doesn't make my skin crawl. Angela is so close to becoming free, able to untether all the librarians and abnormalities to their bookshelves, almost ready to release them onto the city, leaving a mark on the city that would be far more damaging than the distortion ever could be. Roland remarks that her plan sounds a lot like Argalia's. Angela is close to achieving her revenge, undoing everything Ian worked so hard for. Here, close to the end of the story, all the paths converge into one. Into an association that oversees almost everything. The Hana Association. With the same people from the Urban Nightmare Prologue. Literally every single force grappling for L-Corp's real estate, aside from the Goon Squad, has been wiped from existence. So clearly, the library is a little above the average threat level, even by Star of the City standards. Now it's the big one's turn to tango, the Hana, the highest fixer authority in the entire city, whose power is only comparable to that of the head themselves. Here we're introduced to Miranai, Harold, and Olivier. I know the proper pronunciation is Olivier, but hey, fuck you. That language isn't real. You can't honestly look at this creature and say, hey look, it's a oiseau, spelled oizaux. Olivier makes a mention of an old friend making an appearance at the library. This friend, of course, being Roland, as Olivier was the guy that got Roland away from his wife before she got nade. That boy said that's that and this is this. Bro, my wife's dead! We learn from this cutscene that the Reverberation Ensemble has built a perimeter around the library, now preventing anyone from getting physically close to it. As if the library was a fat and juicy turkey and it's getting close to Thanksgiving Day. Apparently Section 1 of the Hana was annihilated, even with the help of the Vermilion Cross, a color fixer. Section 2, on the other hand, was tasked with tracking down the 8 chefs, 7 of which have been mutilated and cooked, with the last one gone missing. The Blood Red Knight and the Hour of the Wolf have been wreaking havoc on the Trace and the Zwei Association. And now it's time for Section 3. To head on over to the library. As soon as they arrive, they warn Angela that the mist covering L-Corp's nest has since dissipated and the library is visible from the outside. Something notable because now the library can be accessed from the outside, meaning both uninvited guests and wrecking crews can show up to destroy it. She then announces that a star of the city will fall tonight, only this has like negative infinity aura compared to when Zhao said it, how Zhao said it. God, she was so cool. We are now in the endgame of Library of Ruina, and as such, the pages our enemies possess are frickin' amazing. They also have the ability 4 trigrams in reference to the 8 trigram furnace. Gyeon adds strength and represents heaven. Gon adds protection and represents earth. Gam restores 1 light and represents water, or the moon. And Ri draws a page, representing fire, or the sun. Their pages tell of the Hana setting the standard for what all fixers should aspire to be. They're responsible for rating threats, grading fixers and offices, and assigning colors to fixers that are unusually proficient. They can't, however, designate a threat as an impurity. Only the head can do that. And the head has a propensity in taking impurities and just pushing them somewhere else. Since we are clearly very much an impurity, we may be getting a visit from our friends up at the head real soon. Harold speculates that the head actually enjoys its stars of the city. A star is a center of mass that dreams and ambitions gravitate towards, all within the city's sky. It would recontextualize why the head seemed so happy when the library officially became a star of the city in the prologue to that level. Oh yeah, that was the head, by the way. Cool. Roland is thankful that he didn't have to face off with Olivier, and they begin talking about the head. Of all the corporations in the city, A Corp, B Corp, and C Corp are all the most mysterious, enshrouded in layers of secrecy. A Corp manages patents, minting, and authorizing wings, and sending pineapples to crush dreams. Something Roland finds baffling because why would the head send arbiters and claws to the old L Corp laboratory in the outskirts? Normally the head doesn't care what happens outside of the city. As long as it stays outside the city, it might as well not exist. So why was the old lobotomy laboratory a different case? Anyways, with the book of his colleagues, we send an invitation to Olivier, who says the Puppeteer told him Angela is indistinguishable from a human. Her and her time-traveling antics. He also warns Angela that as she becomes more and more human, the library is losing some of its anomalous power. Since he can't kill Angela outright, he instead put a device in her hand, on a handshake that'll make her experience 1,000 years of time in a single second. Something that Rolando snatches away like the good little lapdog he is. Before ripping each other's throats out, Olivier hands Roland a gift. The gloves of the Black Silence. Something he hadn't worn in quite some time. It's the best Olivier could do since he's partly responsible for Roland ending up here. Dead wife moment. They catch up some more and talk about some evil sauce that Roland tried to take a sip of. Then they get started. It's a 1v1 with Roland as the Black Silence. This fight is really cool, and the first in a long series of Rolando 1v1s. So you're probably wondering about the Black Silence and their abilities. The Black Silence is a color fixer akin to the blue Reverberation, or the purple tier. Given that name because whenever the Black Silence is in combat, nobody can hear a thing. Nothing besides the sound of blades whizzing through the air, hammers crushing skulls, and bullets drinking the life out of their opposition. These gloves have the power to not only mute all sound besides his weaponry, but also summon forth the Black Silence's whole arsenal. Despite Roland getting a huge power boost with the Black Silence's gloves, Olivier is by no means a slouch and is a very capable fixer. You gotta be if you worked hand in hand with the Black Silence after all. Olivier's page tells of Charles's office and the 12 grade 1 fixers Charles employed, a reference to the Knights of Charlemagne, better known as the Knights of the Round Table. When Roland uses 9 moves with the 12 weapons he has, he's able to do a special move called Furioso, which is also a reference to the Knights of the Round Table. In that story, the most famous knight Roland, then Orlando, was in love with the beautiful princess Angelica. But when he learned she was in love with another, he raged across Europe and Africa, requiring his friend Astolfo to go up to the moon to find Orlando's wits. Olivier's page also tells about why he was paired with Roland. Roland being a total hothead, and Olivier's cautiousness was the perfect leash, so to speak. Olivier was prudence, Roland was action. Together, they make a fantastic team. At least they did. Angela's pissed at Roland for hiding that he's the Black Silence and not just any old grade 1 fixer. The only reason nobody identified him up until that point was because of his perception blocking mask that he wore during field work. Good to know. Not even a rock star color fixer can afford to live in a gated community. From here, we unlock the Black Silences page. Perfect timing, too. Because remember when I said that the library can be approached from the outside without an invitation? Before we're able to greet the uninvited guests at our door, the game warns us that this is one of those points of no return. This might be a Yakuza reference. Now is the time to either finish the remaining floor realizations, demolish healthcare CEOs, or don't catch up and forever hold your peace. There are only 2 floors remaining, both taking the cake for by far the hardest realizations in this game. We are heading into some of the deepest, darkest, hardest pits of utter bullshit that this video game library of Ruiner has to offer. So let's take a moment to breathe. Pineapple. Judgment Bird. This guy is really hard because he has the power to delete your entire team if he doesn't like your vibe. In this fight, every person is given 1 sin. That sin is transferred with every attack. Whenever someone has 5 sin, Judgment Bird strings them up. And if 3 or more people have over 3 sin, Judgment Bird says, fuck it, let's just wipe out everybody. Whenever Judgment Bird does a judgment attack, he loses 20% of his stagger resistance. Ignore where it says 25%, that's a lie and it was never patched out. You have also been given the ability to attack your own teammate, meaning the game wants you to attack your teammate to give them 5 sin in order to bait out a judgment to work towards a stagger on Judgment Bird. It sounds so simple, and that's why the devs at Project Moon decided that they would add in 3 other birds that can move 6 times, that can't get sin transferred onto them, but they can transfer sin onto you. So you have to juggle giving the correct person the right amount of sin while also fending off the birds that want to give other people sin, while making sure no more than 3 characters have over 3 sin, otherwise ceaseless judgment. Then, when Judgment Bird goes to game end them, simply direct that attack away from the person that would get O-code. Since Judgment Boy is using his judgment attack, he will lose stagger resist, but since it's not against someone with 5 sin, that person will be perfectly fine. Or you can do what every single other human being on the planet does and just get carried by Bina's Fairy. His character is hilarious. After that fight, Roland tries to get Bina to spill some secrets about the head. Why does the head have so many strict rules when it doesn't even care about the lives of its people? A question Bina can't answer. Bina is at this point a fallen arbiter. Her abilities like her pillar toss or her fairies are strong, but not quite as strong as they once were. Also, finally, some good pages on Bina's floor. The Weight of Sin is funny because you can definitely force a bunch of strength and endurance gains. And Tilted Scale is good for clutching and healing your boys. And then there's Hokuma. who I remember stating was my favorite character and then never spoke about ever again, like a true Netzach floor librarian. The floor of religion has quite a few run-ins with godlike figures, the first being the Burrowing Heaven. In LobCorp, this abnormality's gimmick was that you forget about him and 99% of your facility dies. Here, if you don't kill all the little guys before the 9th scene, the floor of religion explodes. This fight really encourages blocking, since Heaven resists all types of damage, meaning the Uja and the Purple Tear's guarding stance are really good for this. When Big Guy comes awake, he can be blocked to death. Hokumo explains to Roland that unlike everybody in the library who followed Carmen, Hokumo, then Benjamin, believed in Iron. He respected Iron's ability to accept evil, as long as it ultimately meant realizing the Seed of Light project and saving the world. Roland says that faith is a bit misguided and also kinda stupid, but Hokumo returns saying he's not the only one blinded by faith. The Burrowing Heavens pages are good, but I'd like to bring special attention to this one. This is the basis of one of Hokumo's most famous gimmicks, that being Blockma, which makes defensive counter dice hilarious to use. Hokumo's second abnormality is the Price of Silence, another cut concept from Lobotomy Corporation. I read about this guy when researching the LobCorp video and thought his claim to fame would be that he was going to be the only tool abnormality that was at the A-lift tier. But now I looked at the Legacy fandom wiki and hey, that's not true. But then we come over to this game and he's sandwiched in between a pretty dangerous WoW and an A-lift, and I don't know what I'm doing with my life anymore. The god in this scenario is Time. At the start of the scene, the scythe/lamppost thing spawns in a little Reaper that you have to kill. This Reaper either getting buffs against clashes or a buff on one-sided attacks. So obviously force him to clash if he's buffed on a one-sided attack, and let him do a one-sided attack if he's buffed in clashes. Easy. But then he spawns in another, and another. And also you only have 30 seconds to set up all your attacks, and they all have different buffs that you have to sort between. And you can use this move, which is fascinatingly similar to Hokumo's core suppression gimmick, in that if you use it, it pauses time, allowing you some golden seconds to really think about and strategize what you're going to do next. But this time pause comes at a cost, because everybody gets hurt. At scene 12, if you haven't killed enough guys, literally give up. Here's the secret. This fight is actually simple as hell. All you have to do is press the P key. Pressing P automatically targets enemies, and it's as simple as removing the clashing moves against clashing buffed Reapers, and removing the time stop pages as well. Easy. It still is a war of attrition, mind you. You have to kill 12 of these guys, averaging 1 kill per scene, but that's as far as it goes. Following this, we get a father-daughter talk where Hokumo scolds Angela for managing the library in a manner near identical to how Iron managed the corporation. From treating human beings as expendables, to dressing them up in the egos of others, to employing abnormalities in order to reach their goals. She may not agree with it or even like it, but she is uncannily similar to her own papa. Price of Silence's abnormality pages are all decent. I really like how the Time page makes the most intellectual looking team the dumbest by basically forcing auto-battling. This page can also be pretty ridiculous if you set it up right. The final abnormality of Hokumo's floor is Blue Star. A bunch of legs in the void. This is actually one of my favorite abnormality fights. The gimmick is you have to stagger your enemies, or even your allies. When someone is staggered, the Blue Star gobbles them up and takes 100 damage. And that's it. It's really that straightforward and super fun. Perfect to round off the final abnormality of Library of Ruina. We've killed Heaven, we've killed Time, and we've killed God. Sounds about right for a Project Moon game. Hokumo likens the library to a purgatory, a place where people go, not to die, but instead to enter into a slumber, from which it is impossible to wake, yielding all their memories and knowledge to anyone that gets their hands on those books. Hokumo accuses Angela of having the ability to free people from their book form, the reason being that those books are a product of the light, something Angela needs in order to fully realize her ambitions. Hokumo then asks her whether she still believes that one perfect book still exists out there, to which at this point, even she's starting to question it. And as long as there is doubt, both Angela and the library will crumble. And with that, we have fought every abnormality in Library of Ruina. Almost. The final 2 realizations until the very end of the game are upon us. Beginning with Bina, with an exciting pop quiz. Okay, Roland, which of these characters was Angela based on? Hod. Ooh, I'm afraid that is not correct. Question 2. Is this character wearing a wig? No. Wrong! Question 3.
Come on, please don't be something stupid.
Have you viciously made out with a blue reverberation before?
No.
She explains Ian made Angela out of the need of attachment, now that Carmen was gone. When he finished, he realized that Angela just wasn't Carmen. If anything, it ended up resembling him more than anything. We then get a vision of Roland's participation in the smoke war. Hey look, it's Salvador. Salvador shows Roland the old L-Corp singularity, the smoke monster, the creator of the old L-Corp smoke. It's such a hideous sight that Roland immediately pukes into his own mask. This could be considered the birthplace of Roland's nihilism. This is where he learns that the singularities employed to govern the masses are nigh unanimously based on human suffering. Something that was proven to us time and time and time and time again. The scene flashes forward to the first time Roland meets his wife, Angelica. She explains that she and her brother were test subjects to a wing that dumped them both in the outskirts when the experiments ended. Now Roland and Angelica are on a mission to take out the star of the city, the Blood Red Knight, a blood fiend who kept turning people into zombies, and not just any old people. Rich people. Ooh. In an effort to protect Rolando, Angelica took a hard blow in his place, leaving Roland to finish the job, knocking down the star of the city, Elena. Angelica was fine though, and uses that moment of vulnerability to take off Roland's mask, giving him a new catchphrase. Angelica broke into Roland's world. She made herself the foundation of his world, and was the person who taught him to turn a blind eye to his pain and the pain of the city. Oh yeah, it's apocalypse bird time, baby. This is an absolute behemoth of a fight, and my single most struggled against realization. Beginning with Big Bird, who swamps up anyone bedazzled by the lamp. If someone looks like they're gonna get swamped, have Bina shoot fairies or a pillar to prevent that from a safe non-swamping distance. Trust me, it is not worth losing a librarian in these earlier phases. In the second phase, he switches to P-Bird, who doesn't have a birdcage gimmick and you straight up just have to beat him to death. Only one-sided attacks work and never clashes, because the librarian that chooses to clash gets the throat. Next, Justicia, who serves as the biggest roadblock in killing your dear friends in possibly the least just ways. This guy, once again, is at best cheesed with fairy and piercings. And the final phase, the big scary monster living in the black, dusky forest. This is where dreams are crushed underneath giant wing arms, a feeling I find myself rather acquainted with. This thing is a hulking beast that does unreasonable damage, with most of its attacks inflicting nasty statuses. Paralysis is bad news. For the love of God, avoid paralysis. Twilight rotates between 3 states: big eyes, small beak, and long arms. Big Eyes horrifies librarians and spams Brilliant Eyes, a move that is so terrible to get hit by. Losing light is bad, especially against this monster. The only weakness of Big Eyes is slash damage. Small Beak bleeds you like a hog and is weak to blunt, and Long Arms is immune to status effects, making Bina's inclusion on the team a complete joke. Out of all the eggs, I think Big Bird's egg is the most dangerous, followed by Judgment and then Punishing Bird. And after a long battle, cracking the Big Eyes, Long Arms, and Small Beak, Apocalypse Bird becomes actually killable. No, the battle isn't won as soon as the eggs are destroyed. One lap remains in defeating the kid with the pitch black heart, rounding out and completing Roland's final realization. You know, normally I'd put a zinger at the end of the montage to distract from the fact that there was just a total, complete cut from the music, but I couldn't think of one this time. I am so sorry. When it's all said and done, Roland gets his last therapy session from a person that definitely lied and doesn't have a license. He recognizes the fault in turning a blind eye to the world, brushing everything off as a mere case of that's that and this is this. It's partially Roland's fault that what happened happened. People remaining bystanders, turning a blind eye to everyone else in the city, is ironically what's causing the wheel of suffering to continue turning. But change is possible. The wheel was broken once. It's been proven that it can happen, even if it's hard. That's the last thing Bina had to teach Roland, rendering the Flora philosophy 100% complete.
Now, we can egg Zodia.
These 3 eggs, already really good on their own, can be boosted to their fullest potential with the Beast. Full light, free damage to everyone else. The other team rolls lower. It's pretty cool. This is the first deck builder I've ever played, and I gotta say, it is really hard to set up some of these OP strats, but when you do it, it is so satisfying. Like you discovered the last piece of the puzzle still hidden in the box.
Thank you, Bina, for your contributions.
We're not done yet, though. Now it's Hokma time. Still don't understand what Hokma Balls means, by the way. Angela once again has her dear old dad, or one of her dads, give her another session. She asks how the invitation works, and his response is interesting. The answer is Carmen.
The person integrated into Angela's own mind, the person responsible for all the light, the person from which all the abnormalities were created with her Cogito bath.
Hokma suspects that Carmen is the one behind the invitation. Carmen's goal with the Seed of Light project is to shine the light over everyone so that they can dream again.
But since that plan was cut short by Angela, the light left only half-grown, incomplete seeds in the hearts of the people. The people affected most by the Tree of Light were the same people that showed up at the library throughout the course of the game.
With many characters having big dreams all the way back to the very first reception. Let's just say there's a reason why we got specifically the people we did and not anyone else. It's because they had the most light. So the invitation, or I guess Carmen, was attracted to them so that the light can be reclaimed and shown properly.
Hearing this pisses off Angela, because she wants to be free and her own person. But at the same time, if she doesn't have Carmen, then she has nobody.
What follows is a montage of Seed of Light errors that lasts for 1 million years. It may look quick, but this footage was actually sped up 3.15576E plus 13 times. Angela at this point is desperately scrounging around to find the book that'll complete her, yet none of them come even close. And it dawns on her that it wasn't vengeance that she wanted.
All she wanted was to be rewarded. She wanted recognition from Ian, a gift she never received. There's no point in turning back now, though. She's come this far to ruining everything Ian wanted. She will see it through. And she's
taken the form of the Plague Doctor in what might be the coolest fight ever. Unlike all the other realizations which run us through every abnormality that we've already faced, the Floor of Religion realization is pure White Knight, with some gimmicks borrowed from the abnormality. It makes so much sense that what is the Project Moon equivalent of Satan is the final boss of the Floor of Religion. God, it's so cool! So we start out by having to take down the Apostles, 12 to be exact, in reference to the 12 Apostles of Jesus Christ. As more Apostles are slain, Angela, as the Doctor, grows more and more wings, drawing closer to awakening as White Knight. Once the 12 are beaten, Angela switches sides, with our boy appearing in the background, only to be obscured because you grabbed the clock abnormality page. Everybody on our team gains reverence, the White Knight exclusive fear level from Lobotomy Corporation. Angela will then yoink 2 of your friends, giving them eyes similar to a certain skeleton, and the blue-eyed Guardian Apostles, when dropping to 1 health, won't die, but instead become suspended, so that White Knight can later revive them back to full. The trade-off being that once she does this, she becomes fatally weak to all damage. After a long, arduous battle, we can get Angela down to only 1 health, who proceeds to heal up to 666 and instantly staggers everybody. A dire situation. But luckily for us, a newcomer has made an appearance on the battlefield. The original Abnormality. 1 sin and 100 good deeds. Following the arrival of 1 sin, Angela will turn the remaining assistant librarians into apostles, leaving Hokma for death. 1 sin counteracts this by granting Hokma a crown of thorns, protecting Hokma completely from whatever White Knight throws his way. Just when it all seemed hopeless, the Project Moon equivalent of Jesus shows up. Thanks, bro. Skull emoji. With nothing left to do, Hokma confesses his sins to 1 sin, causing White Knight to shriek in utter agony as a holy ray of light shines down on him. Amazing that both the chillest abnormality in LobCorp and the hardest both make an appearance in the final reception. skull emoji. White Knight's page and gear are unsurprisingly pretty good, though nothing hilariously broken, unlike the Paradise Lost ego from LobCorp. Still, you can make some pretty crazy stuff happen with this. Also, now I can have Hokma turn into White Knight. Try saying Hokma balls now, you piece of shit.
And thus, we are done with all the floor realizations, barring Keter. That isn't absolutely all the content there is. Like, there are small stories with the floor librarians interacting in funny ways, but that's not important for the sake of this video. All I'll say there is play this game. It is so good.
The Reverberation Ensemble breaks down the door to the library, inviting themselves in and introducing themselves with very little courtesy, as they're too busy wanting to taste Angela's now human skin. The text here implies that she now actually almost has the perfect book, and it's very close to completion, which I think is kind of weird considering the whole thing with Hokma was her coming to terms with the idea that maybe the perfect book doesn't exist, and that she needs to change without its help, but conveniently, never mind. Maybe the perfect book changed to a more metaphorical sense, like the completion of the library or something. Argalia greets Roland and introduces him to someone he finds very close. Oh wait, Jaeyeon's here. Please, don't tell me he... Oh, yeah, so this might be the single most fucked up thing ever. Roland's dead wife, Angelica, makes an appearance in the flesh. Kind of, prompting Roland to immediately want to throw hands, but Mr. Blue Reverb won't allow it. They went through all the trouble of digging out Angelica's body from that piano. And as it turns out, Angelica was killed by the pianist, something that I'm sure we had all pieced together, but it's something that Angela, up until this point, had no idea about. Following the death of his wife to the hands of the pianist, Roland went on a rampage, massacring everything and anything he is suspected was behind the creation of the Distortion, inadvertently creating every member of the ensemble in his rampage. Now he's here at the library, and everyone knows why he's here. And now, Angela does too. Roland is here to get revenge. They'll thank Angela for gathering the light for their own personal use, and for not understanding Roland's motive so that way they could get the drop on him. I really like this frame because everybody here is standing pretty normal,
and then there's Greta in the back who's hitting the dead space pose for absolutely no reason.
This is the final test that the game throws at the player. Every single Sephiroth has a corresponding Qliphoth to face. On the reverse side of the Tree of Life is the Tree of Death, the distorted, impure shadows of the Sephiroth, the Sitra Achra, the Qliphoth. The first one we're going to talk about is Malkuth, whose shadow is our favorite track star, Philip. Philip reveals that his ultimate goal is to create a world where people can walk on their own, without needing to change or lean on another person. In other words, he wants to live a life where he's unchained from absolutely everything. Both of these characters had tried and failed to prove themselves, harming everyone in the process. But Philip let the pain get to him, and he fell into pure selfishness. Whereas Malkuth saw hope that the future will one day be better. This fight fucking sucks. The reason why being that you can't change pages between floors. For example, let's say I use Zhao's page on Philip's floor and beat Philip. Now Zhao's page is completely unusable for the remainder of this reception, essentially forcing you to divide your best pages between all of the Asia floors, only getting them back once you beat all 4. If I had to guess, it's probably to simulate all these battles happening simultaneously, and there's no mixing and matching pages when it's all happening at the same time. The gimmick is the same with Bria and Absoluth. I will say though, this is not nearly as bad as it used to be. In earlier versions of the game, when you use a key page, that page is locked all the way up until you beat Argalia at the very top in the Keter floor. So that's cool. All of Philip's previous moves come back in stronger variants. Rueful Eventide is now Waned Eventide. Stigmatize is now Despairingly Stigmatize, etc., etc.
You can also tell you're in for a difficult fight when they give the enemy the Fatalis Powder Explosion attack.
But still, the worst move is that fucking pew laser. He's also resistant to every damage type until he gets set very much on fire, making the gimmick of this fight to set him ablaze and win. Believe it or not, this was the second hardest fight in the entire game for me, requiring 3 separate episodes of sheer failure just to beat up the sad little boy. Now, to beat Philip in the coolest possible way, we're going to use the Stan Latier method. Put Zhao's page on Malkuth with Retaliate, Mind Holler, Lone Fixer, and Remain Vigilant in Peace. Equip the page with this exact deck. Flash Bee on against this move for positive emotion coins. Take Happy Memories, which I am so sorry, Teddy, for disrespecting you. You are responsible for Malkuth's only good thing. Slug it out with Philip one-on-one. Don't worry about taking damage. Gluttony will fix us up. Also, when given the possibility, take Wing Beat. It'll be a good heal. By now, the Fervid Emotions page should be really low in cost, thanks to Happy Memories. That, in conjunction with the Red Mist's Retaliate, means you should rarely be taking one-sided attacks with how many counter dice you have. As soon as the babies appear and Zhao's ego manifests, use Tao Tie to incinerate all of them. You want to get as many of those blue arrows targeting the baby's primary speed dice as you possibly can. That way it eats them and they can't do anything this scene. From there, duke it out with Philip and the babies will die naturally. Both thanks to the counter dice Malkuth is shitting out and also because Zhao's ego proves exactly who truly is fire. Philip will eventually enter his last phase. Make sure to place your attacks carefully so you don't get lasered. And with our insane snowball of power, Philip should eventually get overtaken. Prime for extinguishment. Philip's page tells of his journey, from trying to block out any and all connection to the world, to being grateful for it all. It's because of all the pain and suffering he underwent on his journey that allowed him to achieve something. On my original playthrough, I beat Philip, unlocking his key page, forfeited the reception, and ran back Philip with Philip, just so I could maybe get kind of close to burning him to death. Finally, he's dead for good this time. Never to come back, I'm sure. Yesid's beef is with Eileen, who on the Tree of Death represents Gamaliel, their name being the Obscene Ones. Eileen is shockingly an extremely competent fighter. She tries to convert him into her gear cult, to which he socially inepts his way out like a true king. This fight is only won by weakening her resistances, and that's done by killing 4 of her compadres. But remember, we are on Yesid's floor. In other words, all you have to do is get Dark Flame and then laugh maniacally as you riddle her with bullets, since she's now permanently fatally weak to everything. Eileen doesn't believe in free will. She believes in a flow that effortlessly guides people to where they need to go. And anyone that pulls away from the flow is doing a disservice to themselves. That's what her goal is, to get everyone that doesn't know of the flow to come together and be who they're truly meant to be. Like gears turning in a machine. Good job, Eileen. On any other floor, you might have been kind of difficult. Hod faces Greta of the 8 Chefs. On the Tree of Death, Greta takes the place of Samael, the deceitful one. A name that doesn't really reflect because Greta is about as straightforward as you can possibly get. Greta reveals that the others of the 8 Chefs couldn't find the perfect dish, so instead they began cooking themselves. And they kept going until nothing remained of them but their teeth and tongues. Greta fights solo, with the only opponent to aid her on her side being the remains of the Thumb Soldados. At least I assume that's what those are. I did not plan for the team of refrigerators to fight the Shark Chef. Things just have a way of working out sometimes. So Greta is all about hitting really hard and inflicting bleed. The name of the game being to inflict as many statuses as possible on her to break through the effect Resilience, which prevents her from taking statuses. Once that's broken though, she can be bled, causing her to take a lot of damage. When she takes some damage, she'll target a meat pile for consumption, restoring health. Generally speaking, it's best to lure Greta's attacks away from healing. I would like to use this moment to bring attention to Greta's page art. This is simultaneously some of the most grotesque and violent art, and some of the silliest. Like, look at that smile. Look at that goofy little smile. Also, shout out to the Sanguine Desire Ego page for being specifically designed for this fight. Using this page makes Bleed become identical to Fairy, and as we all know, Fairy is kinda broken. After 40% health, she goes into phase 2, where she instantly eats all the meats and uses a silly little move called Into the Sack You Go, instantly sacking a guy to be gobbled up, no matter their health. Greta's page talks about the injustice that is not allowing citizens of the city to eat other people. Why do humans value human lives above those of animals? Is it because they're apex predators? And if that's the case, shouldn't there be an apex class of humans that are allowed to eat other humans? I feel like that line of reasoning is a step short of veganism. Imagine someone being confronted with the suffering of animals and being like, you know what, this is unfair. I'll eat both animals and humans. Bremen, The same guys that made a deal with the blue reverb have joined forces, literally, and are now tearing it up on Netzach's floor. Bremen's Qliphoth equivalent is Garib, harboring a world of lust, greed, and gluttony. Garib is unrestrained passion that destroys anything and everything it comes in contact with. One of the most fitting ensemble members for this role. Bremen loves playing with status effects, and when he's not doing statuses, he's buffing his allies. Also here are the Puppeteer's puppets, Eileen's worshipper, and Oswald's friend, Miss Mermaid. Who I guess all lent their allies because Bremen alone is kind of pathetic. Also, look at this moving sprite. Is he not the greatest guy ever? When staggered via pierce damage, a head will explode. And when 3 heads explode, he proceeds to the next phase, wherein he spams mass attacks like it's no one's business. If you survive the mass attack, congrats. He's fatally weak to everything and can be expunged. Else, you're fucked. This is actually kind of a tough fight to do because there's a lot going on here, and he just uses so many statuses and mass attacks. To tell you the truth, I beat this fight in the least honorable way possible. Here's how to beat Bremen in the least skillful way possible. First, eradicate the remainder of the Night Owls to get Alan's page. Equip it with Mind Hauler and maybe Lone Fixer and Remembrance. Slap on a bunch of zero-cost pages that have the page draw effect. Get into the reception, fight until your team's emotion level reaches 5. Select Spring's Genesis and put it on Netzach. Once you hit Bremen 4 times, he is hopeless. Netzach is fully invincible, and the only thing required to maintain this invincibility is to continually land 4 hits. This is called stealth, one of the many ways to break this game. Spring's Genesis makes a character completely untargetable, at the cost of dropping your stagger. But with the Mind Hauler passive ability, this strat has basically 0 drawback, because it just heals back your stagger that you lose while cheesing him. But then you might be thinking, but wait, can't I run out of cards? No, my loyal, simple-minded subject. That won't happen if every single page in hand is a page draw card that costs nothing. Now, the only way to lose this is by accidentally starting the combat phase before getting 4 hits on Bremen. Bremen's page tells of a hedonistic being seeking nothing but pleasure, drawing loose parallels to Netzach, whom tried to drown himself in pleasure via Enkephalon. Bremen is not satisfied with the pleasure though, and wants more and more. His desire with the light is to drown the world in inescapable pleasure, wanting the ultimate hedonistic reality for oneself. At least that would be the case if he weren't currently getting cheesed to death. Tifereth embodies spiritual harmony, whereas its Qliphotic counterpart, Tagumron, embodies chaos and the concealment of all things beautiful. To directly quote my resource, it creates confusion rather than fusion of the heart and mind. In the personification of chaos and confusion, Oswald is a good example of this. Why does it look like his face is trying to run away from his head? They have an argument about expectations. Oswald thinks expectations are a rancid thought, thinking that it would be much better if people just lived as they were. Tifereth counters, saying that if you hold expectations, you trust someone. And if you don't like that concept, you're simply scared of not living up to the expectations of others. Oswald has 2 really strong secondary characters, and eventually that number turns to 4. Probably applied that same mindfuckery he used on Philip to make it seem like our team is them. Also, we got another blessed run sprite from Oswald. Look at this. Does it not exude pure joy and merriment? This fight really comes down to killing his friends. Miss Mermaid first and foremost, and Mr. Knife second. After all his friends die, he goes for the climax, which really doesn't matter. I beat it on my first attempt without Tiff Zodia. If you can manage Tiff Zodia, Oswald stands no chance whatsoever. Oswald's page delves further into his hatred of expectations. I want to eat 3 blossoms of flowers. I want to be a swifty, nifty, thrifty kitty. I want to earn a fortune. But then they add, maybe I'll find delicious flowers someday. Maybe I'll get fat stacks of cash in my paws someday. Maybe I'll be showered in the loudest applause. Someday. Someday, someday, someday. People will chase their dreams. Someday. People will turn over a new leaf. Someday. Oswald wants people to reach for their dreams today. That's the world Oswald wants, where everybody is happy today and don't have anything else attached. I couldn't find a place to put this in the video, but I really want to bring up this card because I always saw the guy on the right as a Goron. Gebra's shadow is Gullohab. Gebra stands for justice, discipline, and strength, whereas Gullohab stands for unconditional violence and rage, based on biased standards. Tanya's worldview could not be simpler. The weak should fear the strong, and the strong should subjugate those below them, ruling over the weak. Tanya wants a world where strength supersedes everything. The strong deserve to be at the top of the world, whereas the weak deserve nothing more than to grovel at the strong's feet. There is zero gimmick with Tanya. She is a brawler that seeks to do as much physical damage as possible. Simple as that. She's also a one-wolf army. Nobody's backing her besides her fists. But there's one teeny tiny problem with her game plan. She's fighting the red mist. So, what Tanya brings to the table is absolute firepower, whereas Gebra brings absolute firepower, but more. After eating all her allies and gaining a comical amount of power, Gebra tears Tanya a new one. What's that? You didn't actually die and regained health for phase 2?
Thank God, finally a punching bag that doesn't break after one hit.
Goodbye. Tanya's page elaborates more on her worldview, thinking it's unfair how people elbow their way past each other in everyday life that are non-violent. Why should beatdowns be any different? Gebra proved that her strength is far greater though. So clearly that means Gebra's worldview is more correct than Tanya's. Check out this natty 200 damage dice roll, by the way. 208! She said shadow is Ga-Ag-Shibla. There's no way in hell I pronounced that right. She said is mildness and benevolence. It is the love God shows to humans. Ga-Ag-Shibla is the same love, but suffocating, devouring even. Just like how too much water can drown a healthy plant, an obsessive love towards someone can end up exhausting them. Perhaps it was the same obsessive love Jae-Young felt for his son. I mean, he turned the boy into a puppet out of dismembered youngins before Roland burnt everything down. This guy's clearly not well. Jae-Young wants a world where people are free from their strings, having an utter hatred towards those of the upper class, having power on those below, as we've seen from his disdain towards the first-class passengers on the W Corp train. Let's go Cheesehead's floor. I love Distorted Blade.
At the time of recording, Pake was an uninitiated poser who didn't understand the Distorted Blade tech, meaning he did not use Distorted Blade a single time, rendering the previous statement incorrect.
Mr. Puppeteer gives his puppets red strings, which makes it so they can't die. The solution to this problem is to clash with Jaeon's tugging strings, to remove their red strings and make them killable. In terms of difficulty, this fight is pretty middle of the road. He does have the Angelica puppet with her own signature moves, but Distorted Blade. Jae-Young's page expounds on the death of his son at the hands of rich people's gentrification project, getting ran over by a giant steamroller. There's probably a reference in there somewhere, but I can't quite put my finger on it. He noticed a stuffed doll behind his boy's remains, and the sight of that stuffed doll gave him a brilliant idea. You can probably guess what that idea was, and the rest is history. Anyways, he dies the second he gets staggered. The final layers are upon us. And at this point, the whole gimmick with having to spread key pages between floors doesn't really matter. Because Roland's fight is solo as the Black Silence, and there are more than enough pages to share between these two. Bina is the Sephiroth of understanding, the birth giver of form, the spiritual mother of all things. Whereas the Klipot Satoriel is the concealment of God, taking his righteous creation and rending it into an unspiritual mass of matter, beclouded and lifeless. Like how Bina in the opening dialogue talks about the beauty of stars, and how stars of the city should be showing the city where it needs to go, whereas Elena states stars are nothing more than dots in the sky. The opening dialogue of this reception is fucking hilarious because instead of the intruder talking in weird metaphors with a patron librarian being confused and playing catch up, Bina's the one doing the yapping and Elena is left dumbfounded that pineapples can even talk. I also like how Bina is the one warning the other person to be prepared and not vice versa. Elena is a blood fiend, a type of humanoid monster predating the Distortion. They're basically Project Moon's takes on vampires. Living in a big mansion, older the stronger, bite the neck to make another one, reanimate corpses, you get the gist of it. Elena, though, is a blood fiend that underwent distortion. with her plight being literally racism. She claims up and down that humankind has no reason to condemn them, even though other blood fiends say that Elena's methods of removing people's blood vessels and painting the walls with them is just a touch extreme. Hey look, it's the Vermilion Cross. This fight is easy because it has Ruina. The Vermilion Cross has this insane move called Rampage's Strike, which when it hits one person, will go on to hit the next person. My best counter for this was Tanya's beatdown page. It's like catching the Raging Bull and putting it to bed. He needs to go. Once the Vermilion Cross is downed, Elena really isn't bad at all. Sometimes she turns invincible and gobbles up everybody's health, but like, Fairy is just better. Also, her page is just more complaining about the prejudice against blood fiends. Never mind her as an individual having a body count of 4,712 according to the wiki. Reminder, one of the worst, most lethal hurricanes in United States history was Hurricane Katrina, and that took 1,500 people.
This person is more than 3 hurricanes.
I promise, guys, I'm not as bad as you think, guys, I promise. The shadow of Hokma is Gogiel. Hokma represents intellectual wisdom, whereas Gogiel represents a distorted perversion of said wisdom into pure deception. Both of these characters are represented so perfectly by those titles. Pluto talks about how he was screwed over by a shady contract, the same thing that caused him to weaponize them, wielding magic and putting orange circles on people's necks. Certified dairy moment. This fight is difficult, and while it didn't personally make me struggle more than Philip, for most this is the hardest of the ensemble fights. It starts with Pluto giving unjust contracts that offer benefits, but also need to be followed, lest the librarian incur a harsh penalty. Then he spawns in mirrors of the assistant librarians, and goddammit, how is this game still finding ways to distorted blade me? So yeah, librarians that are just us, but better in every way. Sounds fun. There are a few roads you can take with this fight. First, you can do it as intended, which I'm not kidding whatsoever. I don't think any single human being has ever tried that before. Ironically, it is not fun or easy to beat Pluto by playing by the rules. You can use Boundary of Death, Castigation, or any other fixed damage move that can break through his endurance. But my favorite method is Blockma. Strip all the pages off the assistant librarian so Pluto copies nothing good. Slap Puppeteer with hella counter dice and block dice on Hokma. Force Hokma to get the light contract. Grab this Burrowing Heaven abnormality page, then Blockma until the cows come home.
It's so sad that Carmen died of Blockma.
Who the hell is Carmen?
Blockma balls.
I'm gonna pretend that beating Pluto with Blockma didn't take me 2 hours. Pluto talks about faith, deception, and how people's so-called gods are mere projections of themselves. If people are so easily fooled, how can he trust what his own eyes are showing him? He's really not getting over that incident, is he? It's time for the final member of the Reverberation Ensemble. The composer himself, Argalia. It's blue versus black up on the Keter floor. The shadow of Keter is Thamiel, meaning duality and conflict, perfectly reflecting these two. A psychopath and his brother-in-law. Oh yeah, by the way, did I mention Angelica? Roland's wife is also Argalia's sister? You all probably sussed it out since they have the same exact name, but I still hadn't figured out at this point in my playthrough. I don't know how. Argalia goes on about his plan, his desire to break the limits placed on humanity's shoulders. What happened to Angelica that day wasn't a tragedy. He had only convinced himself it was a tragedy. But he saw what the pianist represented. A world where everybody can be truly themselves. Argalia's desire for the light and the distorting voice's desires are one and the same. It was confirmed in the Puppeteer's introduction that he could hear it after all. Argalia's fight is really interesting. He works by building up vibration, which is this blue scythe. When his speed dice rolls exactly the same as vibration, he gets a huge damage buff, and it resets. He's also permanently strengthened because his entire ensemble has become a book, so good for you, buddy. Roland's gimmick is to just slap on Lone Fixer and grind for Furioso. Finally, the Blue Reverberations page tells of the time he appeared on the scene, right after the Hana called him to dispatch of the pianist. That's right, the Hana didn't call the Black Silence. They called him the Blue Reverberation. But he arrived moments too late, as the Black Silence already slain the fiend. At first, he felt deep sorrow, but that sorrow turned to hope, as he knew that it wouldn't be forever. He would rid the world of greed and obsession, death will no longer be eternal. When Argalia hits 25 health, he uses his final attack, Final Impromptu. A ridiculous attack that can take anything from full health to absolute zero. Something that can only be beaten by Roland's Furioso. On my initial run, I didn't have Furioso, but Roland did have one more trick up his sleeve.
So my part. Oh, okay.
He died to bleed. Yes, Argalia got cucked out of his big scary special move by taking 2 damage from a dumb little debuff. It's finally over. All the light is reclaimed. Angela has a fully human body, and now it's time for Roland to end it too. To recap, Roland met Angelica, a fixer with whom he fell in love, who went through testing along with her brother that may have given them enhanced abilities. Angela did her big act of defiance at the end of LobCorp, causing the White Nights and Dark Days. After that event, Roland tried to get into a nest and failed. He tried tricking and deceiving people into granting him and his family nest access. That failed, and as a result, they were forced to stay in the Streets of Music, part of the back streets. Roland got called away by Olivier to do some fixer work, hoping for another shot at a nest migration permit. During that trip, the pianist distorted into existence while he was away. Angelica would have otherwise destroyed the pianist since she was the original Black Silence. Yes, hinted at by this cutscene where Angelica wields the gloves of the Black Silence, she possibly could have easily survived if she wasn't pregnant with her and Roland's son. Roland gets back, sees the pianist, and puts on the gloves of his wife, and adopts the mantle of the Black Silence, beheading and dismembering the pianist. In his fury, he crushes everyone that he thinks could be responsible for the monster, including a gear-obsessed freak show, a man trying to reincarnate his son in puppet form, and whatever miscellaneous syndicates he thinks could be the culprit. Because of his recklessness, the Hana Association demoted him down to a grade 9 fixer, financially crippling him as a punishment. From there, he fell into a spiral. A man who's made thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of enemies, wasting away as he curses the city for what it's taken from him, especially since there's no way he could possibly get his revenge. And that's when he hears a knock at the door. The near-omniscient Granny knew exactly who it was that caused the distortion. And with her ability to jump through dimensions, she brings Roland into the library, before it's even rooted in the physical realm. That's why she placed Roland in the library, so he could wait until the moment Angela had it all. The moment where she finally becomes human, so that he can then slaughter her, taking everything away just as everything starts looking alright. Just as she'd indirectly done to him. Angela is heartbroken by this betrayal, as her only companion in her life is now turning his Durandal toward her. He recites the poem Prayer for Loving Sorrow, and we begin what is, at least for me, the hardest fight in the entire game. For Phase 1, he's just good old Rolando, though with a little more health and speed dies. He has all the moves Roland normally has, which is good because he brings nothing new to the table, but also bad because all of his moves are kind of strong. And getting Furioso'd is not very fun. Still, it's nothing that we haven't seen before. But on the next scene, he distorts. Wow. That was sudden. This is what's believed to be the smoke war monster Roland saw, only with some added in perception blocking masks that Roland is known for. Am I the only one that looks at the smoldering byproducts' faces and think they look like leather boots? They have a brand new ability called Suffocating Haze, which turns into a random debuff at the end of the scene. Also, the second these guys die, they respawn as if nothing happened. Hey, that's kind of annoying. This phase might look scary, but it really isn't. This is more of a setup phase for the real hard stuff. Beginning next phase, Phase 3, the Soulmates phase, where Roland distorts into Roland and Angelica. This phase has like a billion dice, making it really obnoxiously hard, especially when you're trying to red mist cheese and you don't have counter dice. Basically, they're unhurtable until you break the soul link. To do that, clash with these moves to grab their presence, and then win a clash against this move on the other person. Roland also buffs Angelica with his moves while also dealing a shit ton of damage himself. This phase is really fucking hard, unless you cheese it with Yesid. I recommend Roland is killed first, because if he dies, Angelica becomes sad and useless. Whereas if Angelica dies first, Roland becomes furious again. After Phase 3, which would otherwise be the end of the fight for a lot of receptions, we move on to Phase 4, That's right, you bet your sweet bippy we're not done yet. In the fourth phase, he becomes sad, thinking through all his friends that he'd slain just to gain Angela's trust, using their moves in remembrance of them. Olivier's being probably the saddest since
he's his best friend.
In this phase, both him and his weapons are distorting, emitting this black haze. Aside from the really strong moves, the worst part of this phase is the Black Silence's now distorted weaponry, which is summoned, and if they're not destroyed by the end of the scene, they're nailed into the ground, in preparation for his ultimate attack. The distorted Black Silence is Furioso, inflicting crippling debuffs and continuing for every single weapon that he has wedged into the ground. It is impossible to survive this move unless you have some really brain-dead passive ability like Tanya's. When Gone Angel's Roland falls below 40% health, he goes into his fifth phase. Potentially one of the worst phases I've ever encountered in any video game ever, wherein he summons 4 images of the bygones, reflections of Roland with Keter Abnormality gimmicks. That would be fine if this asshole wasn't the worst thing ever. All the images of the bygones are fine, annoying but fine, but Pinocchio is a bastard that steals your moves and randomizes card costs. I hate you. This reception allows you to use 3 library floors, but trust me when I say that doesn't matter. If you get to this phase with Bina, lose, and switch to Gebra, Gebra is not making it past this phase. This phase requires of you to have a lot of light, meaning any backup is going to, at best, scrape off maybe 100 health. When Roland himself is done being hunched over, he launches a brutal mass attack in Scream, whose sole purpose is to make it so every librarian dies to the bygones. I've tried multiple strategies, from stealth to red mist to fairy. Nothing worked. They say you hear bells moments before you die. Roland, I admit defeat. You won. Wait a second. Those aren't bells. Yesid, what are you? So here's how to win and not exert any effort whatsoever. And this applies to pretty much every reception in this entire video game. Take Yesid, put Olivier's page on him with Mio's prowess and the strongest passives, and win. Roland is near invincible always? Not anymore, asshole. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Yesid is the most comedically broken piece of purple in the entire video game. Ding, ding. Thank God this was the last phase, unlike what I was gaslit into thinking by my own beloved channel members. Roland, defeated, kneels before Angela, begging her to end him. If she does that, she will receive from him the one perfect book, the final key to the puzzle that she's spent 1,000,000 years working for. She has a decision to make, marked in Breakdown and Awakening's colors. If all the Asya and Hokma's realizations were completed, Angela is given the option to forgive Roland. Angela, with her human body, sees now what revenge does to a person. It's a path full of destruction and agony, and most of the time it ends with more pain than it started with. The city is full of people that know only selfishness. Even the people claiming to be selfless only say that to justify their horrible actions. And that is why Angela decides that she's putting an end to her own plan. The perfect book, a life of freedom unchained to the library, a human body, or a sacrifice to save everyone that met their ends in the library, returning them to human form and shining the tree of light anew. Roland too has a decision to make. Either he takes this moment to finish her off, completing his revenge, or he forgives Angela for taking everything good from him. That's this, and this is that. An option he can only select if he's been through all the Bria Floor and Bina realizations. If you're wondering what the breakdown options are, they lead to bad endings. I'll explain them at the end of the video. When selecting the choice to forgive each other, the library erupts into a colossal tower of light, just like its parent L Corp did before. People of this city immediately feel their hearts lighten, remembering emotions they had long forgotten. The seeds of light would germinate within them, but it will be a while before they bear any fruit, the results of which Angela sadly won't be around to see. But before it could end, Angela begins speaking with her own internal voice, a voice telling her to follow her own selfish desires That's right, baby. We're fighting the distorting voice. I think this time Angela's fighting herself. Angela borrowing the powers of random abnormalities that are pretty good. And the opposing Angela posing as the Keter floor abnormalities. In other words, this is the final realization. And it is so hard that they split every single individual phase into its own reception. I brought Olivier's, Eileen's, the Puppeteer's, and Argalia's page, with a focus on putting smoke on her and Nikolai's mark to increase damage as much as possible. You always want to win clashes against this character because she hurts really bad. Also, if our Angela dies, then the entire reception is fucked. The significance of this first phase, being the bloodbath, is, well, significant, as this is the abnormality that references when Carmen took her own life in the bathtub. And Angela is a failed recreation of Carmen. The second fight is against Aspiration Angela. Oh my god, that is the most horrific thing I have ever seen. The lungs are here to give Aspiration hankering, which makes Aspiration hurt really bad. The text all talks about wanting to be noticed by her creator, making the heart of Aspiration Angela's hope of one day being recognized by Ian, a hope which, not even in the end, came to fruition. The aspiration could also symbolize Carmen's desire to save the world. Starting in this phase, our Angela gets a few new tricks up her sleeve. In her second hand, a new set of pages representing the Sephiroth and what they've learned, as well as a little counter, counting the amount of those pages she used. Clearly, the game wants her to use them. Nice natty 12 roll on a dice that can go up to 40, by the way. I won the reception, though. It's okay. No, I didn't. The next fight is against Pinocchio, who surprisingly isn't the worst thing ever. I really like how the little puppets are all Keter floor L-Corp workers with their batons. That's a really nice touch. This fight is just like the original Pinocchio fight, in that it's all about spotting lies in the pages. If you catch a lie with the page, lying is bad, they suffer. Unlike the original Pinocchio, though, the marionette here will physically take out all her anger on her 8-year-old son. So relatable. She restores her life force while doing this too, which is also relatable. When she does this move, you're meant to copy it, dealing back the bullshit that she just tried to hit you with. I don't know how, but Pinocchio is somehow the most fun fight in this entire thing. Both Pinocchio and Angela were puppets that wanted to become human. The difference being that our Angela is taking responsibility, whereas this Angela is lying. Which in my opinion could make that Angela more human. I don't really know. The next phase is against Angela Ice Queen, which is super simple because it can be beaten with mass attacks. Specifically Deborah's Courage to Protect for the strength buff, followed by whatever blunt attack. The goal here is to break all the assistants out of their icy prisons, so that the whole squad can jump the Snow Queen. The Snow Queen relates to Angela and Carmen through its Abnormality information tab in LobCorp, but we get to see Ian's thoughts upon completing Angela. One day, it spoke to me. I remember you. You were a kind-hearted person. The moment I heard it, I was seized by the urge to destroy what I had created with my own hands. That's cold. This fight is also not that bad, but the final phase? Hate. We get a monologue from none other than the distorting voice, who whispers to people to live only for themselves. Be their barest, realest forms. Ahead of Angela, abnormalities, which are the rawest, most honest forms humans can take. And the final phase is upon us, against remorse. This might look like a new thing, but it's actually a cut abnormality, the silent girl. A girl that stands there poorly hiding a hammer and nail that never once makes an attempt to attack.
He's just standing there.
This fight is weird because nails need to be hit by moves with a lower light cost than their own, and hammers need to be hit by moves with a higher light cost than their own. After getting thoroughly nailed, the reception goes on to phase 2, and this is where things get really dicey. Everybody is given a page called Guilt, which is basically impossible to get rid of. It makes remorse take little to no damage and makes Angela's instinct hands ridiculously strong. They also have a status that makes it completely impossible to roll higher than them after hitting them once. So in other words, fighting the hands makes this phase next to impossible. At this point, our only option is to beat down remorse before the arms can beat us. With LobCorp's third trumpet playing in the background, there is a slight glimmer of hope. If Angela can just beat the silent girl and use all of her friend's special pages, When remorse drops to 0 health, she deletes her feathered arms, heals up to 999, and does the strongest attack we've ever seen. Something we can't even hope to contest. But just when it's about to be curtains, a light shines on Angela. She's played every one of the Sephiroth's pages. At least every one that she was able to speak to. But they only account for 9 out of the 10 emanations. There's still one missing, and he has just given it to her. The knowing eye. The distorting voice is revealed. It's Carmen. Carmen, the person who kickstarted the Seed of Light project. The person who wanted to cure the disease of humanity. The person who gathered the original team of Lobotomy Corporation. Who sacrificed herself and became the mother of all abnormalities. She is the person behind it all. One of the many things that didn't click in my brain on my playthrough of the game because I'm a little bit stupid. Carmen tells Angela that she won't stop doing what she's doing. Not until everybody begins to truly look at themselves for who they are. Well, now that Angela is assimilating with the light, Angela will act as the opposite in that moral tug of war. Carmen is the id, Angela will be the superego. From there, everybody that fell in the library will soon wake up where they belong. Zhao and Lowell will be reunited, Eugene will become president of the She, the protagonist trio will be together again, and Lulu will get her Marge Simpson cake. Everyone will go back to where they belong. And in the light, Angela finally hears the words she's spent millions of years wanting to hear. I'm sorry. And good job. It's finally over. God damn it. Yeah, since everybody's coming back, that includes the Reverberation Ensemble, who has redistorted into their truest selves in the light. Unrelated, I did not know you could make a horse whinnying sound this badass. Project Moon is a masterclass in character design, by the way. Look at all this. Now Roland's abandoned his nihilism and is ready to throw down with the entire distorted ensemble all by his lonesome. This is the true final fight, allowing 5 floors to participate. It's funny that it suggests that, like it thinks I'm not going to just choose yes and ding ding ding. What? Impossible. This is a really difficult fight because of course it is. Look at what's on screen right now. This team works perfectly together. Bremen gives their teammates buffs, Eileen gives her teammates the puffy broom skill, Philip has that fucking pew move still, and Greta is a beast with denticles that protect her teammate. What the fuck is even a denticle? There's no real restrictions on this reception. You can ding ding, red mist, fairy, bleed, burn, stealth, distorted blade, block Zodia, do whatever. This is where the game ultimately tests your skills, allowing you to break it as much or as little as possible. Act 2 has the Bria Clifot, Tanya, Oswald, and Jaeyeon. Tanya is made much more dangerous just by the fact that she has allies now. Jaeyeon uses red strings, which kill the circus creatures, and Mixter Bunny is born. Look how cute they is. Oswald now likes to disappear and explode upon re-arrival, and he still has the ability to turn an ally into an enemy. At least that's what the wiki claims, but I have never had that happen once. Also, don't accidentally waste your ding ding on this move. Ding ding is only good because it recycles itself 8 times and, well, yeah. Act 3 has the Absolute Clifot. Hey, get on from there. Elena is made really scary because she gains strength whenever she heals, and since all of her attacks heal, it can snowball out of control really quickly. Pluto, oh my god. We have to deal with Fairy for the first time in the game. Despite that, Pluto is not nearly as bad as he used to be now that he has to hit you to put a contract into your hand. And Argalia, the blue reverberation distorted to be the ultimate conductor. He has new moves and makes everybody on his squad stronger. He's also unkillable until all his friends die. That's annoying. Through the fairies and the hangings and the refrigerating and the bloodening, Buff Girl Hod comes out with the refrigerator squad, ready to finish the final reception. Once everybody else dies, Argalia starts spamming big mass attacks. But to Hod, the sun could explode and she could stand unshaken. She could withstand a star going supernova and sneeze it off. Just as Argalia reaches 0, he readies his strongest attack in an attempt to bring it all down. An attack thwarted by none other than Roland. Roland pulled Angela out of the Pillar of Light, kinda ruining the plan and making it so everything isn't 100% okay. But hey, Roland's beginning to make his own choices now. Finally, Argalia lets his guard down, and Roland gets in one final blow with his own Durandal, Roland's sword. And in his last moments, Argalia finally lets slip a tender moment, acknowledging Roland as his brother-in-law. The bookshelves are now empty, no glowing pages floating in the background. Angela is once again a machine, and Roland reveals that the Puppeteer, yes, she's still a fucking character in the story, told him that he must do what he wants without letting anything hold him back in the end. That's why he pulled her from the light. She literally knows everything. Roland grabs her to-do list, something that they'll figure out in the future, together. As long as they can survive this next encounter. We're introduced to the 3 people from the Star of the City prologue. Zaina, Luda, and Beral. Representatives sent from the head, eye, and claw. An arbiter, a beholder, and an executioner of the claw. They're here to serve an eviction notice and retrieve their degraded colleague, Bina. Angela was so close to becoming a human, but in the end, reverted back to a machine. Trapped in her own ego, the library. Because Angela can't be killed in the library in her machine status, the heads decided that they'll just toss her over the wall where they don't have to think about her anymore.
In other words, Angela is literally getting deported. This is where I put a bald eagle on the screen.
A civil impurity no more. No thinking machines allowed in this country. This is for all intents and purposes a spectacle fight. The last fight in the game, and not really a test of skill as much as it is just a good old time. It begins with Roland versus the Claw. Beryl uses a Serum W and takes Roland on a tour of the library. That hurt. At least he wasn't ordered to use the special serum. But as Beryl is ordered to finish him off, Gebra steps in, prompting Zaina to hop in as well. These guys have a lot of health. So much so that it doesn't even display near their health bars. As the battle rages on, as Beryl lifts up Roland and Zaina binds Gebra, Bina shatters them all. Thank God we have a bigger freak on our side now. Bina in this fight is no longer a degraded arbiter. She's at full power, with most of her attacks crushing the opposing arbiters. Except that one. That one's not so good. This is just a test of survival. The head is ridiculously strong, and if Beryl taking 0 damage from this 40 damage Furioso doesn't prove that, then maybe this giant fucking crater the battle is taking place in will. And on the 9th scene, the 2 disappear. The library has been evicted to the outskirts. Angela plans to reopen the library at some point, deciding that the focal point of her revenge will not be toward Ian, but rather towards whoever's perpetuating the cycle of suffering in the city. Roland lets Angela know that he wants to write a book about his experiences with the city, something that he always wanted to do but never got around to it because of his lack of talent. And Angela offers to write a book together, both walking back into the library, the final page being turned. Before I wrap things up, I would like to shine a brief spotlight on the other endings that happen after the reception of the Black Silence. The first one is where Angela doesn't forgive Roland, where she then books him and puts the patron librarians to an eternal slumber. Since the library is no longer operated by an AI, it is no longer considered an impurity, even though it went on to grow and envelop the entire city. Angela now has every last piece of knowledge the city has to offer, and as such, is ready to be freed. Her new servant, that I am sure we will be well acquainted with in the future, is asked to behead her, ending the library's reign. On the other hand, Roland can get the drop on Angela when she turns her back to release the light, ending in a scene where Roland successfully takes revenge. After that, he returns to the city, and the many sins he's committed catch up to him. His body drifts down the gutter, sinking into a deep, black silence. And the true ending, where they both made it out of the city. It's nothing glorious, but they're safe, they're alive, and they have each other. Hey y'all, I hope you enjoyed this video. It wasn't easy to make given the runtime and me being a one-man team, but it's amazing what people can do when they don't have a life. Hopefully it was visually interesting to watch. Going into this, I didn't realize just how much of Library of Ruina is just still images. and I didn't want no movement whatsoever, so I definitely put on like a lot of panning shots, and I hope there's a very real possibility that I overdid the panning shots. Hopefully it wasn't too much or too little. As for the rest of the tier list, I'm putting the Absoluth guys in these places. Bina is pretty self-explanatory with fairy and stuff. Blockma is great against enemies that resist everything, though he came in too late in the game for me to really do anything with him, so sorry about that, old man. And Keter fell off so unbelievably hard in the mid to late game. Like, it got the Fervent Beats page, and that was it, until Roland got his wife's gloves back at the end of the game. Anyways, yeah, subscribe here, subscribe to the second channel, follow me on Twitch, do whatever. I'm going to go into hibernation now. Until next time, my dear friend.
And that's when the 15th Distorted Blade hit, and, you know, it just made me feel really bad.
Okay, hold on. You kidnapped me just to rant about an angry typewriter nuking you?
Not just that. Have you ever considered collecting the souls of the lost?
What? Okay, well, now that you mention it, my mom said that I might have that knack for that sort of thing.
Perfect. You're hired. You guys fill that one in on the new job. I gotta go take care of something. Yeah, what is it?
That was nothing. Don't worry about it.
Dear God, a chocolate bar. It's immaculate.